say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Oh shit. Probably have a cam on.
Much better. What's up, fools? Today is 3/23/2026. It is 11:10 p.m. Eastern Time. How y'all doing?
Minority Leader Chuck.
My audio's on the wrong thing. There we go.
Chuck Schumer of New York. We had you booked here this morning for a number of things that you came here to talk about, including what's happening at the nation's airport.
All right, we'll get to this later.
Overnight, New York's LaGuardia Airport closed after an Air Canada Express flight collided with a fire truck on the tarmac.
But there's probably 200 police officers and emergency response vehicles, and that plane is suspended on top of a vehicle.
Stop, truck one. Stop. Stop, truck one. Stop.
Air traffic data shows Air Canada flight 8646 from Montreal landed at LaGuardia at 11:40 p.m. Sometime shortly after touching down, the plane collided nose first with a fire truck.
Jet 646, I see you collide with a vehicle there. Just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicle's there responding to you now.
Images show the plane's nose destroyed. The entire plane tilted up into the air. LaGuardia closing down immediately. The FAA issuing a ground stop for all planes.
Only 2 people died? What in the world?
Headed to the airport.
Del 2603, go around. Runway heading 2000.
Air traffic controllers scrambling to divert other planes.
LaGuardia Airport is closed at this time. No aircraft in or out.
Moments before the incident, the truck could be heard asking controllers for permission to cross a runway. A controller apparently giving permission.
Truck 1 and Company, LaGuardia Tower requesting to cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company crossing 4 at Delta.
Just last year, the FAA allowed airlines to operate fewer flights into New York due to congestion and air traffic control concerns. Again, we've learned 2 people were killed. 13 others were hospitalized with injuries. The pilot and co-pilot are among the victims. It's unclear if last night's rain played a role in this crash. LaGuardia Airport remains closed.
Sheesh, dude.
Here's the air traffic control tower speaking to that fire truck as the tragedy unfolded.
Truck 1 and Company, LaGuardia Tower requesting to cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 and Company, 4 at Delta.
Frontier 4195, just stop there, please. Stop, 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 truck 1, stop, stop, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Jet 646, I see you collide with a vehicle there. Just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicle's there responding to you now.
Pete Montine, you're at Reagan National Airport for us. You're our aviation correspondent. Walk us through what you're learning, and I know you're learning a lot, about how this investigation is unfolding.
What is very clear, Wolf, from the early data is that this crash occurred at very high speed. This Air Canada flight operated by Jazz Air Aviation had just touched down on runway 4 there at LaGuardia. That's one of the main runways there, and was still decelerating when this collision occurred at around between 115 and 90 knots. So that's the unit used, the nautical unit used in aviation, meaning this crash occurred between 130 and 100 miles an hour. You have to think of this like the force you would see in a T-bone collision that you would see on the highway. 2 cars traveling at highways.
So it was like a runway car that hit a plane?
Speed, that's roughly about 100 miles an hour of collision force. This is roughly the same. Of course, it will be up to investigators to determine exactly where and when this collision occurred. Although I want you to look at the early data from Flight Radar 24 in which they plot out.
You haven't seen the video? No, I didn't even know about this until I pulled up the Chuck Schumer interview and saw this at the beginning.
Point by point, which point Air Canada Express Flight 8684 was going.
It was a fire truck dispatched for a chemical spill. Oh, man.
Down the runway and then approached taxiway Delta, which is the point you heard in that air traffic control audio where this truck, referred to as Truck 1 on the air traffic control audio, was told to cross across the runway. Then you heard the tower controller there in the control tower at LaGuardia frantically try to stop that truck. Then in that data, you see a bit of continuation of data there to taxiway Echo. That's about halfway down the runway. That seems to be where everything ultimately came to a stop because of the physics involved here. I want you to listen now to this very telling air traffic control audio that occurred about 18 minutes after the collision itself, in which a controller in the tower seems to say, "I messed up." Here.
That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know. I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff. We were dealing with an emergency earlier. I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Important to remember here that this fire truck was responding to another incident on the airport involving a United Airlines flight that had to abort its takeoff twice. There was concern about some odor coming from likely the brakes there. It's especially hard on an airplane when you have to stop very quickly in aborting a takeoff. Some big questions here about the communications, where the actual breakdown occurred. We know, even from the investigation of the January 29, 2025 mid-air collision only a few paces from here at Reagan National Airport, that radio transmissions can be imperfect. Pilots can do what's called stepping on one another, where they're both transmitting at the same time, making transmissions and radio transmissions garbled and unintelligible. And so that can be something that is at play here. Also, of course, the fatigue of the air traffic controllers. This occurred very late at night, and we know air traffic controllers are really stretched to the limit. Many working 6-day weeks of 10-hour shifts, mandatory overtime because of a years-long nationwide shortage of air traffic controllers. Of course, something the NTSB will look into here, as it is just beginning its investigation and just gathering all of the evidence. The airport closed until at least 2 p.m., likely could be closed later as investigators sort out everything on the scene there.
Miles, you know a lot about these kinds of horrible developments. The NTSB is leading the investigation right now. What is it likely focusing on, at least right now?
This, Wolf, is all about air traffic control, and in this case, one particular controller in the tower cab who gave permission, cleared for landing that Air Canada regional jet, and also gave permission for that emergency vehicle to cross the same runway at the same time. Listening to him on the radio and the recordings, as it becomes evident what is going to happen is very difficult, frankly, because it's the realization of it becomes quite evident, put it that way. He tries to stop the emergency vehicle, but it was obviously too late. So the context of this, though, Wolf, is that you've got, an air traffic control system that for a long time has been bursting at the seams. Air traffic control staffing is still quite deficient. There's mandatory overtime required for air traffic control personnel. There's
I was going to say, I know back when this happened, when Trump first got into office, there was a lot of conversation about whether or not it was because of layoffs and because of understaffing. And I was wondering if that was still happening here.
There'll be some fatigue issues that will be looked at by the National Transportation Safety Board. And one other thing, Wolf, this runway at LaGuardia, runway 4, has a runway status lighting system, which is a technology designed to stop and prevent what happened here. It's supposed to detect active use of the runway and turn on some red lights on those approaches to the runway, which would indicate to that truck that this was not a good idea to cross that runway. It will be interesting to see if that system was operating properly, and if it was, did the the emergency responders focused on their mission to deal with yet another emergency, maybe didn't see it.
I thought it was interesting and fascinating, Miles, that 18 minutes after the crash, an air traffic controller appears to say, "I messed up," to a pilot who witnessed the crash. Listen to this.
Oh, man.
That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier. I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
All right, Miles, I want to point out that determining root causes of accidents can take maybe, based on my experience, and you have a lot more than I do, at least a year, maybe longer, and often involve multiple contributing factors. How will these communications factor into this investigation?
Well, I mean, it's there on the tape, Wolf, and it is hard to listen to that controller now has to carry that with him. That was his mistake, but it was his mistake specifically and individually, but that's put in the context of a system that has set him up for failure. It's a system where they are overworked. LaGuardia Airport is one of the busiest pieces of concrete on the planet when it comes to getting airplanes in and out. The system is blinking red, has been blinking red. You go back to more than a year ago, the mid-air collision at Washington National Airport. The question I have in my mind is, when is something significant going to change? And what I'm talking about here is reducing the tempo, the number of flights. Everybody wants to fly. The air traffic system is vibrant. Airlines are doing well, or at least up till the oil shocks recently, they're doing well. The question is, should we be slowing down this tempo to recognize the fact that we have a system that is beyond its capacity?
Well, for more on this, let's bring in the CNN's aviation analyst, Peter Gultz. It's good to have you, Peter. What more do we understand now about this deadly collision? I mean, based on your decades of experience in aviation, you know, what questions have we had answered at this sort of, you know, in this early stage, and what are we still waiting to hear?
Well, this accident, Becky, is really eerily similar to the accident that occurred over a year ago at in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I'm sure neither one of them were black, because if they were, we would have heard Trump running around saying this was DEI already.
DC. You have very crowded airspace. You have a control tower that has been habitually understaffed, and you have it's in the evening where visibility is difficult. Listening to the tower tapes preliminarily, it really is going to focus in on the instructions given by the air traffic controller and his response to the emergency vehicle. The vehicles all have transponders. The emergency vehicles travel the airport every single day, and they do it safely. This is a very rare occurrence. Something happened when the emergency vehicle requested and believed that they got approval to cross the run.
So take a listen to this audio recording of an air traffic controller in the tower shortly afterwards.
That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier. I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Yeah, I think there's
mandatory note determining the root causes of accidents can take a year or longer and involve multiple contributing factors, of course. Yeah, what do you make of what we just heard there? And then, you know, I guess what can be done about these incidents?
Well, the NTSB is on the scene. You'll get a briefing from them later today. But I think that underscores that the language used to approve the crossing of the runway may not have been as precise as required. And, you know, the reality is this.
Everybody take a second. We're just getting started here. Stream just started up. So take a moment, hit the thumbs up button. If you're watching on vertical, double tap the screen. If you're watching on the landscape, just hit the thumbs up button at the bottom of the screen. Appreciate you guys joining us today. We got a lot to get into.
This is the world's busiest airspace. There are 5 large airports within 25 miles of LaGuardia. And you have a tower that has 11 positions, and you have 33 controllers assigned to it. There is a staffing level of 60 that has been requested. They're understaffed, they're overworked, and mistakes are made.
I just want to get your sense of the new data that I know has been revealed in the past sort of few hours or so. The Air Canada plane was going at 104 miles an hour before it hit that fire truck. Is that normal speed at that point of its sort of journey?
Yeah, absolutely. My guess is this aircraft has a touchdown speed of about 135 knots. It probably had touched down perhaps 300 yards up the runway. The pilots, their attention is solely on the runway ahead of them. They are not looking left or right. They are looking directly at the runway. So 104 knots seems about right. The question is the driver of the truck, the emergency truck, I believe, believes that he was given permission to cross the runway. And that's where the attention is going to be.
Joining us now is David Susi, a CNN safety analyst and a former FAA safety inspector. David, thanks for joining us. I want to show you and our viewers images and the video shot by a passenger on the plane, Jack Cabot. The passenger took these images from the tarmac. As you can see, he and his fellow passengers had just made an emergency exit. These still images show the extensive damage from the impact. The plane's nose completely obliterated. The fire truck looks like it had exploded, and you have investigated and analyzed, as we all know, hundreds of these flight accidents over the years. Just after this collision, after midnight, what stands out most to you?
Well, you can see clearly that the damage to the front of the nose is so significant, it's about 25 to 30 feet of the front part of the aircraft is missing. So because that's gone, you can see that the aircraft goes from a nose down position to a nose up position, just because the weight behind the wheels is more than what's in front of the wheels now. So you can see that it's changed and moved up forward. So one of the things that really strikes me is that because that aircraft hit directly in the middle of the fire truck was moved forward and the aircraft was damaged in the nose. This could have been much, much worse, Wolf. Had that truck been 40 feet further or 40 feet back, then that it would have struck against the wing, the fuel cells, the engines, and would have created a huge fire and would have had many, many fatalities. So as tragic as this is for the two that we've lost, there could have been much, much worse. And just out of pure luck, that airplane hit in the middle of that fire truck and reduced the number of fatalities significantly.
Yeah, 2 fatalities, the pilot, the co-pilot, 41 passengers, other crew members were injured, some significantly. Will investigators seek out videos and images from other passengers and crew members in hopes of finding more information?
Yes, they will, and there's the FAA as well will be investigating this from an air traffic perspective to see what the FAA failed to do, and that would be the air traffic controller. At this point, it appears, listening to the video or listening to the audio from that, is that the truck was cleared to go across this runway for a different incident, but was cleared to go across, and almost immediately the air traffic controller started saying, stop, 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 don't go onto the runway, but it was too late. The fire...
Dang, that's rough. Really sad. It's fortunate that only 2 people died, though. I mean, that could have been much, much worse. That could have been way worse.
I really did not want to have to make this video. In fact, I actually did everything in my power to not have to make this video. But I guess here we are. If this is the first time you're seeing me, my name is Z. I'm a political operative from rural Nevada. And just over a year ago, I started the largest counter organization to Turning Point USA on the left national ground game. Before Charlie Kirk died, we started a college campus tour, which was against his American comeback tour called the Unfuck America Tour. You've probably seen us online and maybe even at your college campus. And our first stop for our spring tour was set to be this Monday at Arizona State University. In the past 48 hours, that has been canceled by the university, which is curious to us because we found out that the event was going to be canceled shortly after our president of our college chapter went to a Turning Point in closed-door meeting at Arizona State University to invite the Turning Point USA students and was faced with Erica Kirk, who just happened to have shown up to campus and just happened to be in that meeting. This is what she said.
I put the kids to bed and I thought to myself, you guys are in our backyard. And I was really frustrated that you guys weren't able to have the counter tabling for the Unfuck America tour, and that really pissed me off.
Shortly after, we received an email saying that our event would be.
So she's mad that they're not able to have the counter tabling. What does that even mean? That there isn't like a TPUSA tent where they're going to be debating the left? She's upset that, like, so obviously Z is on the left. They're going to be debating right-wingers. They're going to have Destiny there debating right-wingers, and then who's going to be there? She's mad that they didn't have a right-wing version of it.
Canceled because of us not being with.
is it a government event? No, but it's on a college campus, and college campuses have like different kind of rules on what it is they can or can't accept, and like how much of something they are supposed to accept.
Within their 14-day rule of applying for a permit, even though we were within that 14-day rule. And also we have this screenshot right here that says that our event was approved. And then shortly after we found out that we would not be allowed to have our event on the ASU campus, we found out that Turning Point USA would be having Jack Posobiec at their closed door meeting on Monday, even though that was never planned. I believe at my
Did they miss a deadline for space? Apparently not. According to her, they already got their venue approved. Everything was already approved.
Because I have evidence to prove it, that Charlie Kirk never stood for free speech, and neither does Turning Point USA. That is an illusion. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter whether they stand for free speech or not, because at the end of the day, it is our right to express our freedom of speech on every public university campus across this country. I'm sure the ASU thought that we were just going to take this lying down, but unfortunately for them, there are people that believe in this case and that will represent us. This isn't just an attack against National Ground Game. This is an attack against Democrats all across the country. And conservatives are winning that battle. Here's the thing, we cannot do this on our own. We need you to step up and help us in this fight because we can't take on the Republican establishment all by ourselves. So please go to our website, nationalgroundgame.com, chip in anything you can, sign up to volunteer, and remember to follow me to hopefully unfuck America.
Honestly, I can't even tell what her shirt says. What the fuck does it say? We are Chari. Oh, we carry the flame. Oh, yeah. It's so the lightning bolt on here is the logo for her group on Fuck America Tour. And so this is them saying that they're the ones who actually carry the flame. It's not TPUSA or conservatives.
Of us not being within their 14-day rule of applying for a permit, even though we were within that 14-day rule. And also we have this screenshot right here that says that our event was approved. And then shortly after we found out that we would not be allowed to have our event on the ASU campus, we found out that Turning Point USA would be having Jack Posobiec at their closed door meeting on Monday, even though that was never planned. I believe at my core, because I have evidence to prove it, that Charlie Kirk never stood for free speech, and neither does Turning Point USA. That is an illusion. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter whether they stand for free speech or not, because at the end of the day, it is our right to express our freedom of speech on every public university campus across this country. I'm sure the ASU thought that we were just going to take this lying down, but unfortunately for them, there are people that believe in this case and that will represent us. This isn't just an attack against National Ground Game. This is an attack against Democrats all across the country, and conservatives are winning that battle. Here's the thing, we cannot do this on our own.
I'll message her real quick. I think they had an event tonight. Is their event still going? I'm not gonna message her if they're still doing it, but
we need you to step up and help us in this fight because we can't take on the Republican establishment all by ourselves. So please go to our website, nationalgroundgame.com, chip in anything you can, sign up to volunteer, and remember to follow me to hopefully unfuck America.
they went and did it anyways. She said they won't stop. They'll keep bending the wall to silence dissent, conditioning you to step by step until elections don't matter. This isn't just about one group. It's about every Democrat fighting to protect our constitutional rights. Fight back right now. Donate National Ground Game. So they got a permit for their event at this college campus. When one of their representatives or sorry, not even one of their representatives. It was like I guess it's one of their representatives at the college. So it's a president of like their part at that campus. He went to the TPUSA meeting to then invite them to come to the event and have them debate and have them be a part of the event. And when he showed up to the event, or when he showed up to TPUSA's meeting, Erica Kirk was there, and she was mad that they were putting on the Unfuck America Tour event and not doing the TPUSA event. And so they, like, apparently they were still doing an event. They just wanted to have their own tent. They wanted to have their own tent. They wanted to be able to do their own similar thing to what it is that Unfuck America Tour is doing. And so they recorded her at the event saying that she was upset that this was happening. And then the next day, they got a message saying that their permit had been canceled for the event at the college, even though it had already been approved. So this is the guy playing the recording of Erica Kirk.
It just happened to be in that meeting. This is what she said.
I put the kids to bed and I thought to myself, you guys are in our backyard. And I was really frustrated that you guys weren't able to have the counter tabling for the Unfuck America Tour, and that really pissed me off.
Shortly after, we received an email saying that our event would be canceled because of us not being within their 14-day rule of applying for a permit, even though we were within that 14-day rule. And also, we have this screenshot right here that says that our event was approved. And then shortly after...
So yeah, that's the story.
I was really frustrated that you guys weren't able to have the counter tabling for the Unfuck America Tour, and that really pissed me off, especially because we have some really good people that could be on campus to counter program that.
So Unfuck America posted, ASU approved our event with Destiny. Then Erica Kirk shows up and complains hours later it's canceled. Despite this development, we want to be clear, we are still coming to Arizona State University. And let's see.
Big campaign against you should be looking at your neighbors
They're there
politically like they're your opponents. They're not. They're your neighbors. Is that not like
packing? And then the other is destroying the filibuster. But I think the reason why is because, one, they already own the Supreme Court, right? 6-3 for who knows how long.
Right here.
Okay. Make sure to hold licenses on certain federally...
20 seconds. And
Sorry.
well, like I said, when I wake up in the
sorry.
morning, I just hope you're attracted to me, sir. I really do.
Well, you're the one that likes talking about pedophilia and little boys, so let's not go that far.
No, I don't like talking about...
So let's see if there's any more updates on this. Donnie O'Sullivan, an interesting day here in Phoenix. Unfuck America went to the TPUSA headquarters where Jack Posobiec and Andrew Colvett came outside and had a cordial conversation with the group. The Destiny is now debating live. Interesting.
Check this out. Onondaga County in central New York, where a brand of high school clubs founded by Charlie Kirk and financed by his conservative juggernaut Turning Point USA has led to this.
If we don't talk, we'll never get to get outside of our echo chamber.
Are you advocating for your student groups to have open discussion? I don't see that as the actual implementation level, what's happening.
Debate is absolutely encouraged in your Club America meeting.
If you believe that Turning Point and Charlie Kirk stood for free speech, then I hate to tell you, but you are being scammed. This is the first time you're seeing me. My name is Z. I'm a political operative, and I've spent almost my entire adult career researching Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk, which led me to start one of the largest organizations on the left and the largest countering Turning Point USA national ground game. You may have heard of us during the Unfuck America tour, which is still going on to this day. And out of all of the college campuses that we have visited and all the chapters that we've currently started, let me start by telling you that we have invited Turning Point to every single one of those debates, and they never come. And not only do they never come, but they openly tell us that Turning Point tells them that they are not allowed to speak with us and that they cannot come to any of our debates and engage with us. Yeah, so anybody that tells you that Turning Point stands for free speech and open dialogue, because that's what Charlie believed, he didn't. He never did. And all of this was always a scam to begin with. I'm sure a ton of conservatives are going to comment on this video saying that I'm lying, and my answer to you is simply this: reach out to Turning Point USA yourself and ask them if they'll debate us. Just do it. See what happens. For those of you who actually do believe in free speech, open dialogue, and debate, then please come and support us at ASU and our following stops, which you'll see right here.
Why call it unfuck, though? It sounds a bit crass. You can call it UFAT if you want. That's what I call it. UFAT. Unfuck America Tour.
I have a
The incels are really upset with, I think her name's Just Emily or Extra Emily. They're really upset with her. She's always been really funny, but she always seems very like timid and, you know, just very shy. And so this was really surprising for me because she is very funny. So like the shy act is obviously just part of her personality, which she's not actually very shy. She just comes off very timid. But this is a little wild.
I have a note in my Apple folder. It has the list of every person that I've had sex with, and I rank the sex. And
Girl, let me see.
I rank the dick. Is that weird?
That's awesome. I mean, it's definitely not normal.
Really? Because I want to remember like my body count and stuff, right? So
imagine if Hassan had said, I have a folder in my phone with every girl I've ever had sex with, and I rank their vagina. I've got a list in my phone.
then I have.
She's responsible.
I have
Can
this
I see
list.
it? Oh my God, that's awesome! I can't wait to see this.
I have this list.
You have been out there.
Wait, really?
Way to
I
go.
had a hoe phase. I had a hoe
Good
phase
for you.
in college.
Nice. Good for you.
Yes,
I'm
I
so
wanted
happy for
to
you.
remember like their names, and then I have like the
Some of
sex
these
ranking.
notes are so funny.
Are they thorough?
These
Are most men just like really bad?
They're all horrible.
Really?
Maybe I'm
But
picking
you're
the wrong
talking about
men.
like Columbia undergrads, like of course.
Yeah.
Like,
What makes them bad? I'm
inexperienced.
curious. Uniquely.
Like they don't. Okay, I don't think I've
Columbia undergrad.
ever finished with a guy.
Do they make an effort to make you finish?
so
They
funny.
they try and I just give up.
Okay,
I'm
so
like just
but
stop.
let me ask this then. That's first of all, I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds fucking awful. Question I have for you is
This is so funny. She has a separate list of just dicks.
but the same name pops up multiple times.
Mhm. Yeah, so that was like my messy phase where I had like I liked a guy and then I would be like, oh, but we're not like official, so I was seeing other guys and then it's a Tinder guy, right? And
Whatever
like
you're
they don't
comfortable
have any care to like for me. They just want to.
Oh, of course. They just want to
finish.
get done. Yeah.
So what happens is
Tom wants that Trigon Wall scroll? What is trigon? Did you mean to say Trojan?
And he's like, he has a condom on, and then he's like, can I take my condom off and come in you? And I'm like, and then buy you plan B after? And I'm like, okay.
That's insane.
No!
That's not okay.
That's why there's an angry face next to his name. Yeah, apparently it's really bad for you. I've taken it
it's not good
twice
for
in
you.
my life.
So
yeah,
one thing I
apparently it's really bad for you. No, it comes actually really good for you. Like, you're literally getting just like all the vitamins and protein and just like you're getting a full cocktail of everything your body could possibly want. It's actually interesting. This isn't a plan B is bad for you. Okay. It's actually interesting because this isn't like, we talked about this a bunch in the past, that this isn't a rare complaint from women, that it's actually fairly common that a lot of women say that they don't come when they have sex with guys, like while yes, in intercourse they don't end up coming, and that it's supposedly somewhere around like 70% of women can't even come from just you know, penis vaginal sex alone. They need some flicking of the bean as well. So yeah, it's yeah, penetration, yeah, that's the word I was trying to think of. Thank you. But yeah, that is actually like a thing that's fairly common. Yeah, because most men don't know how to make them. Well, I think that's part of it, but it's also like I said, men are going to come just from penetration, right? They're just gonna, like, just from having sex, men will finish, they'll be able to get off, but women aren't capable of it. So at least, yeah, somewhere around 70% of women can't. Only about 30% can. So it's a small number. But yeah, the incels are going off. Here's Brian Atlas. He says, Extra Emily reveals that she had a hoe phase and keeps a list of all the men she's been with on her phone. She also lets Tinder dates finish inside her raw while not on birth control. These admissions are a scarlet letter. In other videos, she admits to getting at least one STD. Is this going to be your future wife, the mother of your children? Many women, especially those that went to college, have stories like this. I guess I respect her honesty, but this conduct is not unique. It's completely commonplace. Women don't be like this. Men don't date/marry women like this. You've been warned. Beware. And then he had another tweet about her.
How am I going to find someone to have kids with? How am I going to get married? How am I going to have like a future like that? It's really hard to think about, because I think in this day and age, it's really hard to find someone like that, you know? And then you just, and same with like monogamy. Like monogamy, you're married to them for your whole life. So you're married to them from like age 30 to age 100. Like that is a lot of time, you know? And apparently people say that you aren't supposed to be married to one person. I don't know who said that. I read that on Twitter, okay? Don't believe me. But it's like humans are meant to be monogamous. They're meant to have multiple partners in their lifetime, because it's like, how can you...
There is no meant to. I mean, this is literally the opposite side of the coin from what it is that Brian's doing, where he's telling all men not to date a woman like this. It's kind of stupid, because the idea of, like, there's a lot of people who want monogamy. There's a lot of people who would prefer monogamy, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for just one person to have, like, intimacy with. that they're going to share just this with each other and nobody else, and that's fine. But when she acts like humans aren't meant to do that, well, we're not meant to do anything when it comes to sex. Like, there is no thing that we're meant to do. Like, we're not meant to be in monogamous relationships. We're not meant to be in non-monogamous relationships. We're just meant to do whatever the fuck. Like, there is no meant to. Obviously, cultural barriers play a big part in what it is that we prefer, but there is no meant to. So this is literally the opposite side of the coin of Brian, where Brian's acting like everybody should be with women who are the opposite of
How
her.
can you commit to one person for 70 years?
And then, yeah, she's the opposite side where she's like, why? We're not supposed to do that. As though there is some sort of purpose there. It's ridiculous. Okay, this is the last non-politics related video, but this is wild.
Bring in the next person.
Hello.
See ya?
Not quite.
Okay.
Who is that supposed to be, chat? Who is that supposed to be? Who is that supposed to look like? He did a contest where you were supposed to be a lookalike of some sort of celebrity. Who is that supposed to be? Taylor Swift, T Swifty, Taylor Swift. Yeah, yeah, you would think so. Yeah. It seems like it's supposed to be Taylor Swift. I think it's pretty obvious it's Taylor Swift.
Bring in the next person.
Hello.
See ya?
Not quite.
Okay, I'm gonna need some facts. Help.
I won 14 Grammy Awards.
14?
14.
14 Grammy Awards?
Yep.
How do I not know who you are? Wait, give me another clue.
I've just got engaged.
Give me a catchphrase.
Shake it off.
Taylor Swift.
Correct.
Who told you you look like Taylor Swift?
He's got to be trolling, dude. He's got to be trolling, right? Like, this is rage bait. This is fucking rage bait, dude.
Everybody.
No. Let's be serious. Who told you look like Taylor Swift?
Everyone I've ever met.
Everyone you've ever met. Hey, yo, they gotta be lying to you, man, because I'm sorry. What? Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Taylor. It's gonna be a 1 for me.
Thank you.
What?
A 1. A 1, dude. He thinks she looks nothing like Taylor Swift. Nothing like Taylor Swift.
Did you put?
Hi, I'm Taylor Swift, and I think he's gonna rate me a 9 out of 10. I was quite confident as well.
A 9?
Yeah.
No, bless you, man. You are so delusional. No.
This is why we still have racism? Yeah. Yep. Black people acting like this. Yep. It's gonna keep racism around.
Oh, not the same Taylor, man. Take care, man. Okay.
What the fuck, dude?
Tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. Wow. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that?
Who would?
So they called. I
They
didn't
did?
call. They called.
Wow.
They want to make a deal.
Wow.
And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore.
It's interesting because he said that he was going to obliterate Iran, if they didn't call in 24 hours, and here it is. They made the call. It's crazy.
They are? Well, I'll be damned. The son of a bitch pulled it off. This is probably what MAGA means when they say Donald Trump is a master negotiator. This is great. He has Iran calling him, not
Thank
the
God.
other way around. That's amazing. This is great news. And I know what you guys are going to say. Iran already came out and denied this ever happened. And you wouldn't be lying. Iran quickly disputed Trump's claims about talks, with the foreign ministry issuing a statement to state-run newspaper Iran that read, "Remarks by the U.S. president are part of efforts to reduce energy prices and buy time to implement his military plans." While there have been initiatives by regional countries to de-escalate tensions, Iran's response has been clear. It did not start the war, and all such requests should be directed to Washington. And to that, all I have to say is, how dare you, Iran?
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that our president, our
Like he's a liar?
commander-in-chief, who just happens to be Donald J. Trump, are you claiming he's lying?
No
Are
way.
you claiming that not only is he lying, but he's doing this in order to manipulate a crashing market?
He compares himself to Abraham Lincoln all the time for a reason. Because he's pretty much Honest Abe. You know?
I mean, I'm appalled. I'm appalled. That man has never lied to the American people a day in his life.
You cannot tell a lie.
Okay, there was that time where he said he was the peacetime president and he wouldn't drag us into a war.
Doesn't
There
count.
was that time. There was also that time he told us he would lower gas prices and energy prices and the cost of living, and then claims affordability is now a hoax that Okay, I see what
That was the fucking mainstream media twisting his words.
right, but to make the accusation that he's just saying this and lying to manipulate a crashing market, Donald
People take him too literally.
Trump would never do that. Except there was that time when he was backing in and out of the tariffs and implementing the tariffs, so much so that people nicknamed him Taco. Listen, those are what we in the biz just call unfortunate coincidences, right? But this time is different. He's definitely telling the truth, you guys. You guys are acting that he was found guilty of 34 felonies for lying. Anyways, bye.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody would act like Donald Trump is a felon or a habitual liar, or it's crazy. It's crazy. Dissecting everything Trump does or says. Why? Who knows? People treat him like he's like the fucking president of the United States or something, dude. It's obnoxious. It's Trump derangement syndrome.
I was on a news blackout because I was on assignment. And I get back and I see that Trump's announced he's negotiating with the Iranians, and the Iranians said, "No, we're not." And the U.S. media believe the Iranians.
What? Why? But quick question though. If Iran was negotiating and they wanted to end the war, as Trump makes it sound, right? They really are desperate to end this war. If that was a thing that was happening, why would they deny it? Right, Trump says that the people in Iran are getting ready to rise up against the government. They're all getting ready to take over, and like what, according to Trump's thought process, they would want to tell everybody hey guys, don't take us over. Do not do the revolution. We're negotiating, okay? We're going to fix this. So why wouldn't they announce that they're negotiating? Like, denying would not help negotiations for them? Yes, it literally makes no sense. There's absolutely no world where them denying the negotiations would be beneficial to them. And not only that, but this is like the third or fourth time Trump has claimed that he's negotiating with a country, and that country has come out and said, no, we're not. That's not happening. Twice with China alone. China alone came out twice and was like, what? We're not in negotiations. And no negotiations ever came out, or no deal ever came out while they're denying these things, right? So if it's so crazy, that anybody would believe what it is that Iran says about this, where I don't think Iran's an honest country. Iran's not a bunch of honest people. Obviously, they lie a lot as well. Probably not as much as Donald Trump. I don't think anybody could, but they lie a lot. And so it's not as if they're like this trustworthy country that I would listen to in general. But this just doesn't make any sense. And so if it turns out that they're not negotiating, if it turns out that there is no deal that comes from this, again, as it did numerous times with China, when Trump said that he was negotiating with them and they said there's no negotiations happening, and then there was no deal that came out of it. You guys think Jesse Waters is gonna wipe that smirk off his face? You think he's gonna come back and be like, hey, you know what? That was really stupid of me to act like everybody else was idiots. That was really dumb. I was the idiot there. Do you think that's gonna happen? Comparing Islam ideology to an American president? Who compared Islam ideology to an American president? Who did that? Somebody in chat do that? Guys, that would be stupid. Islam ideology doesn't, you can't even compare that to a person. An ideology versus a person, that literally doesn't make sense. Like, an ideology is like a group of thought processes and beliefs, morals, even religion sometimes, especially when we're talking about Islam. Whereas versus a president, like, how does a president compare to an ideology? That doesn't, it's a person. It's not just a concept, but it is a, like, an object with mass. You can't compare the two things in any meaningful way. So yeah, if anybody in chat did that, that was stupid. You guys don't do that. It literally doesn't make sense. You can't compare those two things. If you want to compare the leaders of Iran to the leaders of the American country, that would make sense. You can make those comparisons, but not the ideology. That literally could not make sense.
So it's like, all right, the Iranians do lie, guys. They said they had no intentions of building a nuclear weapon. They just last week said they sunk an aircraft carrier of ours. So obviously they're lying to look tough. And how would they know who's negotiating? The Israelis just killed one of the IRGC leaders who was living in a tent in the woods.
Did Iran say that they sunk an aircraft carrier of ours?
The Red Sea is on fire. Yemen's Houthi forces have unleashed a
Okay, this is Times Now. I'm pretty sure this is like a Middle East propaganda channel. Live direct hit 6 days ago. I think it's Times Now again.
Yemen's Houthi forces have unleashed a brutal wave of missile and drone attacks targeting US warships and Israel, escalating the crisis into a full...
No, Iran has not sunk a U.S. aircraft carrier, while Iranian state media and Islamic Revolutionary Guard, IRGC, claimed in early 2026 to have struck the USS Abraham Lincoln with ballistic missiles and drones. These claims were officially denied by the U.S. military. Iranian claims on March 1st, 2026, the IRGC claimed it struck the USS Abraham Lincoln with 4 ballistic missiles in the Gulf following regional escalation. They later released AI-generated or propaganda videos depicting the ship's destruction to support their narrative. Damn.
I don't think the left hand knows what the right hand's doing, okay? The media then said that Trump backed down from his threats. So when Trump follows through on his threats, he's a madman. And then when he doesn't follow through, he's a chicken. They have to cover this guy honestly. He creates a threat and then he gets the other person off balance so they come back to negotiate. This is what he's been doing for decades. And the Iranian foreign minister just announced that they have been talking to the United States through Turkey. And isn't this a good thing if you're a Democrat? Shouldn't you be rooting for negotiations? You want peace, you want to lower energy.
Well, yes, I am rooting for negotiations. That is something that I do want. That doesn't mean that we believe Trump a prolific liar. Like, it doesn't mean we believe Iran in general either. But this is like about what makes sense in this scenario, okay? So if two sides are telling opposite things, okay, and you look at what Trump says, and you think, okay, would Trump lie about something like this? Yes. Has he lied about something like this in the past? Yes. Would this benefit Trump to lie about this? Yes. Then we go to Iran. Would Iran lie about something like this? Well, something like this, probably not. Would it benefit them to lie about something like this? Absolutely not. It would not benefit them at all. It would actually be completely detrimental to them. So, in this scenario, only one side benefits from lying, and that's Trump. So, when two sides are telling different stories, unfortunately, yes, we're going to believe Iran in this case, not because they're some great truth teller, not because we believe Iran are, that they're not some horrific lying country. Not that, like, as I said, pulling up other channels, I know that these are Iranian propaganda channels and crap. Like, I'm not somebody who's simping for Iran by any means whatsoever. But if you have half a brain, you're able to kind of analyze things from a more objective standpoint.
Prices. Finally, the Democrats have realized that lower energy prices are a good thing, so we're happy that they're on board with that. It also buys time when you create this deadline to bring in the foreign allies' navies into the region so they can do escort duty. Not that kind, Greg, but the kind we're talking about here. It also buys time for the market to rally, and it buys time for the Marines to get into theater, because probably Friday, when the markets close, you might see some action there on Carg Island. I also learned that they fired a missile.
Wait, didn't he just explain why? Wait, did he not just explain every reason for why we would believe Iran? Am I crazy? Did he not just give us every single reason for why we would believe Iran here? He just did it. He just explained it. Yes, Donald Trump is claiming there's negotiations because he's trying to buy time. Yes, Yeah. So now he's walking it back? That's what it sounds like. Yes, it sounds like he's walking it back. It sounds like he's actually claiming that Trump is incorrect and that there aren't actually negotiations happening. What the fuck just happened? Let me listen to this again. There's no fucking way he just did that.
Intentions of building a nuclear weapon. They just last week said they sunk an aircraft carrier of ours. So obviously they're lying to look tough. And how would they know who's negotiating? The Israelis just killed one of the IRGC leaders who was living in a tent in the woods.
How would Iran know if Iran is negotiating? Is that really what he just said? How would Iran know if Iran is negotiating? You'll see. All right, how about this? How about we put money on it? Both of us we can find like a third party. We'll both send our money to that third party, and then we'll put a week on it. Des, we'll put a week on it. And if there's no deal in a week, then I get the money. If there is a deal in a week, you get the money. You want to do $100? You down? Des? Des, you there, buddy? What happened to Des? Oh man, he was chatting it up like crazy. He was sending fucking chats every 2 seconds, just over and over. And then all of a sudden, he got real quiet. What happened? Like clockwork every time, dude. Every time. Sheesh.
Woods. I don't think the left hand knows what the right hand's doing, okay? The media then said that Trump backed down from his threats. So when Trump follows through on his threats, he's
6 posts? What the fuck does that mean? 6 posts.
a madman. And then when he doesn't follow through, he's a chicken. They have to cover this guy honestly. He creates a threat and then he gets the other person off balance so they come back to negotiate. This is what he's been doing for decades. And the Iranian foreign minister just announced that they have been talking to the United States through Turkey. And isn't this a good thing if you're a Democrat? Shouldn't you be rooting for negotiations? You want peace. You want to lower energy prices. Finally, the Democrats have realized that lower energy prices are a good thing, so we're happy that they're on board with that. It also buys time when you create this deadline to bring in the foreign allies' navies into the region so they can do escort duty. Not that kind, Greg, but the kind we're talking about here. It also buys time for the market to rally, and it buys time for the Marines to get into theater, because probably Friday, when the markets close, you might see some action there on Carg Island.
Yes, again, yes, these are all the reasons why we don't believe Trump. Yes, yeah, that's crazy switch up. It is. This is a fucking crazy switch up. Like, he just explained how we're not negotiating with Iran. That is insane. That's crazy. He starts off like, why would the media think that Trump's lying about these negotiations? And then goes on to explain exactly why nobody would believe Trump. That's wild work,
Also
bro.
learned that they fired a missile at Diego Garcia, which is like deep into the Indian Ocean last week.
Not Diego.
The Diego. So they said they didn't have the missiles to go that far. So that means they're within range of every capital in Europe. So let's just set this straight. If we had waited until the threat was imminent, and then we had taken action to disarm their nuclear program, they would have been raining missiles on London, Paris, and Berlin, and maybe the United States if we had waited that long. We didn't do this with North Korea. Remember, we waited and waited until the threat was imminent, and they were acting squirrely, and then we miscalculated, and now they can threaten the West Coast of the United States. We are now in week 3 of a 5 to 6 week excursion. The Strait is the only game in town. Hopefully we get this thing pacified. And if we don't do that, we lose all of our credibility. So I think the president's committed to keeping the Strait open, disarming the country, and it looks like we're on target. I was on a news blog.
Wait, keeping the Strait open? Is the Strait currently open? Did I miss that? Did I miss that? The last time that we were on, we were listening to Exeth complain about the fact that the Strait wasn't open. Is the Strait open now? Oh, that sounds like a them problem, not a our problem. Wait, who is them and our in this case? The Strait is open to non-USA and Israeli shipping. Yeah, that doesn't sound very open to me. That doesn't sound very open. France, London, etc. Oh, the UK, yeah. Yeah, there's no way they get involved in this fucking mess that Trump created. No shot. I mean, speaking of, look at this dumb fuck. Look at this dumb fuck here.
Iran put out a footage of a F-35 being hit. No shot. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my God, American empire is so fucking over. It's not.
Oh, the American empire's over, dude. Oh, Iran put it out. Oh man, they put it out. It happened, guys. Iran put it out. Because Iran.
Not even funny. There's no way this is real, right? There's no fucking shot. Oh.
Okay, so this is what an Iranian simp looks like. This is what an Iranian simp looks like. This is what it looks like when somebody actually believes the shit that comes out of Iran.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God, it's real.
Oh my God, it's real. Oh man, US F-35 damaged by suspected Iranian fire, makes emergency landing sources say.
Oh my God. Oh my God, it's real. CENTCOM confirmed it. CNN confirmed it. Oh my God. That is crazy, brother. That is our premiere. This is the next gen. Oh, we are so fucking washed, dude. Oh, U.S. air supremacy. Oh my God, the F-35 multi-role fighter jet. Something that costs almost $1 trillion fucking dollars. How is that possible? Donald Trump thinks this fucking plane is invisible, too. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so fucking bad. That's your healthcare. That's literally your healthcare. That is your healthcare that just perished, okay? We could have had high-speed rail.
They just got damaged, like, and they had to land, and he's over here like, oh, American Empire, over. That's it. They're done. American Empire done.
A network of high-speed rail on this in this country instead of healthcare in this goddamn country, instead of fucking schools, instead of high-speed rail. I don't see why any jet is incapable of being shot at. I need you to understand something, okay? The F-35 multi-role fighter jet is supposed to be the last generation fighter jet that the United States currently has at its disposal. It is one of the most costly endeavors we have engaged in, totaling more than $1 trillion fucking dollars. If they are capable of being taken out by, relative, like, conventional loitering munitions or surface-to-air missiles, that directly contradicts the air superiority argument that the American government can utilize. A major blow to the confidence that we could have. This is not like some old tech that we're working.
He's so fucking stupid, bro. He's actually fucking
working with. It is unbelievably bad if the F-35 is actually taken out by Iranian anti-air missiles. It shows two things. Number one, Iran still has denial capabilities and they're very successfully utilizing it. Number 2, the American air superiority is busted and dusted. Given that the U.S. now has effectively run out of standoff munitions, they finally ordered an F-35 sortie into Iranian space. This stealth aircraft was detected, targeted, and struck, and was lucky to make it back to base in one piece. Oh my fucking Lord. If this is a mass producible, repeatable incident, this literally renders the
If it's a mass producible, repeatable incident, you're already celebrating that being the case. You're already celebrating Americans dying and all this, but if that's the case, happens once where the plane actually still makes it back to base and you're acting as though this is already mass producible.
35 like tanks, basically. If Ukraine and Russia showed that tanks were unreliable in drone combat, this is yet another instance where it's done. Dude, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's $1 trillion. $1 trillion.
He's so fucking stupid. Oh my goodness. He's so stupid.
Says you're not telling the truth.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Yeah, actually, this is it.
Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations to end the war.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict, and I think it'll end it very, very substantially. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
What an embarrassment, dude. This guy is so embarrassing. He really is. This is ridiculous. Why do we have to put up with this shit because a bunch of Americans are fucking retarded? Why do the rest of us have to look like fucking idiots just because like 25% of our country are fucking idiots? Why is this the case?
See that in some of the war strategy, right? We actually know one of the attacks on Bahrain that was purported to have come from Iran, actually now we know it was a Tomahawk. That was a U.S. missile that actually, did the damage there in Bahrain. We've had other indications that the Americans and the Israelis are actually responsible for some of the attacks that they are blaming on Iran. Why? Because they want to draw the entire region in. They want to make it so that those Arab Gulf states, that they also fully join the fight without hesitation. The Diego Garcia strike, if that is, if that was a false flag, which I think is possible, I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it's possible, what's the goal of that? To draw Europe in. So this is the way that they think, and it's the way that they operate. And Bibi, in those comments, see that in some of the war strategy, right? We actually know one of the attacks on Bahrain that was purported to have come from Iran, actually now we know it was a Tomahawk.
It does seem as though the United States bombed Bahrain. Okay, she's a fucking idiot. But I believe it was not a Tomahawk. It was something else that only the United States has, like a Patriot missile or some shit like that. Experts say U.S. Patriot missile is likely behind the cause of a huge explosion in Bahrain, injuring dozens of civilians, including children, in neighborhood near an oil factory. Reuters reported, as published by the Economic Times, the incident occurred on March 9th, 10 days into the U.S. war with Iran.
A US-operated Patriot air defense battery likely fired the interceptor missile involved in a Bahrain explosion on March the 9th. That's according to an academic analysis examined by Reuters. The blast injured dozens of civilians, including children, and tore through homes 10 days into the war with Iran. Both Washington and US ally Bahrain have blamed an Iranian drone attack for the explosion, which occurred offshore in the Mahaza neighborhood on Sitra Island, also home to an oil refinery. In response to Reuters' questions, Bahrain on Saturday acknowledged for the first time that a Patriot missile was involved in the explosion. The Bahraini government stated that the missile successfully intercepted an Iranian drone mid-air, saving lives. But researchers from the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey are doubtful, citing the direction of the damage and a lack of evidence of a drone in the area. They were unable to say with confidence what caused the Patriot to explode, but said evidence appeared to show it detonated mid-flight. It was possible the Patriot was aimed at a low-flying drone, they said, and that the combined explosion of the missile and drone sparked the blast. If this was the case, the analysis added, it was, quote, an irresponsible intercept attempt, as it endangered the lives of Allied civilians in a residential area. When asked for comments, the Pentagon referred Reuters to Central Command, which did not immediately respond to questions. In response to questions sent to the White House, a senior US official said the United States was, quote, crushing Iran's ability to shoot or produce drones and missiles. The official did not answer specific questions about the Patriot blast.
Damn, dude. So it doesn't sound like it killed anybody. It injured about 20 people, but didn't kill anyone. Is that correct?
A US-operated Patriot air defense battery likely fired the interceptor missile involved in a Bahrain explosion on March the 9th. That's according to an academic analysis examined by Reuters. The blast injured dozens of civilians, including children, and tore through homes.
Injured dozens. Okay. Yeah, so it injured about 20 people. Fog of war, yeah. That's funny, I ain't seen that Patriot misled report anywhere else. My own brother is in Bahrain right now working for NSA. Talked to him and it's not even been mentioned over there. I mean, there seem to be a lot of stories on it. Reuters is the one who did the initial story, but there are a bunch of stories on this.
A US-operated Patriot air defense battery in Bahrain was reportedly responsible for an explosion that caused injuries and residential damage in Manama. This took place on March 9th during an attempt to intercept an Iranian drone. Reuters has confirmed that the damage was caused by a
like the problem is that initially we were told that it was an Iranian missile that did this, and then now the investigation is showing that it was actually a Patriot missile. And so now we know, okay, well, it couldn't have been Iran. It had to have been the United States. So now that we know it's the United States. The question is, but why was it there? We don't know why it was there. We don't know. Like, it could have been that they actually, as I said a minute ago, it could have been going after a drone and just ended up hitting a building instead. Or it could be that, like, somebody wanted to bomb a fucking building. Like, that's not likely, but that's the reason that, like, yeah, it's not, we're not going to have a lot of information right now. All we know is that there was a Patriot missile that hit a building, and so we're just kind of waiting to find out more information. So it's not going to be a big story until we at least have investigations. But even then, it's not common that, like, if something bad happened 2 weeks ago, that we make a big deal about it 2 weeks later when we find out about it, because it's kind of already passed and we're in a new cycle at that point. So it's generally going to be the case that unless there's some big bombshell behind this and it was just an accident, we likely won't hear much about it again. This person posted this, Mark Slapinski, said Israel is being completely destroyed as we speak. Maybe bombing Iran wasn't such a good idea. Why is the majority of the world supporting Iran? Inconceivable. America right now, because they know they are next. Iran launched footage showing Iranian air defenses engaging with F-15 above the southern coast of Iran near Hormuz Island. The fate of the jet is unknown, and the army is carrying out an investigation. Pretty sure this video was AI. Fairly certain this video was found to be AI. Deconstructing Iran's USA F-15 shoot down over the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, let us look at this new clip from Iranian state media claiming they bagged a US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle over the Strait of Hormuz. We all love a good story, so let us break down the actual tape and see what is really happening up there. Right away, the thermal pod struggles to resolve the Strike Eagle. The F-15 pilot already knows exactly what is coming and pulls into a massive high G brake turn. You can see the jet banking hard, bleeding speed to hit corner velocity and maximize its turn rate. Then the first surface-to-air missile enters the frame. The geometry here heavily favors the F-15. The pilot puts the threat right on the 3 to 9 o'clock line. This forces the missile to constantly update its lead angle. SAMs use proportional navigation, meaning the seeker constantly moves the steering fins to keep the line of sight rate constant. The Eagle pilot actively shatters that math by constantly changing the jet's acceleration vector. The missile flies a lead pursuit, aiming way ahead of the jet. Because the F-15 pulls maximum Gs, the missile must pull significantly more Gs to keep up. That creates massive aerodynamic drag on the missile's tiny control surfaces. After the initial hypersonic boost phase, the rocket motor burns out, leaving the weapon coasting on a ballistic trajectory. Every single steering correction bleeds its kinetic energy. The Strike Eagle easily outturns the exhausted projectile, leaving it to sink.
Tom, do you have a problem with the military sweeping the fact that the Bahrain explosion was possibly a Patriot missile and letting everyone blame Iran for weeks till, like you said, the story blows over? I don't have enough information to know what they know. I don't have enough information to know if they knew that it hit a building. From my understanding, again, the Patriot missiles are air defense missiles. So these are supposed to go up and hit other things. They're not supposed to go in the buildings. And so if let's say it actually did hit a drone, but it just didn't explode, and it just blew through the drone, wrecked it, and that's as much as they know. But then after it goes through and hits a building, and they're just unaware of this. I suppose that's a possibility. I would assume that there's like better maintenance on where your missiles go, and that they're able to track them better. And but I don't know, and so I have no idea. But even when the Pentagon was reached out to for comment for this, they said that they were doing an investigation. So I have no idea.
Sail into empty air. Meanwhile, a whole symphony of electronic warfare is playing out deep inside the jet. The radar warning receiver, constantly sniffing the spectrum, instantly pinpoints the ground-based radar. The avionics synthesize a perfect three-dimensional threat map right onto the pilot's helmet. Adding to that, the missile approach warning system's optical and infrared sensors spot the thermal bloom of the launch, calculating velocity and time to impact instantly. This gives the pilot the golden seconds required to react. Then the Eagle passive active warning survivability system goes to work as an absolute digital shield. The system grabs the incoming radar waves using digital radio frequency memory, subtly alters the phase and timing, and fires a manipulated signal right back. The F-15 literally feeds fabricated range and velocity data to the enemy radar, creating phantom targets miles away from the real jet. The SAM battery locks onto a ghost. Then a second missile enters the frame, trying its luck. The pilot keeps dictating the fight. This second weapon similarly exhausts its energy reserves and bypasses.
Oh, is that the missile coming down here and then swooping off to the side? Ah.
Exhausts its energy reserves and bypasses the target completely. The jet just keeps carving through the sky in one fluid controlled motion, proving complete structural integrity. Right after that second miss, the pilot dumps 3 thermal countermeasures. These flares burn with incredible intensity, way hotter than the engine exhaust. By dropping these and adjusting engine...
So the engine exhaust is what like these missiles are looking for. They're like heat-seeking missiles, and so they're looking for the exhaust where the jet fuel is coming out the back, and so they're looking for the fire that comes out the back so that they can lock onto that and hit that. And so that's why they drop a bunch of flares that are going to be even hotter than the back of the jet, so that they can so that that's what they lock onto instead.
Engine thrust, the pilot creates a dazzling field of decoy targets to spoof any lingering infrared seekers. And right there, exactly on the third flare, the camera operator suddenly stops the recording. The video ceases at that exact millisecond. Capturing a falling F-15 offers immense propaganda value, and broadcasting a giant fireball serves their narrative perfectly. Cutting the tape exactly after the flares deploy provides all the proof we need that the Strike Eagle flew away completely intact. Okay.
Let's listen to that last part again.
The camera operator suddenly stops the recording. The video ceases at that exact millisecond. Capturing a falling F-15 offers immense propaganda value, and broadcasting a giant fireball serves their narrative perfectly. Cutting the tape exactly after the flares deploy provides all the proof we need that the Strike Eagle flew away completely intact.
Okay, so earlier we were looking at, what did they say? They said it was an F-34, right? Isn't that what they said it was? An F-35? In the video that Hassan pulled up was this, and it said it was an F-35. But this is an F-15. And they're both the same video. F-15, well, yeah, again, but the one that Hassan pulled up said that it was an F-35. I can pull it up again just to make sure that I'm correct here, but I could have sworn Hassan's video said that they took down an F-35. Hassan Piker thinks that an AI video of an F-35 jet getting shot down is real. This is breaking. IRGC claims F-35 hit over central Iran footage unverified. So yeah, this one says F-35.
I'm put out a footage of a
This does look different.
35 being hit. No shot. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh
Yeah,
my
this
God,
is
American
different.
Empire is so fucking over. It's not even funny. There's no way this is real, right? There's no.
So from my understanding, this one isn't AI. This one is real. This one's AI. This one, I don't know about the video, but I do know that the claim seems to be genuine, that they did damage an F-35 and that the F-35 did make it back to base harmed. But this one would be fake about the F-15.
No fucking shot. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God.
This is from Al Jazeera. Again, I don't trust much that comes out of Al Jazeera. We'll see what they said. Looks like they took the video down. Oh no. Maybe not. Is there audio on this? What the fuck? No audio? Okay. U.S. media reported an F-35 was hit by suspected. I can't see this. My screen's fucked up in that area, so right where they wrote that. Iranian fire and had to make an emergency landing. U.S. military said the pilot was in stable condition and the incident was being investigated. Okay. U.S. F-35 damaged by suspected Iranian fire makes emergency landing, sources say. A U.S. F-35 fighter jet made an emergency landing at a U.S. airbase in the Middle East after it was struck by what is believed to be Iranian fire, according to two sources familiar with the matter. Captain Tim Hawkins, a spokesperson for the U.S. Central Command, said the fifth-generation stealth jet was flying a combat mission over Iran when it was forced to make an emergency landing. Hawkins said the aircraft landed safely and the incident is under investigation. The aircraft landed safely and the pilot is in stable condition, Hawkins added. This incident is under investigation. The incident would be the first time Iran has hit a U.S. aircraft, and the war started in late February. Both the U.S. and Israel are flying F-35s in the conflict. The aircraft cost upwards of $100 million. The U.S. has lost other... The U.S. Oh my goodness, the fucking ads. The U.S. has lost other aircrafts in the war thus far, though none known to have been hit by enemy fire. 3 U.S. F-15 fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwait air defenses, with all 6 crew members ejecting safely. And last week, KC-135, I don't know how to say that, Stratotanker, refueling aircraft crashed in western Iraq, though the cause is still unclear. The U.S. military said the incident was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. All 6 crew members aboard the KC-135 were killed. Questions remain about the timeline of the conflict and what would come next. CNN previously reported that the Marine Expeditionary Unit was heading to the region. A U.S. official confirmed it is the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit out of Okinawa. The Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group, the USS Tripoli, was seen approaching Singapore earlier this week. As the war has been nearing the end of its 3rd week, senior U.S. officials continue to claim widespread success in its campaign against Iran. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said Thursday morning that the U.S. is winning decisively and that Iran's air defenses have been flattened. Yeah, it's kind of annoying when they keep saying, like, they have no air defense left, they have no navy left, and then they keep we keep hearing reports of them still fighting us in the region. That it's fucking stupid, dude. Like, why lie? Why make yourselves look this fucking stupid? Why do this to yourselves?
The U.S. lifted sanctions on 140 million barrels of Iranian oil. The U.S. lifted sanctions on Iran. So just to be clear, the administration is now allowing Iran, the country that it is at war with, to sell its oil, make money, and almost certainly use that money in its war against the U.S. Why?
Dan, I think you have to tell the rest of that story. That's a little bit misleading.
Please.
The measure is targeted towards oil that's already out there on ships, already out there in storage, and to the previous question, is very temporary to basically defeat the Iranian strategy of driving energy prices so high, causing pain on consumers all the way, all over the world,
and money won't go into their coffers?
So that, well, that much of that oil and that illicit oil is already out there. It's already out there in the system. So we're going to allow it to go in a temporary basis to some of our allies like India, Japan, and others, so that this strategy from Iran, the Iranian regime, doesn't work. And by the way, this is a president who put maximum pressure on the Iranian regime in his first term. It was lifted by Biden in this, Iran deal 2.0 attempt that Biden put in place. President Trump, as his second national security measure, put that maximum pressure back on. Their currency is tanking. Their foreign currency reserves are tanking. The thing the regime cares about the most is control and its money. And so no one can accuse President Trump of not putting maximum pressure on not only this regime, but on the Russian economy as well.
We'll see how that strategy works.
One massive part of the conversation that's been completely omitted from this, and that is when you do a show that attacks half of America every night and you don't have conservatives on, and by the way, you're not funny, but attacking half of America and your ratings suck, you might lose your show.
There's a lot of reasons why the Colbert ratings are not working out that have nothing to do with the political divide you're talking about.
But it's constant. He's having on Democrats to trash Trump. He has constantly been trashing conservatives. He referred to Donald Trump as a Nazi lover in 2017.
You just said that does make half of the country happy.
Right,
you don't need to have, but you don't need to have the whole country watching your show. You only need half the country. That's a great show.
The problem is he wasn't funny anymore. Watch Shane Gillis. By the way, watch Shane Gillis.
Here's the corollary to what you're saying. Like the other side of it is that there are shows that I will not name that span spend half their time attacking liberals, or all their time attacking liberals.
That's one thing.
All their time attacking liberals, and it doesn't have any impact on their ratings whatsoever.
Have you watched his monologue?
So Teresa's
He hates guys like us.
So to Teresa's point, I don't necessarily think that's really on the ratings front. I don't really.
Yeah, Trump was going after other shows who were constantly like going after Biden and crap like that. This might make a little bit of sense, but instead it's just his fragile ego that he's trying to protect.
Are his ratings
that's
good?
really what
Are his
matters.
ratings good? They're dismal.
Point,
He's getting paid by a cable news late night show. Let's be clear about that.
The real problem is more like Netflix and the reasons what the democratization of the entire television landscape. There are so many more options for people to watch. That's going to cut into
and that can be part of it. But let's go back to, you have a guy that does a show that's funnier on cable that gets bigger ratings, and they had warnings.
That's
extremely
debatable.
No, it's not. It's not debatable.
He's
He's number one. He's
Listen,
number one.
The funny part is what I'm talking about.
Well, but you don't maybe like him because he actually
and listen,
laughs with us.
the reason I say it's debatable is because every
Who are they talking about? Who's the guy on cable who's funnier? Who are they talking about? I have no idea who they're even talking about.
human being in the United States of America has a right to decide what they find is funny. And if half of America likes Colbert and half of America likes Gutfeld, that's fine in the United States of America.
I'm okay with that.
Like, that's okay.
Gutfeld? Gutfeld is funny?
But my point is, the reason why it got canceled is because he was no longer funny and he was attacking half the country.
That's not what's going on at all. Look, we are
Then
watching.
why is the show getting canceled?
I just explained. We are witnessing the end of an American television institution. It doesn't make enough
Well,
money.
another one is growing.
Colbert will forever be known as the person who frittered away David Letterman's legacy, which is something. But may I bring everyone together? I think you're both right. I think your conversation about the television model is correct. I think your points about the conservative, anti-conservative bent is correct. But I would just submit this is not even the most important media story of the day. They're voting right now on the House floor to defund PBS and NPR. And to me, late night shows going away versus what the Republicans are finally doing after all these years, it might actually be a more important story than all the people who are in mourning over Stephen Colbert, which
Listen,
Hey, fair enough.
Speaking of predators and child molesters, you were one of the people who wanted the Epstein files released,
Yes.
which was good. Okay, then you have Hillary Clinton come in. I mean, this is like 3 gazillion pages of men behaving badly, and the witness you want is a woman.
Hey,
and
she was issued a bipartisan subpoena, meaning the Democrats wanted her into, because Bill Clinton was all over those logs.
So you would have been against that, bringing Hillary in?
No, I voted for the subpoena as well.
But what did she have to do with it? She never met the guy. And again, for something that's all about men behaving badly, the first person you had, you don't think that's a bad look?
I think the question for her was specifically because he was a big donor to the Clinton Foundation. But I want to point out something that a lot of people aren't talking about. I actually read the names, and other women have as well confirmed this, specifically other members that saw the unredacted files. Some of the most egregious emails that you saw talking about girls ages 10 and 11, talking about mocking a little girl who was praying, those came from women. The only co-conspirator currently sitting in jail is Ghislaine Maxwell. There were other women that were co-conspirators and given plea deals to testify, and they were let off. And that was a gross, I think, breach of justice. Yeah, they were actual co-conspirators. And then they were given plea deals for testifying, and they were let off. And so what I'm saying, and what I do think that...
I mean, this is what I said the entire time. Like, if there are, like, a bunch of people who are powerful within the government or even elites, almost all of them were probably given plea deals early on, and that's why we're not going to know their names. That's why their names are going to continue to be blacked out. That's why they're going to continue to be protected. It's because they likely did give plea deal, give a bunch of information that led to the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein, and that therefore they were therefore they are not going to be ousted by the U.S. government when the government has a responsibility to protect them.
The Department of Justice should do, because this happened and started under Bush 1.0, and that was wrong. And then it continued. They had the files. Then we had files and allegedly evidence destruction under the former deputy director. Then the actual facility in New York that housed some of the files was actually cyber attacked. So there's a lot going into this, and we can get into the whole Jeffrey Epstein ties, because I actually talked to Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton specifically about that, presenting them with the actual document that showed that he had a complete other alias, like separate conversation. But the point is that those women.
You get a lot of information that we don't all have.
I'm happy to come back.
No, I know.
And I think I should. I really do.
Well, we want you. Yeah. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
What was her name? Anna Paulina Luna? Born 1989, American politician, Air Force veteran, serving the U.S. Representative, Florida's 13th District. She's a member of the Republican Party, okay. She's the first Mexican-American woman elected to Congress from Florida. Interesting.
I basically landed in Cuba and spent every moment that I had. I didn't participate in a lot of the stuff and any of the stuff really that the Progressive International was doing, which is why it's also like additionally funny. While they're on the one hand, they're lying about like the events that took place. On the other hand, they keep saying I was, a principal participant of these events that took place. I wasn't. I was actually hanging out. I didn't do anything with Progressive International, even though I love those guys and they did fantastic work out there. Because I locked in with Belly of the Beast, the independent news outlet in Cuba, one that I really, really leaned into. I mean, they're fucking incredible. Basically, I spent every moment just conducting interviews, like talking to regular Cubans, talking to people that are doing incredible work, and investigating like how this complex system of restrictions has actually harmed Cuban production every step of the way. Kneecap participated in one of the many daily festivals that happen during the day. Okay? That festival that they participated in had Cuban musicians that were also participating in it. It was free for all Cubans to attend, and it was overwhelmingly Cubans that were there. It blows my fucking mind that these people can be so cynical and so gross that they think that like regular everyday Cubans don't want to experience fucking joy. It blows my mind. You just don't even want to think. Like, you literally can see it. You can see it in real time. You can see Cubans dancing, singing, having a good time. And you're like, oh, they must be brainwashed. Someone was claiming that they were being bribed with treats. And then I come back and I see people on the sidelines trying to do their very best to continue justifying the asphyxiation that we have implemented on this island. The people died because you morons threw a giant party and sucked up all the electricity. These are fucking Cubans, man. These are everyday Cubans having a great time on a free concert that was thrown together. And it wasn't just Kneecap. It was like, Cuban artists that were also.
So, okay, this is fucking wild. So the whole country is like, has no internet. They have no electricity. They are like totally destitute right now. And they used all the electricity that they have for very few facilities. It's all just like emergency stuff right now. One of the things that they did was a concert. The other thing that they did was they had a hotel that was like the only place with electricity that they put tons of influencers in. They flew tons of influencers into the country and gave them internet and electricity for the entire time that they were there. And then for one night sent electricity to the to this like a block for the concert. Hassan addressed backlash surrounding the kneecap performance, reveals he didn't attend because he was busy spending every moment interviewing Cubans to investigate how the blockade has affected them. Says he only went to a couple of bars.
Also participating in it. I say you're a fucking insanely indecent person, and you should really think hard about why you're repeating obvious moronic lies that MAGA is spamming on the timeline. Vicious scumbag. Five-star hotel powered by generators while the local hospital goes dark. You are truly, genuinely a psychopath. Wow. This guy is one of the biggest, most troubled, most schizophrenic, vulgar demons I have ever encountered in my fucking life, and he has the audacity to claim that he is a humanitarian and a liberal. Shame on this fucking piece of shit. Shame on you. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. I wasn't even in Cuba when I tweeted this, for the record. Cubans are regular people. Cubans are regular ass people. They enjoy music. They want to fucking go to a concert. They want to live their lives in spite of the fucking ridiculous blockade, right? In spite of the crippling blockade. This is the Kneecap Boys participating in a public free concert that was put together for Cuban artists, okay? And they were like, oh, we're here. Let's do it. We'll also participate in this concert. So they also gave a free performance for every Cuban that was in attendance. And these people, and this concert is just mostly Cubans, right? Like, it's just, a lot of people were like, oh, they did a concert for just like the wealthy fucking tourists or whatever. No, it's just mostly Cubans, you fucking idiot. Did you hang at the Malacon at night? People are dancing, making music all night long. It's beautiful. Yeah.
It did seem to be an event that they invited a bunch of influencers to, and then created like an atmosphere for those influencers to engage in, to show what Cuba looks like. But it's a very small portion of Cuba in this one moment that actually has electricity, and that this is meant to be just like a show put on for all of these influencers to spread around, showing how fun and great Cuba is when the rest of Cuba again is just totally without.
I didn't. I went to just a couple different like bars. The first night I went to a bar with the Kneecap Boys, it was awesome. I had a great time there. We just dumped a lot of cash to the best of our ability on everyday Cubans. But it was much better, in my opinion, to just like go to like regular bars and regular restaurants that were, operating in spite of the circumstances, because it was there were just like real regular Cubans there.
The remaining places that had power outside that hotel went out right after their concert.
So this is from Kneecap. Even in Havana, with the power cutting out shortly after our gig, the message of solidarity to Palestine remains the same.
The remaining places that had power outside that hotel went out right after their concert.
Whoops.
Including 5 hospitals, by the way.
Dang. while he's up there in Cuba saying, free Palestine. Yeah, that's what the Cuban people need. They need you to sermonize on Palestine. He even confirmed this, by the way. This is not hearsay. You can check out the references. We make them available every show. He wrote, even in Havana, with the power cutting out shortly after our gig, the message of solidarity to Palestine remains the same. Fuck off.
No bleep needed for that. By the way, it's not just an individual. Kneecap's the group name, not the individual.
I don't care.
No, I don't care either, but I want to make sure I don't have anything
Kneecap
to
the
complain
group.
about.
I was about to say, why does he keep saying he?
I'm sorry. It's like the Beastie Boys, but gay.
What are there, two of them?
So he acknowledges the power went off. So there's no power anywhere else on the island. There was some power, right there around the hotel. Hey, do you think that members of the Cuban government can't hit a crank and let people boil their water? No, of course they want to starve their people. For the same reason they have to have armed guards protecting these approved artists so that they don't get torn limb from limb. But he wants to use this platform to push Palestine. They want this government in power.
I want to go to Cuba. Would you be down?
I fucking love Cuba.
Oh yeah, you'd be down?
Yeah, I filmed a documentary there once.
The Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is.
Oh my God, bro! How is this guy?
If internet is the only thing keeping you from coming, if internet access is the only thing keeping you from coming, we can make it happen.
Government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is.
Oh my God, bro! How is this guy? Dude, somebody clean up my U.S. politics. This motherfucker is getting help from the.
We got $25 goal. We got less than an hour left, less than 50 minutes left on the clock. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link in the description or on the main channel or pinned at the top of chat to contribute to the goal. We're at 0 out of 25 right now, and my screen will look like this in about 50 minutes.
The government of China from the government of Cuba to go and do propaganda trips? What the fuck? Hello? Nobody writes about this? Nobody on the left media? None of the gay people or the thirsty as fuck women care to ask a single question about anything? Or man, I'm sorry. I didn't read the Vanity Fair article that was talking about his big biceps. Maybe they do have some critical reporting in there? Nobody gives a fuck?
Sick. Wait, like the government reached out to you?
So yeah, of course. It's well, not reached out to me. There's there's a middleman there. Because I had a doctor from Cuba. Cuba does this thing called medical missions, and they've been doing it since I believe like the 70s, and it's incredibly successful. They have a massive, very.
When was this video posted? 11 months ago.
Robust, have been sending their doctors out as medical missions, and also generating revenue for the country this way as well. They send the doctors out.
This is especially important for the relationship with Venezuela, I believed.
I'm not going to handle that responsibility.
No, Marsh can do both. He's got it all.
I'll go to Cuba. We've been talking about couple trips, chat, Cuba, and also China.
It's just there's limited amount of space.
Yeah,
so.
Did he promote the people organizing this or any? He must have on a stream, and I just don't get linked it because why would anybody link me that? You'd think he would try to get his audience to donate or something for the mission or something, right? What? Or I don't know these people. The whole it's so weird.
Why is that weird? Send a bunch of millionaires to go have a party, give them all of the resources that the entire country has, for them to stay in a nice hotel, and then they all leave and go back to fucking the Cubans. Okay, so this is the Times Press. Oh man, we got the
Did
Times
you notice
Press
Caroline's
here,
hints? Trump almost couldn't stand it. During yesterday's meeting between Trump and Starmer, Caroline kept looking at Trump and making some intriguing gestures. When Trump looked at her, she smiled and hooked her calf. Then she glanced at her chest, adjusted her
Oh shit!
Position, puffed out her chest towards Trump, and swayed her upper body slightly. Trump was clearly captivated. He looked at her as he spoke, smiling uncontrollably at her, while the others remained serious. Initially, Trump hadn't noticed her. She was constantly trying to get his attention, and it was clear she had succeeded. She touched her ear as if it were some kind of code word between them, and Trump, upon
Oh, yeah.
seeing this, laughed maliciously. Notably, when Trump began to speak, Starmer was shocked by his bad breath. He nearly vomited, and then he shifted his sitting position to move as far away from Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell.
As possible. The man on the right frowned throughout, looking agonized. He lowered his head, holding his breath until his face flushed red. And the man next to him never dared to look directly at Trump. Only Caroline remained attentive to Trump, clearly fascinated by his scent. Did you understand the secret code between them?
Oh, I understood it. Oh, I understood it. Yeah. I got it.
Because it's important to show why we're different from the enemy. Because we're not the enemy, right? We're different from our adversary. Would you agree with that?
Hexeth does not believe in any of the things that makes us different from our enemy. He talks about the fact that we don't want to do the woke war where we actually have standards and we don't kill civilians and we don't kill people who have already surrendered and we can just blow up civilian boats, and like, he doesn't do that woke version of war. Okay, he's not going to do that. This is not, that's not what he does. Okay, he's not engaging in the woke stuff. All right,
with that? We have different morals and different values.
We are not the enemy, sir.
We have different morals.
Oh, we're not the enemy. We are not. They are them. I am me. You are you.
And we have different values than the enemy.
We have a code, a uniform code of military justice.
The answer to that is
inside our
yes.
formations that
You're not trying to compare us to Al-Qaeda and ISIS, are you? We're different.
I know the code of the United States military and army that I signed.
There's a code. They don't have that code. We do have the code. You're aware of the code. I'm aware of the code. The code exists. You're doing the code. I'm doing the code. They're not doing the code. Caroline Levitt's definitely doing the code. She is pulling on her ear.
You can't tell me whether we're different?
Right hand.
You're not willing to say we're different?
Of course we're different.
Okay, thank you.
It's absurd.
It's absurd. Of course we're different. We're white.
That's why I'm trying to reconcile the fact that we learned many of the same lessons as platoon leaders. About cohesion, making sure that people were included, that we didn't ask people's political affiliation, that we interacted respectfully with civilian populations, that what a leader says matters, that the
Yeah, Bixby, you owe me $5. We're under 45 minutes. We got, not Bixby, shut the fuck up. We're under 45 minutes. We still got $25 to go on the goal.
tone you set matters, that we are not the enemy, that we are different from them, we lead differently, we have different morals. How can I reconcile that experience and those lessons learned from Lieutenant Hegseth to now?
Oh, wait, they actually do owe me $5? Wait, why? What happened?
Now,
Wait,
Secretary Hegseth, where you say things like what you just saw here, making us equivalent on the same standards as our adversaries, doing the same things that ISIS and Al-Qaeda would do. How can you possibly reconcile that? I can't. And just the other day down at Fort Bragg in our beloved 82nd Airborne Division, sitting there while we politicize the military and pull our paratroopers into politics, booing elected officials, booing politicians with whom you disagree. It's antithetical to our values.
Yep, Hegseth does not seem to have American values, which is why he was hired. The Trump administration only brings in people who do not have American values. That's the rule. That's the goal now.
Convoy to Cuba. As a Cuban, I can tell you that the organizers of the American Influencer Convoy to Cuba either don't know what they're supporting or they just don't care. And I'm gonna give you 3 reasons why. Number 1, this is being sold as humanitarian aid, but if it
Hassan was doing interviews the whole time with real Cubans. He probably talked to this one, okay? Real Cubans,
was
guys.
purely humanitarian aid, why not just send the aid? Instead, you have influencers with millions of followers traveling to Cuba to do what Cubans cannot do freely, which is speak about the government without getting arrested. They are staying in 5-star hotels owned by the government using the resources that everyday Cubans don't have. Cuban independent journalist Joanny Sanchez, who lives on the island, said, they claim they want to break the energy blockade, yet they spent in one meeting the electricity that could light several buildings in my neighborhood, which are in darkness. Number
bullshit. Hegseth is an awesome
Abandon
true American.
6,666 tip $10. Better make me holler twice for this right here.
Will make you holla twice. Thank you, Abaddon, for the $10 dono. We got $10 in. We got $15 to go, guys. $15 to go. $5.
Number two, there's no clear communication about where this aid is actually going. They're saying they're partnering with hospitals and healthcare facilities, but which ones and where on the island? The only information available is that they partnered with the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the Peoples to distribute the aid, but that's an organization historically used to promote state propaganda. Number three, they're riding around in buses using gas Cubans don't have, singing songs like Guantanamera, which was made popular by Celia Cruz, which Celia Cruz was in exile. She wasn't even allowed to return to the island to bury her own mother. And through all of her career, Celia Cruz spoke about freeing Cuba from communism, the same communism that they're over there holding signs up defending. When Cubans on the island protest, they chant libertad, freedom, not from the US, but from their own oppressive regime. Influencers on the island continue to risk their lives by posting videos online saying down with communism, down with the Cuban government, freedom for... They're riding around in buses using gas Cubans don't have, singing songs like Guantanamera, which was made popular by Celia Cruz, which Celia Cruz was in exile. She wasn't even allowed to return to the island.
Why didn't they play that? Why didn't she show that?
Libertad, freedom, not from the US, but from their own oppressive regime. Influencers on the island continue to risk their lives by posting videos online saying down with communism, down with the Cuban government, freedom for political prisoners, and freedom for Cuba from communism. The Cuban diaspora, as well as the Cubans on the island, want the Cuban government held responsible for all of the suffering they have caused for 67 years. So when the influencer convoy claims to stand in solidarity, but only goes to Cuba to blame the US for Cuba's failures, Cubans don't see that as solidarity for the Cuban people. They see that as solidarity with the government that is responsible for 67 years of oppression of the Cuban people.
It doesn't seem to be true. It does seem as though there's a large, like, I hate it when people do this when they talk about a country in just like such with such a lack of nuance. Like there's obviously a large portion of Cubans who are happy with the conditions that they're currently in. Not the conditions, but they're happy with communism. They're happy with the government. They're happy with those things. They want them to do better. Obviously, they have improvements, but that's not to say that they want to get rid of communism. That doesn't seem to be a large portion of them. On top of that, I was about to say, a lot of the influencers that were there were fucking communists. People like Hassan were there. Hassan's not there chanting like, down with communism. So I don't know. I don't know what that motherfucking bitch talking about.
Or get your news from the liberal mainstream media, you may have gotten the impression that the president's supporters are abandoning him in droves over Operation Epic Fury, his war to prevent your grandchildren from having to face off against a nuclear-armed Iran. Our hapless president has been dragged into this war against his will by the nefarious Bibi Netanyahu, according to people like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Megyn Kelly, and now Joe Kent, a counterterrorism official who resigned this week amid an FBI investigation into his penchant for leaking government secrets to Carlson. Trump has betrayed everything he once stood for, they say, and all the young people know it. In light of their opposition to Trump, the mainstream media has been only too happy to amplify these characters.
The younger generations, I'm Gen X, millennials and Gen Z are very much against this war. And so when you talk to people on the ground, that's how it comes across. It's very generational, and the younger generations are completely against it. It's 100% a betrayal to what MAGA was supposed to be.
Alas, none of that is true. The narrative that MAGA is split over Iran, beloved by the liberal media and the anti-Israel far left and right, is complete fiction. Far from a betrayal, poll after poll after poll.
What the fuck? Where did she get that from? Where did that come from? Where the hell did that come from? That that Iran is beloved? What?
A betrayal to what MAGA was supposed to be.
Alas, none of that is true. The narrative that MAGA is split over Iran, beloved by the liberal media and the anti-Israel far left and right.
What? Where did she get this from? Where did she get this from? That everybody loves Iran? This is so stupid. Like, this is literally the dumb shit that randoms in my chat come in saying. They're just the dumb MAGA people coming. You guys love Iran. Oh, tomfoolery, simping for Iran. Like, this is literally the dumb shit that they fucking come in with. This is somebody on a big network, News Nation, saying this fucking dumb shit. What the fuck, dude?
Is complete fiction. Far from a betrayal, poll after poll after poll has found massive, overwhelming support for the president's strikes on Iran.
MAGA approval. MAGA approval. Okay, so this is again, like, people who consider themselves MAGA are like people who support Trump, right? The idea that like you're gonna call yourself MAGA and not support Trump, that's fucking insane. Donald Trump just said the other day, he is MAGA. He is MAGA, okay? To say, especially if you call them GOP MAGA, which I think is what it literally said. I think it actually said GOP MAGA, not just MAGA approval, but GOP MAGA. That's a very, very like biased poll. You're saying like, hey, not Republicans. We're not asking Republicans what they think. We're not asking people who voted for Trump what they think. We're asking MAGA. What does MAGA think? It's like, and it's, again, I think it's GOP MAGA, because even the people who are pushing back are people who don't like the GOP already. That's one of the reasons that they would vote for Trump, is because they don't like the GOP. So people like Megyn Kelly, people like Candace Owens, people like a lot of these folks, they don't like the GOP. Nick Fuentes, you know, all those folks. They don't like the GOP. And then they vote for Trump because they think that he's going to be different from the GOP. And then when he is acting the same as the GOP and going to war with Iran unnecessarily, then they're like, oh yeah, well, like, I don't like Trump either then. And so this is asking, hey, if you support Trump, I want to know, do you support Trump? I want to ask anybody who supports Trump. I got a question for you. Raise your hand if you support Trump. Okay, everybody raising your hand. Keep your hand up if you support Trump. No hands went down. No hands went down. So 100% of you support. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, wow. Interesting.
Among Republican voters, upwards of 85%. An NBC poll of voters who backed Trump in 2024 found 90% support for the war in Iran and a 100% approval rating for the president. A new poll.
Okay. Hold on. CNN. Yes, the Iran war is a problem with Trump's base. So here she is quoting CNN saying, hey, look, CNN says that Trump's base doesn't have a problem with this. Okay. All right. Well, according to CNN, Trump's base does have a problem with this. In the nearly 3 weeks since President Donald Trump struck Iran, conventional wisdom has set in that his base is sticking with him on the war. It's true that Trump's base hasn't ditched him in huge numbers, and an overwhelming number of MAGA supporters, especially, say they support the war. The opposition from the likes of Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Megyn Kelly, and other influencers hasn't translated to wide swaths of the GOP base itself. But Trump has alienated some significant portions of his base, and he's risking alienating more. A fresh batch of polling in recent days reinforces that. The focus of these analyses has often been self-described MAGA voters. Oh, you don't say! You don't say! In most polls, about 9 in 10 of them support the war. But that shouldn't be too surprising, given these people are quite literally the ones who identify themselves as supporters of Trump's political movement. You don't say. That's crazy. Who would have thought? When you expand the universe to all Republicans, and even more broadly to 2024 Trump voters, the numbers aren't nearly as sterling for the president. A new Reuters Ipsos poll, for instance, shows 21% of Republicans disapprove of the war. Americans overall disapprove 59% to 37%. And a Yahoo News YouGov poll conducted over the weekend showed Not only did 17% of Republicans disapprove of Trump's handling of Iran, but so did 24% of people who say they voted for him in 2024. It's great for Trump that his devoted supporters are still on board, but that's still about 1 in 4 people who turned out to vote for him in just 16 months ago who don't like this war. And 15% of those 2024 Trump voters say they strongly disapprove, suggesting this is a big deal to them. In context, these numbers aren't too surprising. We've seen around 1 in 5 Republicans or more opposing Trump on lots of issues over the past year. But that's also kind of the point here. These are voters that the GOP probably needs to keep in the fold to avoid a blue wave in 2026 midterm elections. And here's Trump continually giving many... I don't like the word continually. I don't like that word. Continuously, much better. Continually, I don't like that word. I don't use that fucking word. And here is Trump continually giving many of them reason to be disillusioned. He's not alienating a majority anywhere close to it, but it's still numbers of people who, if they voted Democrat or even just stayed home, could put a huge dent in the number of seats Republicans win. What the fuck is this ad? Sediment filters for water? The hell? A good way to think about this is to look back on the Iraq War, which emerged as a real political liability for Republicans 2 decades ago. But it wasn't until 2006, 3 years after the war began, that GOP opposition started to creep into the high teens. That's basically where we started with the Iran war. And it's quite possible we could see support fall, especially if the war drags on and the costs increase. One of the other really significant facets of the early polling is that Trump's support in the GOP base is relatively wide, but not very deep. That Yahoo YouGov poll, for instance, shows that only around half of Republicans, 49%, and 2024 Trump voters, 47%, said they strongly support the way Trump is handling Iran. That's compared to around 8 in 10 Democrats, 81%, and 2024 Kamala Harris voters, 79%, who strongly disapprove. So the opposition overall is much more passionate, and around half of Republicans and Trump voters are either critical or lukewarm, which suggests they might not be on Trump's side forever. A new Strength in Numbers Verisight poll points to one of the most logical ways that some of them could begin to sour on the war in the near term. The poll, which conducted earlier this week, found that 24% of Republicans said the war in Iran wasn't a good use of taxpayer dollars. Then it asked about what they'd say if the price of gas rose by $1 per gallon. The number saying it wasn't worth the cost rose to 31%, nearly 1/3 of Republicans. That is such a small percent. These people are insane. These people are insane. That is such a small percent when you're talking about the price of gas rising a whole $1. And this is something that Trump ran on, was keeping the price of gas down, lowering the price of gas, keeping inflation down. And he's done the exact opposite throughout the entire economy already. And now the price of gas rising as well. That, like, there's no way, dude. There's no way. Throw in the huge amount of money the administration may be seeking, as much as $200 billion for the war, and the possibility of boots on the ground and increased casualties. And it's easy to see the lukewarm Trump supporters joining the ranks of war critics. And it wouldn't take too many of them to break from Trump for this to start looking a lot like the Iraq War became a really big problem for Republicans. Yerp. So, Batya, what were you saying, Batya?
Massive, overwhelming support for the president's strikes on Iran among Republican voters, upwards of 85%.
Not Republican voters. not Republican voters. MAGA. GOP MAGA. That's what it said. GOP MAGA, not Republican voters. Those are not the same things. She is drastically misrepresenting this. This is a horrific misrepresentation.
An NBC poll of voters who backed Trump in 2024 found 90% support for the war in Iran and a 100% approval rating for the president. A new poll even asked point blank who Republicans trusted more.
Same thing. It's literally not. If you change it, the numbers are drastically different. The numbers are drastically different. If you don't say, if you don't poll people who are only MAGA GOP, but instead you just poll Republicans, they drastically switch. Democrats still at 18% support. I don't think they were ever at 18%. Let's see. As of late 2025, Democrats in Congress faced historically low approval ratings, with the Quinnipiac University poll finding only 18% approval compared to 73% approval. Overall, the Democratic Party has struggled with poor public image, with favorable ratings dipping to 34% to 37% in late 2025 polling. So this is the approval rating, is 34% to 37%, which is around where Trump's approval rating is. So, and around where Republican approval rating is. So yeah, it's thank you for pointing out the absolute truth about the real numbers. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, this is House Democrats are at 18%. Democrats overall, 34 to 37%. And then yes, Republican numbers are all around the same, with Donald Trump's approval numbers being around, I think 38% last I checked. He has literally the lowest approval rating of any president of all time, which is beating his first term, where his first term he set the record for lowest approval ratings, and now he's beating his own record for lowest approval ratings. So yeah, drastically different things. Trump is at 43%, is he? Let's see. As of March 24th, 2026, President Trump's average national approval rating is approximately 40.4%, while his disapproval rating is roughly 56.2%. These figures represent a significant decline from the start of his second term in January 2025, when he held 47% approval rating. Recent polling suggests his support is at its lowest point in this year, largely driven by public dissatisfaction with the ongoing conflict with Iran, raising gas prices, and concerns over the federal budget. So this is all of the pollers. Real Clear Politics has him at 41. Silver Bulletin has him at 40. The Economist / YouGov has him at 39%. CNN has him at 38%. Decision Desk Headquarters has him at 41%, and the combined average 40.4%. So I think I said 39%. So yeah, this means nothing. This is the dumbest fucking poll. You're asking, hey, if you support Trump, do you support Trump? That's it. That's all this is asking.
An NBC poll of voters who backed Trump in 2024 found 90% support for the war in Iran and a 100% approval rating
A liberal Democrat using Google as a reference is like an ugly kid asking his mom if he's good looking. Okay, so who should I look up? What should I look at? Just to be clear, I'm not referencing Google. I don't know if you know how sourcing works, but I'm not sourcing Google. I'm sourcing Real Clear Politics, Silver Bulletin, The Economist, YouGov, CNN, Decision Desk. I'm sourcing them. So if you don't know how sources work, using like Googling something doesn't mean you're sourcing Google, but through Google. Okay, so who should I look up? Who should I get my source from? Who's going to have the real numbers? Tell me. I'll look them up. What does his approval rating matter? He isn't running again. He has 3 years of unaccountability left. He can have 0% support. When it's all done, what would it matter? Lower approval ratings generally means you're more likely to get impeached. Like if you're not doing the job that you were elected to do, normally it means you're more likely to get impeached now. Also, like presidents care about their legacy. They care about how they're remembered. They care about how they're written in history. Trump very much cares about his legacy. That is like that might be the entire reason behind the Iran war right now. And Trump is always talking about ratings. He's always talking about people's ratings and talking about, oh, CNN's ratings and ABC's ratings, CBS's ratings. Like he's always saying, their ratings are down, blah, blah, blah. Well, his ratings are down. He cares about ratings, one. Two, as I said, they're like historically, you're more likely to get impeached when your ratings drop off to this rate. But we don't have a GOP that's currently accountable to the American people. We do not have Republicans who care what the Americans think. They are literally over and over holding the American people hostage. Republicans keep holding American people hostage to get Democrats to concede things. They continuously use the American people and have the Americans struggle to force Democrats to concede the things. They are always willing to use Americans as leverage. He's not getting impeached. I know that's the point. Correct. He writes his own legacy in his mind. There's no circumstances where he has a bit of introspection and thinks he didn't do. No, duh. That I don't. You asked why ratings matter. I explained why ratings matter. Then two, I didn't bring up ratings. The guy in chat brought up that Democrats' ratings are so low. He thought they were 18%. He thought Democrat approval ratings were at 18%. So I showed him that they're not, and that Trump's approval ratings, and I didn't go over the GOP approval ratings, but they're all around the same percentage right now. So.
For the president. A new poll even asked point blank who Republicans trust.
We got 18 minutes left on the clock. We got $15 to go. $15 to go on the goal. If you guys want to donate, use the tips link in the description or go to the front page and you can use Stream Elements. I don't see any of your information. I don't get any of it. They just send me the money. You can click the link to tip the channel. And then you can use PayPal, debit card, credit card, any of those to send donations. Currently, in our top 10, we only have 9 people in the top 10, but we have Aryan at $24, Aaron at $20, Cody at $20, Abaddon at $15, J-Rod at $10, Dylan Thomas at $5, Thorben at $5, Mantis at $5, and Gen X at $5. So whoever donates automatically gets into the top 10 list, apparently, because there's only 9 people within the last week who have donated. So get your name in there, send a donation through the tips link in the description, pinned at the top of chat, or on the front page right there.
More, Kellyanne Carlson or the president? The results were pretty decisive: 84% for Trump, 6% for Carlson. Womp womp.
Yeah, they're definitely going to lose the House and the Senate in the midterms. So hopefully they're the problem is that I don't even know if impeaching him is a good idea. I do expect more accountability. There's going to be more regulation put on the president, but the impeaching him probably isn't a great idea because we don't want to turn around and then put JD Vance into the White House to where then he gets to run for president as the incumbent. That is the last fucking thing we want to do for the 2028 race. So, hey, yo, Clem, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. TV Vera got one. Clem got one. Ah, they gifted one to themselves. Based. Nomas Thomas got one. Warrenberger got one. Christopher Bunell got one. And yeah, that was it. Nice, dude. You gifted one to yourself. That's pretty sick. I've never seen that one before. W's in chat for Clem. Appreciate it, homie.
That's what we learned about America this week.
Mantis tip $10. Hooray.
Hooray! Mantis on the board. Let's go. I think it's the $20. We got $5 to go with 15 minutes left. Thank you, Mantis. Let's get some W's in chat for Mantis. Let's get some cheers up in that chat. If you guys become a member, you get all of these super cool emotes that all of these members have. They all have green names in the chat. They have badges next to their names where they have these different colored logos, and they all get to use really cool emotes that are very specific to this channel.
This week, the would-be emperors and kingmakers of the far right have no clothes. The war in Iran hasn't just taken out Iran's ballistic capabilities, it's nuked the fiction that these media personalities on the right wield any power. The podcasters, content creators, and YouTubers and Twitter personalities who claim to represent MAGA actually do nothing of the sort. They are influencers with no influence, not on the president nor on his followers. The podcast wars, as they've been called, have always been more a media turf war than an ideological one. Many seem to have decided that the way to try to grow their audience is to go down the same road as Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, podcasters with big audiences whose antipathy extends beyond Israel to all Jews. But unlike on the left, our compatriots on the right have absolutely refused to buy in. Support for Israel is rising among Republicans. Even people who get their news from podcasters overwhelmingly back the president.
That's not true. That is not true. Support for Trump on the right is dropping. She is drastically wrong here. She is just making shit up, bro. She literally just used polling of MAGA GOP voters, said that it was just MAGA, not MAGA GOP, and then went on to say that this is just Republican voters. She said this is just Republican voters. She didn't even say MAGA GOP. She didn't even say MAGA. She said this is just GOP voters. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about either, Mantis. Still can't believe liberals deny clear and obvious fact. Well, then call in. Let's go over what facts you think liberals deny. Call your butt in.
In Iran. It turns out people who make money off of online engagement are not the best arbiters of where the American people are at. Sure, they get millions of views online, but the internet is available globally, and our enemies are only all too eager to try to undermine us by aggressively engaging with anti-American content. You can learn a lot more about what's really happening in America by going to church or sitting.
Bro, she's an online influencer. That's how she got this job. And on top of that, when you say, well, people have the internet globally, that doesn't mean much. None of like global politics. It's if you go look at the amount of people who are watching her, or sorry, if you go look at the states and the demographics who are watching Candace Owens, it's still by far going to be American people.
In a bar and talking to your neighbors for half an hour than you can on Twitter. Here to discuss is Ben Shapiro, the undisputed victor of the podcast wars, co-founder of the Daily Wire and host of the Ben Shapiro Show. Ben, thank you so much for joining me.
No, thanks for having me.
So Ben, tell us what the podcast wars mean to you and how you won.
So, well, first of all, thanks for the softball. But, you know, when it comes to, you know, the podcast wars, the so-called podcast wars, for some people who are engaging in what people are calling the podcast wars, it really is just about maximization of ratings.
It's just about maximization of ratings, while Donald Trump and Republicans are constantly walking around making everything about ratings. Always making everything about ratings. Interesting. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. We got 11 minutes left on the clock, $5 to go. I will be right back. And I'm going to let this video play while I run.
This Sunday, battle lines. President Trump threatens to target Iran's power plants if the Strait of Hormuz, a vital global energy waterway, remains closed as oil prices soar. And the message from the White House shifts.
We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us. Well, we don't need too much help.
We may unsanction the Iranian oil that's on the water.
And as the conflict deepens, the costs are rising. And now the White House turns to Congress.
It takes money to kill bad guys. It's a small price to pay to make sure that we stay tippy-top.
Is the mission expanding? I'll talk to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Plus, breaking point. As airport security lines grow, the funding fight over the Department of Homeland Security drags on.
We should be able to get this done today.
Unfortunately, these are people who are not negotiating in good faith. Can Washington strike a deal to end the DHS shutdown? And warning Cuba. President Trump threatens to take over Cuba as an energy crisis pushes the island to the brink.
Whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it.
I'll talk exclusively to Cuba's Deputy Foreign Minister, Carlos Fernandez de Cosio. Are you saying that regime change is off the table?
Absolutely.
Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Cubie, Jonathan Martin of Politico, Mike Dubke, former Trump White House communications director, and Ashley Etienne, former communications director to Vice President Harris. Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is Meet the Press with Kristen Welker.
Good Sunday morning. The war with Iran is poised to enter a new and potentially more dangerous phase. The Pentagon announcing it's sending thousands of more troops to the Persian Gulf. As NBC News reports, President Trump is weighing several options, including the possible deployment of U.S. troops inside Iran. One option under consideration, using ground forces to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a critical artery for global oil supply. The president was asked Friday about the buildup.
Mr. President, are you deploying the additional troops to the region for deterrence or to optimize your...
All right, I don't think this was the right video. Let me pull up the other one. Is it?
Joining us now, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York. We had you booked here this morning for a number of things that you...
Aram Sound tip $10. Just here to feed the meter. If you don't win donos, Tom grows hair. Hashtag Tom is bald. Rare parrot rare parrot rare parrot rare parrot easy rare parrot party parrot gachibus rare parrot party parrot reg.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it, homie. Let's get some W's in chat for Aaron, coming in clutch as usual. Thank you, good sir.
You came here to talk about, including what's happening at the nation's airports.
But
let's start with this.
But such a tragedy, and it's just it'd be irresponsible for any of us to speculate. We do go back 13, 14 months to what happened at DCA. And
Oh, Chuck's like, wait. I can't speculate. Fuck. I was getting ready to. Shit. Well, you gotta think of something else to say now.
It'd be irresponsible for any of us to speculate. We do go back 13, 14 months to what happened at DCA, and LaGuardia, like DCA, has so much traffic coming in and out of a very confined, small area. I'm just curious, generally, as they investigate, I'm curious about the number of air traffic controllers that we have right now. Are we still severely understaffed like we were 12, 13 months ago?
Let me just say my heart goes out to those who were killed. 2 pilots right in front.
Oh, okay. So that's who died, was the 2 pilots. Because when they said 2 people died, I thought, wonder if it was the 2 pilots. Why did they keep saying 2 people and not the 2 pilots in all those videos? We've watched like 4 videos on this, and each and every one of them said 2 people. Maybe they hadn't told their families yet or something, but that's so strange.
All the passengers' prayers. Horrible, horrible. And to hear the video, the audio, and then watch the video, it's just like a punch in the stomach. It leaves you gasping almost for breath. There have not been enough air traffic controllers. We've been fighting for more for a very long time. It's a difficult situation. They rearranged the airspace in New York a year or 2 ago because...
Well, the Republicans are always going to use Americans as leverage against the Democrats. They know that the Democrats are the only people who actually care about Americans. They know that the Democrats are the only ones who actually want to help Americans. And so the Republicans and the Trump administration are going to constantly hurt Americans to hurt Democrats. That is the way that they do this every single time. This is why there's always lockdowns under, or government shutdowns under Trump. There were no government shutdowns under Biden, because Biden actually wants to negotiate. He actually is bipartisan. He actually works with the other side. He actually is a real deal maker, a real negotiator, unlike Donald Trump, who is a fake negotiator, or somebody who played one on television. He's complete fraud, and the Republicans are consistently hurting Americans on purpose to try to get Democrats to make concessions. That is the way that they get at Democrats every single time, is they hurt Americans. They make sure they hurt Americans.
They couldn't have enough traffic controllers in one of the TRACOMs. But there obviously has to be an immediate investigation of what happened here. But there should be far greater scrutiny and attention to the shortage of air traffic controllers.
And that's been the case for how long?
Long time.
Long time, right? Yeah. I mean, people that are looking at this morning, they may blame it on what's happening with the TSA shutdown. It has nothing to do with that at all. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But this has been.
It's the worst take. It is backed up by facts, baby. It is backed up by facts. There is one side that is fighting for these people to get paid. There is another side that is leveraging those people not getting paid. It is not just my take. This is just a fact.
It was one of the things that really concerned me during COVID. Yep. We had a lot of pilots quitting or being bought, right. Taking the buyouts. We had flight attendants and other people. But people like you and others said, okay, that's bad. What really concerns us is how many air traffic controllers we're losing.
I've been pushing this for a long time.
Yeah. Let's talk about, let's move on to what's happening with the TSA. I flew this weekend twice into DCA on Saturday. Then I flew into LaGuardia yesterday. And all I could do is just thank the TSA agents.
DEI causes plane crashes. Again, if you guys, if you ever get like a father figure who's willing to teach you to not be a cowardly, ballless bitch, you can call into the show and actually defend your stances. Again, I had a father figure growing up. He made sure that I wasn't going to make claims that I wasn't willing to defend. But I understand not everybody is as privileged as somebody like me to actually have a father figure growing up and to actually be a real man growing up. But the point is that if you by chance happen to be one of those people and you disagree with me and you want to have a conversation, you can call in, and then you wouldn't be a ballless bitch. You wouldn't be a coward anymore. But instead, a lot of people, they'll sit in the chat and they'll keep chatting for like hours at a time. And then when I challenge them and I'm like, well, just call in, they're like, oh, I'm not going to waste my time. but they'll still sit there talking and chatting the whole time as though it was a waste of time. But they got time. They obviously have the time. They're in chat forever. So it's obvious they have the fucking time.
There, and I'm looking at them, understanding the economic suffering that they're going through, and yet so many of the majority of them still showing up. It's such a tragedy, and this is, unfortunately, this is the White House's answer. No, this is not what Americans want. Senator, I want to make this very simple for Americans that are watching right now. I want to make this very simple because I have seen some Republican senators try to cloud the issue. You and the Democrats have tried on.
Yeah, the liberals are mad that a real strong male role model's in the house. Meanwhile, he's got a bunch of fucking people who can't even show their faces and be proud of the job that they do, and they wear masks everywhere they go. That's the people who have one of the lowest death rates of any job. They're sitting around just like they have to wear masks because they're too scared of everything and everybody. And Trump defends that. He thinks that's a good thing. He thinks that's admirable to do. Sure, those are the real men, guys.
10 separate occasions.
That is correct.
To get paychecks immediately to TSA employees, to our Coast Guard, and to FEMA.
Right.
And 10 times, Republicans have voted no. They have voted to let our TSA agents keep.
Yeah, Clem, none of these people know the difference between affirmative action and DEI. They have no idea that there is a difference. They don't know what DEI is. They've never looked into DEI. They have never researched it. They have no idea what DEI is. They all think it's affirmative action. They think it has to do with like hiring more black people or some shit like that. They have literally no idea what affirmative action is. They're mandated to wear masks. By who? By what? What mandate? Is affirmative action bad, Tom? Yeah. Like the kind of practices where they are hiring or giving like college admissions based on race, sure. Military vet and father. Who mandated them to wear masks? Why do only like half of ICE agents wear masks then if they're mandated to wear them? Tom won't do a face-to-face debate. I've done face-to-face debates. What the fuck are you talking about? I just did one recently.
I think there's a lot of us who voted.
I would say that
the ICE agents are being rammed with vehicles over and over and over. All of this in an attempt to change the lawful executive orders of Donald Trump to deport people that have infiltrated our country illegally.
You say it's a lawful execution of the law, but the deportations haven't been, which is why the left has lost trust in the Trump administration. When they start shipping off a bunch of people to CCOT and find out that a bunch of them actually had visas or green cards and they weren't supposed to have been deported, like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, there's a bunch of people who were shipped off and deported that were not supposed to be. And when the Trump administration was made aware of this, they said that they weren't going to bring those people back.
Did they?
The fact that he did was after like 2 to 3 months of protests happening day after day.
So what?
So
keep making shit up though. It'll make you feel better if you just keep deluding yourself into your own fantasies.
Working with no pay. Please explain to me who in the Republican Party thinks that not paying our TSA agents and killing that bill on the Senate floor time and time again, who thinks this is the best approach instead of paying the men and women who are trained to keep us safe?
Well, number one is Donald Trump, and number two is the spineless Republicans, even when they know he's wrong, who are afraid to buck him.
They know he's wrong.
And he's using these TSA agents who are dedicated people. We all know that. We see it, and it's not an easy job as everybody's rushing through. But he doesn't give a damn. He's using them and the passengers who wait online for hours and hours and hours as hostages to try and get something that no Americans want, which is, he says, I won't do it unless you stop asking to reform what's needed in ICE. And all we want in ICE, and we're demanding it, not just asking.
Hold on, I got to stop you here.
Okay.
So you're telling me that Republicans are killing paychecks, going to our TSA to keep Americans safe on the ground and in the air.
Do you think criminal trespass laws should be upheld or ignored? I think they should be upheld. I don't think Trump should have given all of those people pardons for criminal trespass in the Capitol. I definitely think that they should be upheld.
Because Republicans don't want basic ICE reforms that the overwhelming majority of Americans want, because the overwhelming majority of Americans are so offended by these mass deportation attempts that even the White House is saying, stop using those words.
Yeah, exactly. You hit the nail on the head. That's why they're doing it. There's no other reason. And we're not asking for the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Just pay.
We're going to see the video of the in-person debate, Tom. It's on my channel. The full debate. Go to videos. And then right here, in-person debate, right versus left. MAGA debater caught lying over and over. Political violence debate.
We are asking, we say, pay these guys, and we can negotiate whatever you want on. We're not going to give in on fundamental things that every police department does. You know, identity. No, you know, police don't wear masks. They don't wear them in Johnson's district in conservative Louisiana. And warrants. When you bust in someone's door, you've always had in the Constitution since 1789, you need a warrant. They're saying
documented or undocumented. If you're on American soil, it's called due process. It's
correct.
It's called the way policing is done in America.
And as Scalia says, you have constitutional rights. You know, Mika showed me a video of the NYPD
taking a man
last
down.
week.
Yeah.
There was a guy that they thought had a
But not immigration law that makes unlawful entry a crime. Where did you get that from? I'm in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. Why do you guys just keep making shit up? You guys just lie non-stop, dude. Holy shit. Again, like, I give you a phone number. You can just call in and talk to me, but instead you just sit in my chat lying, making shit up to make yourselves feel better about shit. What the fuck? Okay, then we need to send all those, all who came into this country uninvited back home. We're on the same page? Well, that's not criminal trespass. That's totally separate. Criminal trespass is a much higher crime than coming across the border illegally. But yeah, I'm in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. Those are very separate things. It's not the same as criminal trespass. Criminal trespass is a much, much higher degree of crime. But when I think the majority of the people that Donald Trump has deported, they didn't come into the country illegally. The majority came in legally.
Bomb.
Yep.
The NYPD. There weren't 12 fat guys trying to
with guns out
push
and
somebody
phones
down.
out.
There was one NYPD.
Not deporting, charge, and arrest them as well. Sure, that would be great. They haven't done that. They haven't charged any of them. So.
Guy, he tackles him, he puts him to the ground, and then the next thing that happened was amazing. People came with phones. NYPD police surrounded, politely saying, please back up.
Putting their lives on the line.
Putting their lives on the line.
Yeah.
There may be an active bomb, but these NYPD officers are saying, back up. Hey, guys, come on. Give us a little bit of space.
They are the
and you know how they responded? They backed up. The people listened to the NYPD because they had the respect of the people.
Exactly, and they do. And so the ICE agents don't, because they don't obey the laws that are fundamental. And why are they doing this? You know, well, ask Stephen Miller. You know, there are people, even in the Senate, some Republicans, they whisper, that's wrong. Well, stand up.
Stand up. To your point.
We need their votes. They know it's wrong, but Trump wants this group of thugs that he can send to one city after another. And here's one of our worries. They want to use them on election day to intimidate voters.
That is a big worry.
One of the proposals we've made, which they rejected, is that these ICE agents can't go within 500 feet of a polling place.
So to one of your points, let me bring everyone up to date. Punchbowl News has new reporting this morning on talks between Senate Majority Leader John Thune and President Trump to end the partial government shutdown. Leader Thune told the president that Senate Republicans would support funding all of DHS except ICE, and that funding for the agency could be handled later in a party line reconciliation bill.
By the way, that's a winning political position that will help the Republican Party.
Thune reportedly told the president that Democrats would agree to that deal, but Trump said no, according to multiple sources.
You know what he said? He then said, instead of saying, that's very promising. And by the way, Mika, this shows the Republican senators what heat they're under because of the TSA agents, because of the
they want the TSA agents paid.
Exactly. And it shows heat, and he goes a little late in my judgment, but he goes to Trump and proposes it. And you know what Trump says? We're not doing anything until we pass the SAVE Act.
Well, that's what I was about to say.
Mr. Donald Trump, it ain't passing.
Okay.
It will destroy our democracy. We ain't doing it.
Jonathan Lemire.
Yeah, so I mean, no.
Good.
You jumped.
Picked up prompter for me.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you.
Sorry.
Right, you read the prompter. He's got another skill. So let's
the future.
Let's talk about these negotiations. We know the Democrats have made clear their thoughts on your position on Save America Act, but it does seem like there's a recognition from Leader Thune that this is not tenable at the nation's airports, and that some sort of deal needs to be struck. So can you take that and go to them now and try to work something?
Yeah, I met with our little negotiating team yesterday, and we are going to go back to them. We are ready to meet with them and show them that we can negotiate. The negotiations are moving along because they're mainly among
Republicans and Democrats in the Senate are agreeing, right?
We're agreeing on the basic
tenet. On the basic tenet, it's like pay TSA,
I mean, there'll be
details
that have to be worked out, but when Thune did that, it's a step forward, but we got to get it done. Just letting now Trump say no won't be good enough. Just going forward doesn't pay the just telling Trump he ought to do it doesn't pay the TSA agents, doesn't get rid of the long lines. Now they could do it themselves. They could negotiate with themselves and say, go veto it if you want, Trump.
Yeah.
I was trying to find the full interview, and I can't find it anywhere. Crap. I thought that was the full interview, but that was only 16 minutes. That one was released 16 hours ago.
Because these lines are only going to get longer here as the Easter holiday approaches and spring break. This is a point where you're seeing 3, 4, 5 hours at a time in some of our nation's airports.
I want to talk about SAVE, and Mike, I know you have
I just want to say
questions.
This guy, this Trump, he is tying himself in a triple knot all at once. TSA and the airports, the SAVE Act, and the war.
I wanted to see the stuff about the war.
Just going on and on and on and getting worse and worse and worse and causing Americans to pay $4 for gasoline. And you know what? He keeps tightening the knot around himself. Last night he did it twice when he said don't negotiate unless you do TSA and when he sent the ICE to the airports, which is just going to cause... Can you believe how they did that? They first said, we're going to send them and we'll announce the plan later.
Well,
just like the war.
We've been showing this all morning. Republicans that see this are shuddering, that have to run this fall. This is a nightmare for the Republican Party. It's the last thing they want to see. ICE is extremely unpopular. I mean, they were very popular a year and a half ago. With the majority of Americans, they're very unpopular right now.
Well, they were very unpopular in Trump's first term. Then they were fairly popular. They were popular under Obama. They were popular under Biden, but under Trump, they're very unpopular because he uses them as like his own internal force within the United States to go after Americans.
Now, this is a losing situation. They understand it. The other thing is the SAVE Act, Mike. Let me go to Mike, and Mike will ask you a question. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right.
And the senator's written about the
SAVE Act. We need to share the potatoes with everybody. But yeah, but on the SAVE Act, you even have John Fetterman, the Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, who has voted with Republicans an awful lot, saying, "Hey, guys." Saying to his Republicans friends, hey guys, everybody wants voter ID. We get it. 75, 80% of people want voter ID. But if you have a voter ID plan that disallows driver's licenses from 45 states because they're trying to make the re-registering before this fall so oppressive that millions and millions and millions of Americans will be wiped from voters' rolls, even John Fetterman saying, that ain't going to work. You want a driver's license.
I don't know why we would give more jobs to ICE and more responsibility to them. It makes absolutely no sense. So far this year, I think there have been 8 deaths in ICE custody. Last year, there were 32 deaths in ICE custody, which was by far the record for most deaths within ICE custody ever. And there have only ever been two ICE officers who have ever died on the job. There's no way that, like, especially, you know, again, we have them like covering their faces and being super careful. They're also scared of somebody finding out who they are and knowing what's going on. But they're out here like shooting people and killing people and setting records in death rates for people in their custody. Like, why the fuck would we give these people more responsibilities? Why would these be the people that we would send to do these jobs instead of actually just paying the people who do the jobs? Under the Trump administration, we already know that the airports are understaffed because of them, because of the Trump administration. And now we're just continuing to make everything worse.
License, cool, or a government issued, cool, but this.
Well, the Trump administration is continuing to make everything worse. I mean, as they said, Thune apparently had a proposal to end the shutdown, and Trump denied it.
This is far too oppressive. This is not about voter ID, Mike.
Let me ask you a question. Could you find your birth certificate?
No, I couldn't.
Could you find your
It's
birth
ridiculous.
certificate today?
And it's required. This is, you know.
Okay, I have my birth certificate. I think it's a little crazy if you don't know where your birth certificate is. I have to use my birth certificate pretty consistently. But I do know that there are a large percentage of Americans who don't have their birth certificates, 1. 2, there's even a larger percentage of Americans where, for the Save America Act, they're requiring your birth certificate to match your passport and ID. Well, half of Americans don't have a passport. So while it's about 20% of Americans who don't have their birth certificates, then we have another 50% who don't have their passports. And then your birth certificate, even if you do have it, is supposed to match your ID, which, if you got married after you were born, I would assume you weren't married, you know, the day you were born. So if you got married after you were born, all of the women who got married and changed their names, their name does not match their birth certificate. And so the Trump administration is literally like disincentivizing marriage with this sort of stuff, disincentivizing, or at least if you get married, it's disincentivizing women to take the name of their husband, because this is making it to where women are just less likely to be able to vote. That's why you get a marriage certificate. I don't think the marriage certificate is included in this. Can you show a marriage certificate? certificate in the Save America Act. Let's see. We'll see if we can find the source here. Okay. If an eligible voter doesn't have a passport and their name doesn't match their birth certificate or naturalization papers, the process for deciding voter eligibility is left to the state. What that would actually look like is unclear. States can make their own rules about what kind of additional documentation is required to prove the voter's identity, but there are no standards for what that would be. A state could decide a marriage certificate showing the eligible voter's name change in concert with their birth certificate wasn't enough to prove citizenship, for example. That kind of ambiguity makes room for policies that could make proving citizenship almost impossible for many. Election officials are allowed to offer voters who bring DPOC that doesn't match their name the chance to sign an affidavit attesting they are the same person, but they don't have to, and many states will not. So this is the problem with this entire thing, is that, one, it's already a ridiculous standard to say that somebody has to have a passport or things like that. But then you say, if you don't have it, then that's okay. You just sign an affidavit saying that you're the right person. Well, this is literally lower standards than what it is that like California and like California is the state that a lot of these people bring up, is the state that allows so many illegal immigrants to vote, and that they have such horrible standards because they don't have voter ID. But in this case, they actually have much higher standards than this. I don't have a problem with the voter ID. I don't have a problem with you making it to where people have to have IDs at the polling station. That's not a problem to me. But if this is how you make the process to get that, if you make it impossible for people, or make it to where less people are capable of voting who are American citizens who have the right to vote, then you're just wholly un-American. Like, this is a ridiculous bill that absolutely should not be passed. Whatever a state decides has to go through legal channels, which can take a long time and leave many eligible voters behind. If there's an election before Ohio passes a new law to address this, countless Ohioans could be denied their constitutional right to vote. So this is also like even putting these types of restrictions on states from the federal level, where states are the ones who are supposed to decide like how their voting process is done. I don't know why we would accept the federal government taking more rights away from the states over and over and over. This is something that Trump continuously does, is like federalizes every little thing that he can and takes away what it is that states are supposed to be doing and makes it the federal government's job now. This is absolutely insane. Like, how many things are we going to allow him to take away from the states? How many things before people finally say something about this? Especially Republicans, who have been the ones who have whined and cried about states' rights for so long, for like in the most ambiguous and nothingness issues that they've always pretended as though they cared about states' rights. What the fuck? Why every single time states' rights come up, do you guys have nothing to say about it? Every single fucking time. Tom, have you talked to Ryan Mullally? No, I think we're going to invite him onto a panel this week, though. I'm working on a panel for this Friday.
Trump said it. He said this is...
Like, him and I have had DMs back and forth, but we haven't had, like, an official conversation.
This is the way I win. He knows he's getting killed.
It's
on
to
costs,
bag an election.
It's to bag, it's to cheat and steal the election in a different way than he did in 2021.
I'd like to ask you a larger question.
Can I say, on this SAVE Act?
Sure.
You can't even use military ID. And here's what happens. Just a minute. I wrote an op-ed.
It's in the New York Times.
Can I show it?
It's a good one, Senator. It's a good one. Of course you can show it.
I hope people will read it.
This is your table.
I haven't seen it here.
How does it look? Do you want me to find it for you?
Yeah.
Just that
Okay.
say.
Didn't run it today.
What? No,
Well, it's on the. They don't run it in the paper till tomorrow. But I think, it's on the.
Here, I'll
It's
pull
on
it
the
up.
website.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up.
So in any case, here's what they do. They demand that every state send DHS. This has nothing to do with voting. Homeland Security. They send them their voter rolls. They have an algorithm set up by Musk and Doge that says who's knocked off the rolls. Okay? Over 20 million people will be knocked off the rolls. And these are 99.9% American citizens because, they say it's to prevent illegal immigrants.
There you go.
They say it's to prevent illegal immigrants from voting, how they put it. Untrue. You know what? How many? The Heritage Foundation, this right-wing place, found, I think, only 62 in the last 10 years with 200 million people.
By the way, what's so ridiculous about this is the Wall Street Journal not only wrote an editorial this past week saying this is a solution for a problem that does not exist.
Yeah.
I remember reading a Wall Street Journal editorial a decade ago, a very conservative outlet, mind you, saying the same thing. Republicans are trying to create a solution for a problem that does not exist. The Wall Street Journal editorial page Republican also warns this may disproportionately hurt Republicans in the new political age that we're living in. Senator Katty Kay has a question for you. She, of course, does know where her original birth certificate is because they keep it in a locked safe at Hotel de Cap.
I know.
Where she has the easiest access to it. Katty.
Look, I mean, I still don't even have an American passport, so I actually would not be allowed to vote, contrary to what Donald Trump seems to think would happen. But no, I would not be allowed to vote. Senator, you've been talking about the things that the president is doing that are tying himself up in knots, where he's been his own worst enemy, sending ICE to airports, the TSA lines, the war in Iran. And yet, when you look at, and this is something I keep getting asked whenever I'm traveling in Europe, when you look at the Democrats' approval ratings, they're pretty much the same as the president's. How do you account for that? You're the Democrats' majority leader.
People are upset in general, but I think the people are understanding, as you've seen in almost every by-election that we've had over the last year, that Democrats are fighting for people on costs, the high cost of health care, the high cost of daycare, the high cost of electricity, the high cost of meat when you go to the grocery store. We're doing that. And so we are fighting them, and people get that, and that's why they're preferring us. The bottom line is, I just have to get back to finish what happens here. So this Musk algorithm kicks you off the rolls. They don't tell you till you show up at the polling place half the time. So Barnacle shows up, and they say, Mr. Barnacle, you're no longer on the list. Why? They say, I don't know. Go call the Board of Elections. You can't vote.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It's a bad job.
Oh, it is a bad job.
All
you
right.
put it
So
well.
let's
So I'm sorry, but I had to show how bad. This is not voter registration when you show up.
No.
This is voter purge. 20 million, 25 million. I don't agree with the Wall Street Journal. I don't often agree with them. It's going to hurt poor people. It's going to hurt Democrats. It's going to hurt people who have to. They make you register in person. Only 5% of people do. Working people with 2 jobs are going to have.
Well, and the Wall Street Journal's point was that in the new era that we live in, you have a lot of MAGA voters who are who may not have an advanced degree, who by stats look like a lot of Democratic voters used to look. And so
guess what? It doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican.
It doesn't.
People shouldn't be kicked off the rolls for no reason and not told about
Get
it.
people voting. Let me ask you quickly on Iran. You brought it up before. What's the best way out of this? First of all, is it a good thing that we're degrading Iran's military infrastructure?
Well, the bottom line, here's what really burns me about Iran. Any first-term plebe in West Point studying Iran, they would have said the first thing you better do is secure the Strait of Hormuz if you're going to go to war with Iran. And from what I've been told, some of the generals said that to Trump. He said, oh, don't worry, I know they won't block it. Well, of course they did, and now our prices are through the roof, the world economy is in chaos, etc. And so we're now so deep, and Iran sees that they have real leverage here, that it's harder and harder.
All right, so Senator,
here's how we ought to get out.
No, hold on a second.
Okay.
You got to answer my question first.
Yeah.
Is it a good thing that Iran, and I think you would agree with me, epicenter of terrorism in the world since 1979, is it good that their military infrastructure is being degraded to the degree that it is? Yes or no?
It's you can't, because it's a premature question. What is going to happen in the next several months?
No, I can ask that question.
Well, you can't separate.
No. I can't. So you have a military side of it. I can show you my chart, but I think I threw it away. You have the military side, you have the political side. I'm simply asking on the military side, is it good, regardless of whether we agree with going in or not, is it good that Iran's military infrastructure has been seriously
degraded? And again, I have to tell you, Joe, first, you can't. What's going to happen 3 months from now? Is it worth it? What's going to happen? Will the world economy collapse? Will something happen even worse? Will the whole energy infrastructure of the world go up in smoke? So you have to, when they do it without planning, when they do it without understanding where they're going,
Senator,
where they're going,
but
I don't think it's fair.
It's a trick question.
No, it's not.
Because
It is.
if you do not strategize the consequences of the action, the military action, if you obliterate and do all these things, but you don't actually play out in your minds and have strategy for the consequences, then it may not be good.
Let me answer the question for everybody in America. The answer, yes. It's good that the terrorist regime, their military has been, and capabilities have been degraded radically. The question, Mike, though, is political. It's the political question.
No.
What is the political impact? What's the impact in the Straits? What's the impact in the region?
Joe, in all due respect, if you ask the American people, if you have the choice of degrading the military structure in Iran, but having gasoline be $6 a gallon, and our economy falling into a deep recession where millions lose their job, what do you think Americans
Senator, you're not
would say?
listening to me. That's the political side
No,
of it.
it's not political.
Okay.
It's a consequence, just like Mika said.
All right, why don't we talk about the Yankees, because you're not following me here.
I am
with all
following
due
you.
respect.
I just don't agree with you.
No, you don't understand me. There's a big difference. I would say that most Americans would say it's a good thing that it's degraded.
This is Schumer's totally correct here. Schumer's totally correct here. The outcome by itself doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean anything. Outcomes are not like good or bad alone when it comes to the way that a government engages. They are never just good or bad. It's how you do it that matters. That's always what matters. It is how you fucking do it that matters. If we say Donald Trump arrested a bunch of pedophiles, isn't that good? Well, they had already been arrested in the past for their crimes. There's no crimes that they're being charged with right now. It's like, yes, but he got pedophiles off the street. Isn't that good? It's like, but that, what? You can't just arrest people without a crime, without a charge. This is double jeopardy. No, that's bad. That's not good. You can't, like, even if we don't like pedophiles, even if we don't want them to be on the streets, this is not beneficial. So that it's about how you do it. It's always about how you do it. It's about how you get it done. Schumer is 100% correct here. This guy is being a fucking idiot. He's being fucking stupid right now. This is so stupid. Absolutely moronic. You can't just say, but the outcome is good. You're talking about politics. No, we're talking about processes. How you do something is what matters. That is the thing that matters.
They agree that we should have gone to war, Mike. I think most Americans, you look at the polls, they don't want this war.
Okay.
They don't want this war. But there is, it's something that I think the Democrats should be, I think it's something, with all due respect, Democrats should be clear about. Iran has tried to kill Americans since 1979.
Okay.
Two things, hold on. Two things can be true at once. It can be good that Iran's killing machine has been degraded. At the same time, the consequences may outweigh the good that come from that.
Okay,
it's okay
look,
to say that.
I don't disagree with you.
I don't disagree.
You know, the fact that the leader Khamenei is gone, no one regrets that. The fact that Iran has less ability to create military trouble is no one.
Why do Democrats hate on Schumer? Who fucking knows, dude? Who knows? Like, Schumer is one of the last vestiges of a true American, and I think we should all be praising him nonstop.
Disputes that. But you have to look, I don't think it's political, to be very honest with you. It's the consequences, the military.
Putin should be out of power. Yes, like exactly. Like it's a, if we said like, hey, we just bombed Putin, he's dead, isn't that good? So, well, we just started World War III, so no, it's not good. Like, well, no, we just blew up the whole fucking Kremlin, so it's okay. But it's a war crime. We can't set precedents to where this sort of thing is okay. That's not good. You're right. I didn't know 19 states allow non-citizens to get driver's licenses. Did you know that? Yeah, of course. No wonder they won't accept. There are different classifications of licenses, first off. Secondly, getting a license has nothing to do with voting. Like, you have different class licenses. The non-citizens should be able to get a driver's license. They should, like, already you can come into the country with a driver's license from another country and drive, right? You can already do that. But if you're here for a long period of time, you have a visa, you're only allowed to use your old driver's license for a certain period of time. I think it's like, I forget if it's like 2 years or something like that. But if you're here on a green card or a visa or something like that, how the fuck do you keep driving if you don't get a driver's license? Like, what are you supposed to do? I'm getting ready to move to another country. When I get there, they are going to allow me to drive for a certain number of years based on my US driver's license. But eventually I have to get a license through them, and I won't be a citizen, so.
The geopolitical,
Well,
the
that's what
economic
I'm saying.
consequences.
I'm saying geopolitical.
You got to let me finish.
You just said what I was saying. The geopolitical consequences.
Right. It's not just the economic consequences.
Right.
Again, let me ask the question again. If you ask the American people, and you had the package together, because we don't know how bad it's going to get, but we know it's pretty bad now. I think most of them would have said, no, we shouldn't have gone to war. And by the way,
most of them have said that.
Yeah, we shouldn't have gone to war.
Right.
And I'll tell you this, if they would have done it right.
It's kind of dumb to say Iran has been trying to kill Americans for 40 years. It's just untrue. No, that's not untrue. No, that is not untrue. Sean Lawrence Kearns. That is definitely not untrue. Donald Trump killed Soleimani in, I think it was 2019. He bombed Soleimani in an Iraq airport. Soleimani was well known for being an American killer. That's who he was. That's what he was. He was well known for killing Americans. That was his whole thing. Host, what is your name? It's the channel name. Tom. My name's Tom. When was the last time your life was threatened by Iranians? Hold on. That saying killing them in America, that's not the same as killing Americans. I don't know why. You disagreed that when they said they've been killing Americans, you said that's incorrect. Now you're talking about killing people in America. Well, that's not the same thing. Those are not the same things.
If they would have voted, if the Republicans would have voted with us on the War Powers Act, all these questions would have been asked ahead of time.
Right.
Instead of Donald Trump's willy-nilly, one day yes, one day no, this is our reason, that is our reason.
Right.
So I don't think the question can be taken in just one slice.
Right.
Yeah. All right, I think we found some common ground.
Maybe we go to break now, since
Yes.
there's a little bit of agreement somewhere that we can play We're the
I wanted to know how many states allow illegal immigrants to get licenses. It's the same 19 states that allow undocumented immigrants to get driver's licenses. Okay, hold on. As of early 2026, 19 states and the District of Columbia have laws allowing unauthorized immigrants to obtain driver's licenses, according to the National Conference State Legislature. These jurisdictions authorize license for residents who cannot provide proof of lawful presence, often by accepting foreign documents like passports, birth certificates, or consular cards. Yeah, there's a bunch of states, when you say they allow undocumented immigrants, they just don't check for immigration status. License type, many of these states issue drive-only or special licenses marked as not for federal purposes. Instead of a social security number or proof of legal status, applicants typically use a foreign birth certificate, foreign passport, or a consular card, along with proof of state residency. These state-level laws comply with the 2005 Real IDs Act standards for states, state-issued documents by creating a distinction between regular federal compliant licenses and those issued to unauthorized residents. Now, "19 states and the District of Columbia allow residents to obtain driver's licenses regardless of their legal status, including undocumented immigration and various visa holders. These states issue licenses often labeled not for federal purposes." Let's see. Green card holders, lawful permanent residents, are eligible to obtain driver's licenses in all 50 U.S. states and the District of Columbia. As legal residents, they are authorized to apply for both standard licenses and Real ID compliant licenses, provided they meet state specific requirements such as proof of residency. So, all 50 states allow people who are not citizens to get a license. All 50 states. There's, as that said, 19 states and the District of Columbia who allow undocumented immigrants to get a license.
World and go to break.
All right, Senate
How are
Minority
the
Leader.
Yankees going to be this year?
Better.
Better.
Chuck Schumer of New York.
We'll see.
Thank you
We
as
shall see.
always
Let's
for
hope
coming
not.
in.
Great to be here.
It's
Great to be
always
here.
fun.
Based on reports covering the period up to March 2026, Iran and its proxies have been responsible for the deaths of over 1,000 American personnel over the past 2 decades, with a significant number of these casualties occurring via proxy attacks in Iraq and Syria, according to reports. 2003 to 2011, previous decade term, the Pentagon assessed that Iran-backed militants were responsible for deaths of at least 603 U.S. personnel in Iraq, which accounted for roughly 17% of all U.S. combat fatalities during that period. Iran-backed militias have continued to target U.S. forces. So this is from 2019 to 2024. They've continued to target U.S. forces, notably in December of 2019, killing a contractor in Iraq, and January 2024, when a drone strike by Kataib Hezbollah killed 3 U.S. soldiers at Tower 2022 in Jordan. November 2024. Through November 2024, during this period, Iran and its proxies conducted more than 180 attacks against U.S. forces in the Middle East, wounding over 180 and killing 3 service members. October 7th attack, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists killed 46 Americans during the October 7th attack in Israel, 2026. So yes, this is like in conflicts that they're not involved in conflicts where we're not in their country, they are still backing militias that are, and this isn't just like a killing thing either. Like Iran is just like an enemy of the U.S. Like their countries, they are part of a group of countries that are constantly engaging in like cyber attacks on the United States, like attempts on hacking like the Pentagon, and you know, there's the pushing propaganda into our country that like pushes insane lies and shit like that. Like this is a thing that they're doing. Not to say that that's not a thing that the United States does as well, but this just says that like, yes, they are an enemy of the state. They are an enemy of the United States. They were declared part of the axis of evil before the Iraq War, if I remember correctly. I think that was like in the speech talking about the Iraq War from Bush. I think that was all like one thing, if I remember correctly. Y'all are rehashing axis of evil shit now? What? I'm assuming you're a leftist.
New numbers out from CBS News. If I were in the White House, only one word to describe them: yikes. Trump will or is making you financially worse off or better off. You go back to just before Trump was.
You can't be serious. Bro, you're literally, you haven't like disputed anything that I've said. You're just doing like, oh, what? Wow. What? No way. Wow. Are you kidding me? You can't be serious. Whoa. This is crazy, bro. Like you have, what of what I said do you disagree with and why? Like, try to like use a brain for a little bit instead of just being mad that I don't repeat the fucking propaganda that you get pushed in your echo chamber. Like try engaging with something that I'm saying.
Was reelected to a second term. The plurality said better off.
Because you're just regurgitating propaganda. So what of what I said is incorrect?
Off at 44%. That number has fallen through the floor. Now we're talking at just 18%. And that plurality in favor of better off has switched to a majority saying worse off. So that is now a 35-point margin in favor of worse off compared to a 6-point margin in terms of in favor of better off just before the election. Among independents, the numbers are even more troublesome for the White House. Just before the election, the slight plurality, though within the margin of error, said better off.
Why were the troops in Iraq? Why are you pivoting? What of what I said was incorrect? You just said that I'm regurgitating propaganda, that, oh, I can't believe you're saying this. What of what I said is incorrect? Don't fucking run away and try to find some way to fucking cope about this and or pivot to some totally unrelated topic. Why are you acting like I'm wrong about any of this?
40% to 38% worse off. Come over to this side of the screen. Look at this. 3 in 5 Americans who are independents say that Trump is making them worse off financially.
Iran is not a threat to Americans. You mean to people living in the United States? Again, I agree with that. They have not bombed us here. They are very unlikely to do so. I don't think that they're... Iran is a threat to U.S. imperialism, correct. That's why they are an enemy of the state. Correct. That is, you got it, buddy. What? You're not gonna state what it is that I'm wrong on. You're just gonna keep saying a bunch of random shit now. Just start saying a bunch of random things. The sky is blue.
60%, now just 13% of independents say Trump is making them better off financially. Ultimately, this puts Trump in company, historic company you don't want.
So saying Iran is killing Americans for 40 years is an insane reach. I'm pretty sure they said that they were targeting Americans or wanting to kill Americans, but it's not a reach. Again, you're just not engaging. You're just going off about something else that doesn't have anything to do with what we were talking about.
Want to be. He's the leader of the pack, or last in the pack when it comes to 21st century presidents. Economic net.
He said they've been a threat to Americans for 40 years. Correct.
Ratings at this point in term 2 among independents.
Or sorry, I didn't mean to say correct. I meant to say okay. Sorry, I didn't know what he said. So, yeah.
Trump is 48 points underwater, twice as bad as Barack Obama's was at this point, who was 25 points.
You're agreeing with George Bush. Sean, last chance to just really take time, okay? Take your time and try to think for a moment, okay? Use your brain. I'm assuming you're a sapient human who can think things. What of what I said do you disagree with? I don't know why I have to ask the same fucking question 5 times to try to get a simple answer out of you. It's not that hard. Ban me, dude. I don't care. I don't want to ban you. I would like it more if you would just answer the fucking question. I don't know why this is so hard. This isn't like a hard question. If it's so crazy that I'm saying this, if it's so insane, what part of it is incorrect? What part do you disagree with?
New numbers out from CBS News. If I were in the White House, only one word to describe them: yikes. Trump will or is making you financially worse off or better off. You go back to just before Trump was reelected to a second term, the plurality said better off at 44%. That number has fallen through the floor. Now we're talking at just 18%. And that plurality in favor of better off has switched to a majority saying worse off. So that is now a 35-point margin in favor of worse off compared to a 6-point margin in terms of in favor of better off just before the election. Among independents, the numbers are even more troublesome for the White House. Just before the election, the slight plurality, though within the margin of error, said better off, 40% to 38% worse off. Come over to this side of the screen. Look at this. 3 in 5 Americans who are independents say that Trump is making them worse off financially. 60%, now just 13% of independents say Trump is making them better off financially. Ultimately, this puts Trump in company, historic company you don't want to be. He's the leader of the pack, or last in the pack when it comes to 21st century presidents. Economic net approval ratings at this point in term 2 among independents, Trump is 48 points underwater, twice as bad as Barack Obama's was at this point, who was 25 points underwater, and double digits worse than George W.
Iran is not a threat to the United States. We put troops and intelligence agents in their vicinity, and when those troops get clapped, we post hoc rationalize that as Iran killed Americans for 40 years. I'm sorry, you're literally just justifying it. You're not justifying it. You are just agreeing with what it is that I said. You're just agreeing. You're just adding in more context to it, but you're just agreeing with what I said. You don't disagree. Just say you don't disagree. Just say I don't disagree. My fifis just are upset that you didn't say it in a way that aligns with the propaganda that I like in my echo chamber. Just say that. I don't know why this is so fucking hard. Just say you don't disagree with anything I said. You don't disagree. If the United States puts troops in their vicinity and they get killed, and this is something that the United States is trying to do as part of some project, as what as part of their goal, Okay, well then it sounds like Iran's trying to stop the United States from achieving their goals, which would make Iran an enemy of the United States. Like, this isn't hard. This isn't fucking rocket science. This is not insane. You can say, yeah, but I don't like that the United States was doing those things. Hey, that, you know what? That's a statement that you could make, but you refuse to say that. You refuse to say that. You instead just say, oh, but why would you say they're an enemy? They're not an enemy. Well, they are. They are literally an enemy of the state. They're an enemy of the state. If the state is trying to, yeah, but we should be mad that the United States has made them an enemy of the state. Okay, fine. That's a totally different conversation. But that's not the one that you were trying to have. You were just trying to go off, say just about, but they're not an enemy. They are. They literally are. They just literally are. I don't know how the fuck you can't disagree with this. You don't disagree with anything I'm saying. F. Stream's not down. Weird. Weird. They are no threat to us was my original point. Okay. That was your original point. And I agreed with you. And I said, yes, they're not a threat to Americans in the United States, is how I responded. And then you responded with, oh, you're pushing all this fucking propaganda. Oh my goodness. You can't be serious right now. That was your fucking response. So if that's your whole point is just that they're not a threat to people in the United States, and you heard me agree with you and say that same exact thing, then I don't know why I have to ask so many fucking times before you can just say, I don't disagree with anything you're saying.
W. Bush was among independents, according to CBS News, at this point when it comes to the economy. Look, these are numbers that if I were a Republican running for Congress, I would be shaking in place.
Tom, you didn't answer my friend's question. What was your friend's question? What's your take on the Ukrainian war? In what sense? I think this guy is a weird liberal who is also a war hawk. I'm a war hawk? Where the fuck did you get that I'm a war hawk from? You have friends, right? How many of your friends could run a global trafficking ring without you knowing it? Yeah, if they were my best friends, I'd probably none of them, honestly. I don't think any of my best friends, especially if I was best friends with those people for 15 years. I don't think I could. 15 years? Let's say, just as a hypothetical, let's say I was best friends with like Jeffrey Epstein. And during the 15 years that I was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, that like later everybody finds out that all of the crimes that Jeffrey Epstein committed was in those 15 years. And then there's a bunch of victims of Epstein that say that they saw me around, that I was hitting on underage girls, that I was constantly being inappropriate with them. There's maybe tons of other accusations and affidavits and court cases claiming that I raped 13-year-old girls and things like that. It'd be really hard to believe that I just didn't know anything about this at all. That would be Tom is r/neoliberal pilled. I don't know what that means. What is r/neoliberal pilled? You're cheering on Chuck Schumer and never once mentioning the idea that we could not attack Iran. What do you mean that we could not attack Iran? So we went over the fact that the other guy was talking about the fact that this is good, that we killed the Iranian leaders one way or the other, and that that's all that matters. And then I said, no, Chuck Schumer's correct, that it's not just good that we just killed the Iranian leaders. Like, how you do something is what matters in the end. How you do it is the most important thing, and that you can't just do something and then say it's good. I went through a whole hypothetical and I explained all of these things to say that, like, the way that we're doing this is the thing that's bad. Plus, we don't even know why we're in Iran. We have no fucking idea why we're in Iran, why we're fucking killing people over there. We have no idea. We haven't gotten any answers. We haven't gotten any explanations. We've gotten some, but they all contradict the last. So I mean, not attack Iran in the sense that we don't do it at all. What do you mean that we don't do it at all? We did do it. What the fuck? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I can't keep trying to decipher the fucking code that you guys are putting out there.
But we begin with developments on the war in Iran, which seem to be changing by the minute. Early this morning, President Trump posting a message to Truth Social claiming, quote,
did the person asking about Ukraine ever make sense of their question? Jacob Chill never responded and said, what what's your take in Iran? Take on what part? In what sense? Nothing. Just give me a take. Just give a take. Because you don't know why they are there, that doesn't mean they don't. They don't what, bro? You gotta fucking speak in full sentences. I literally have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Tom is an expert in patience. These buffoons. It's insane, bro. I don't know why this is shit so hard, man. Just fucking like, I don't know. Mimic me. Just mimic me and just sound human and act human. Like, I don't know what the fuck is the problem.
Productive talks are underway with Iran, and saying therefore he is postponing his own self-imposed deadline to strike Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. The president 2 days ago gave the
Yes, he had a 48-hour deadline saying, I will obliterate them if they aren't. But now here we are 48 hours later. And now Trump is saying that they're in talks, and Iran is saying, no, we're not. No, we're not. We're not fucking talking to you. We're not negotiating with you guys right now. What are you talking about? It makes absolutely no sense. And we went over this earlier. Like, there is no benefit to Iran to lie about this. There's zero benefit to Iran to lie about this. There's every benefit to Donald Trump to lie about this. So it just makes sense that Iran is the one telling the truth here. Not that Iran is some, like, you know, bastion of truth, or, you know, a country that we would generally believe. But this is the problem with Trump being in charge right now and his administration, is that normally we would trust our country, right? But now we have the United States that we can't trust, Israel we can't trust, Iran we can't trust. Who the fuck are we supposed to listen to in any of this shit? It doesn't make sense. We just have a bunch of lying motherfuckers out there just pushing whatever propaganda they think will benefit them in the moment, and then contradicting it days later, or having another person part of their administration contradicting it days later. This is so fucked up. Like, we should at least be able to trust our own government in this shit, and we can't. Our government is just as untrustworthy as any other.
The 48-hour deadline, saying if Iran did not open the Strait of Hormuz, he would, quote, obliterate various Iranian power plants, starting with the biggest one first. That deadline would be 7:44 p.m. this evening. In response, Iran then promising to, quote, irreversibly.
I'm trying to juxtapose your war takes. You're talking about Iran as if you need to know. You're a need-to-know basis. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. If you guys can't even speak fucking English, I'm not going to be able to engage.
Destroy essential infrastructure across the Middle East, even suggesting they may hit desalination plants throughout the region, which would be.
I think Raslin, I think the president is the one who apologized for attacking the neighboring countries and said they weren't going to do it anymore. But I don't think the president is the one who's in charge of the military. I think it's just the generals right now. As of March 2026, Iran's military is under the supreme command of Ayatollah. Yeah, so it's Khamenei who's in charge, who acts the supreme leader. Following the significant military leadership shifts, Major General Amir Hatami serves as the commander-in-chief of the army Artesh. So this is this is all, like, I don't think the president, he's the one who apologized and said that they weren't going to bomb them anymore, and he doesn't have any say on that.
Truly catastrophic for Israel and potentially for the Gulf states. So that's where we stood, because Iran didn't open the Strait of Hormuz as demanded by President Trump. And that's where things stood until this morning, thus staring down that 7:44 p.m. deadline, which was looking rather ugly. It caused stock futures to jump and the cost of oil to fall because President Trump came out suggesting we'd reach some sort of a agreement. And then many asked whether this entire thing is about market manipulation. Okay, so did we actually reach a stand down with Iran? Did we speak with them? How? Through whom? They're denying it. Iran's foreign minister came out and denied any talks were underway at all. And the New York Times reporting that the Israeli military, no sooner than Trump had issued that Truth Social, began conducting a new wave of strikes today. And that's extremely important. So Trump says you got 48 hours to allow traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says, F you, if you strike us in the way you're saying, after 48 hours by hitting our energy plants, we are going to hit the desalination plants throughout the Middle East, among other targets. And there it stood in détente until this morning when Trump issued his great news. We've been speaking with the Iranians. We've made major progress, and I'm going to hold off on my threat. Then the Iranians come out and deny that we've been having any such talks and say this is Trump caving because they know he doesn't want, what they threatened. And that this is a sort of taco situation. Trump always chickens out. That's what his critics are saying. It's what the Iranians are saying. But either way, no sooner does Trump say, okay, we're going to stop our...
She's actually cooking here, dude. I'm not going to lie. She's actually cooking here. I'm not going to lie. She's actually got it on this one. Uh-oh.
Our threat, and we won't be bombing any of your energy plants or et cetera. Then the Israelis drop a couple of bombs and proceed full steam ahead. Any talk of this war winding down, which comes as welcome news to most of us, probably sends shivers down the spine of Senator Lindsey Graham, who is still out there as the main spokesperson for the administration for some reason. It's amazing that Trump, who is generally a communications genius, has seen fit to let this guy be the face of this war. Just yesterday on Fox News, he was calling for U.S. Marines to take Iran's Karg Island, which would be extremely complicated and controversial.
Well, and Trump keeps calling for other nations to come help him. And then gets mad if they say no, but then says, we don't need their help. We don't need anybody's help. And this is already after he starts off saying, we've already destroyed everything. We've already won the war. The war is over. We won it. We decimated their navy. We decimated their air force. They got nothing left. Okay, well, the war's over then. There's nothing else to do then. You're done, right? You're done. There's literally, we're finished. There's nothing else to do then. You can literally do whatever the fuck you want, because you could literally just walk in by yourself. Just put Trump in, let him walk up in there and take over. It's all gone. Decimated. Disappeared. But then after he says they're decimated, they're all gone, they have no military left, then he also calls for other countries to come help him. Trump is hyperbolic. That's not hyperbole. It's a lie. It's not hyperbolic. Don't try to downplay this shit by calling it hyperbolic. It's not hyperbole. There's a massive difference between hyperbole and a lie. And yes, and the president should not be hyperbolic. I'm sorry, but like the fact that you guys decided to vote in somebody who doesn't know how to communicate the truth to the people who need the truth from their leaders, that doesn't mean that I'm going to stop criticizing him for it. That's fucking stupid. Sorry. Just because you vote in a fucking clown doesn't mean that I'm going to stop calling him out for being a clown. But so then he calls on other countries to come help him, and then when most of them say no, he says, yeah, I didn't even want their help. I was just testing them to see if they would say yes, because I knew they would say no. So you're like a fucking 8th grade girl testing her fucking boyfriend with little tiny questions. You're not like the leader of a nation engaging in geopolitics and alliances and relationships. You're just a little 8th grade girl who's too insecure to just be open and honest, so you play little games instead. Like, that's what this sounds like. That's what this sounds like. It sounds like just some little test from a fucking middle school girlfriend. This is wild. So, no shot. Again, it's a lie. He wants help. He's asking for help for a reason. He's not just asking for help just to test. He's asking for help because he wants help. At the same time, he's on Truth Social going off about the fact that Biden got rid of all of their high-ranked military artillery, and that they don't really have any left. And then he says that they're going to completely decimate them after he's supposedly already decimated them. Now this is a real one where he's really going to decimate them. And then magically comes out and says, oh, guys, thankfully, we said they have 48 hours, but thankfully, we're in talks now. Thankfully, we're negotiating. And then the other says, no, we're not. We're not negotiating. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not happening. And as long as he continues to push this like 0% enrichment idea, there's no way they will negotiate. There's no point where they will negotiate. So until he gets off this stupid 0% enrichment idea, there isn't like a negotiation to even be had.
Comparing the operation to Iwo Jima during World War II.
Here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Carg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take Carg Island? Is it going to involve U.S. troops on the ground? Let me just read you something from The Atlantic. Does an assessment on that. They say U.S. troops may well take Carg Island. We believe in their ability to do so, but only to endure ballistic missile strikes, drone attacks, petrochemical smoke, all without a reliable means of obtaining logistical support. The result could be a grinding war of attrition. They talk about how far away they would be from resupply.
I'm sort of tired of all this armchair quarterbacking. This has been an amazing military operation. God bless the fallen.
But it's a difference when we talk about troops on the ground.
I trust the Marines, not that guy. I trust DOD. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. The Marines, my money is always on the Marines.
Unbelievable. 6,821 U.S. service personnel died in the battle for Iwo Jima. 19,217 were wounded. How dare he speak about it so cavalierly? How dare he? He doesn't have any kids. He's not sending a young son or daughter into battle. F this guy. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna posting on X that Senator Graham is acting as if our troops are, quote, expendable cattle. That's exactly right. How dare he? And now we learn over the weekend that Rupert Murdoch was one of the main people to be goading Trump into this war. Rupert Murdoch, who is 95 years old. He'll be dead soon. And he, too, is acting as if our troops are, quote, expendable cattle. He won't have to live with the consequences of what he's doing. And good for Anna Paulina Luna. Also,
it says that a couple of calls came through at like 1:20 a.m. But it didn't ring on my side for some reason. I'll text them back and let them know. But if you're still in chat, actually, I'll just send him a text.
Also, Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace called him out as well. There are now Republicans pushing back on this bloodthirsty lunatic for how jubilantly he wants to send our troops in to fight his favorite and Israel's battle. Joining me now on all of it, Piers Morgan. He's host of Piers Morgan Uncensored on YouTube. Piers, welcome back. Let's just start as journalists with the folly of making this lunatic the face of the war by a man, Trump, who normally is more media savvy than us all. What is happening there?
Well, Megyn, great to be back on your show. I do not understand any of this. You know, Donald Trump is somebody who the entire world knows campaigned very vociferously and very.
Let's bring on our foreign affairs expert, Piers Morgan.
Repeatedly on a ticket of no more engagement in foreign wars, which he felt was way too expensive, both economically and on human life. And he wanted to focus on boosting the American economy. And then a few months before the midterm elections, which are going to be difficult enough as it is for any incumbent president, he launches the biggest attack in the Middle East that we've seen since the Iraq War, possibly even bigger, given the enormity of what is now coming back in by way of Iran's response. It's having an obvious, massive impact on not just the US economy, but the global economy. And none of the predictions that we were given in the first few days has come true. In fact, quite the opposite. It looks that like the Americans and the Israeli combined military has been very successful militarily in destroying a lot of Iranian military hardware. But in terms of tactics in this war, the Iranians have basically held everybody to hostage because they control the Strait of Hormuz and because they know that by attacking their neighboring Gulf states in places.
He's got a British accent, so he sounds like a foreign affairs expert. They're expert in geopolitics.
That will really hurt them, to do with their energy plants, to do with tourism areas and so on, that they can have a stranglehold over any military. And that's exactly what's happened. And the constant mixed messaging from Donald Trump and the administration and the very incendiary gung-ho rhetoric from people like Lindsey Graham, the combined effect of all this, when we can all see with our own eyes how this war is playing out, and it's quite clear the Iranians have not got the abject surrender memo, and I'm not even sure that they have got the memo we're being told about this morning, which is that they're all ready to do a deal. They're showing no sign of any of this, and so
Pierce's foreign. I mean, I think technically he's a U.S. citizen at this point, but
I stand here, scratching my head in incredulity about what of any of this makes any sense at all if you're the president of the United States.
Mm-hmm. Trump's messaging has been everywhere. You know, that we've obliterated them. We've basically won. Oh, we're about to obliterate you, and we will win. It's over. You know, we've defeated them. We've achieved all our objectives.
True. She's not wrong. She's not wrong.
And then we may be sending in ground troops to take Karg Island. They have no defenses left. We've destroyed everything, and then you open up the Strait of Hormuz, or we're bombing all of your energy plants. Like you.
Why would he be a U.S. citizen? He doesn't even live here. He lives in California. He lives in California.
You waited 24 hours, and you will get a brand new message from our president. Meanwhile, Iran is sitting over there saying, we are
not just a new message from our president. You'll get a new message from everybody within his administration. You'll get one message from Trump, one message from Pete Hegseth, another message from Marco Rubio, another message from like each and every single person, whoever speaks on the war. They all give drastically different messages and even contradict each other regularly. So this is why, like, when we're talking about, at one point they're saying, hey, we went to war with them because we wanted to stop them from having enriched uranium. Okay, well, you already said you blew up all their uranium in June of 2025. Now you're doing it again. Okay, all right, weird. Then we heard from Marco Rubio saying that we bombed them because Israel was bombing them. Okay. Also weird. They said they did it to protect Americans, and it was a preemptive strike. What Americans? What Americans were you protecting? Who? I feel like if Israel bombs Iran, Iran is more likely to kill Americans when the U.S. gets involved. I feel like that's like when the U.S. starts bombing, now it's more likely that Israel will Iran will kill Americans. Then we had I think it was Hegseth who said that we bombed them because they said "Death to America" and burned an American flag. I know we've had other reasons on top of that. That's 3, but we have no idea why we're there or what we're doing. Nobody does. I don't even think Trump knows why we're there.
We are not negotiating. We don't know who he thinks he's negotiating with, but we didn't agree to anything. This is a stand down by the president, who realized that we meant it, that if he actually did start bombing our energy plants, we were going to start attacking the desalination plants throughout the region, which, you know, we reported in our morning news update this morning, Piers, is like you've got several of these Gulf countries, these Gulf Arab countries, that have over 90% of their drinking water depends on desalination. I mean, that it would be truly catastrophic if the Iranians actually did that, not to mention what knocking out the Iranian energy plants would do to...
My audio sounds way better than Piers Morgan's. Shut the fuck up.
World energy prices and oil prices, and Iran hasn't budged on the Strait of Hormuz problem.
Right, and you've got no sign of any actual regime change. We know the Ayatollah was killed. We haven't seen his son, so he's presumed either dead or very seriously injured in a way that's incapacitated him. But regardless of that, the IRGC are still clearly firmly in charge of the country, and we know that because there's been no sign of any uprising by the people, many of whom are very opposed to the regime. But there are 2 reasons why.
I never know what emojis mean. You know what that's called? Autism.
We're not seeing the uprising, or 3, I would argue. One is there are bombs obviously flying everywhere, which makes it very unsafe to hit the streets. Secondly, they remember what happened in January when the regime cracked down in the most vicious and vengeful manner against protesters, killing up to 30,000 of them. And 3, it's obvious to everybody that the IRGC are completely in control. And there are 250,000 of them. There are 400,000 to 500,000 paramilitaries below them, heavily armed. And then there's nearly 1 million regular Iranian army. This is, you know, you're not dealing with some some tin pot regime here that's just going to roll over, or a regime like Venezuela where they were quite happy to do a deal. Here you're dealing with an ideological country fueled by religion, which is pathologically opposed to any American rule.
True. COVID made it to where everybody could just show up with some sort of crappy webcam and talk into it as though that was a microphone, and or just using their phones all over the place. Even like real news anchors and hosts were all over the internet doing shows through their phones, and it's just totally fucked up the quality of what we would expect from these people. Disgusting.
Over them in any capacity, and hates Israel too, who are just not going to be bullied into towing the line in the way that Donald Trump seems to think they are, and they have the weaponry to.
Is that a feature of autism? So, is that a feature of autism? So be it. I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, autism is like in large part not being able to understand facial expressions, body language, like non-verbal communication. That is autism. And that's what emojis are, is just showing like some sort of symbol that is supposed to give a non-verbal communication of emotion. Why it's called an emoji.
Resist being bullied, but that weaponry,
Or an
it's not just
emoticon.
military. They've got a lot of military, particularly ballistic missiles, which they've now been firing way further than people thought, and that even imperils places like where I am right now in London in terms of its potential reach. But they're doing it very tactically, smartly. You have to be honest about it. Economically, by controlling the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's.
I was about to say, I bet you he's not in the United States here, because he has a bunch of magazine covers in the background with him on the cover of some of them, but one of them says from the Sun, "Grumpy Trumpy" on it, and I thought, there's no way he has that hanging up in his United States office. No shot. No shot. He has "Grumpy Trumpy" in his United States office. He's a bit too much of a simp for Trump for that to be the case.
Oil comes through every day. With the way they've gone after the neighboring Gulf states, they're sending a message that we may not have the firepower you do, but we can strangle you with the economy. And that is proving to the Gulf states and to Europe and to, I would imagine, many Americans, deeply unpalatable and ultimately unsustainable.
Yeah, that's not autism. Okay, Google. What is autism?
Here you go.
Thank you. See?
Report just hitting now via the Jerusalem Post is that Iranian parliamentary speaker Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf is leading the talks with the United States. So it's possible we have found a person to talk to. Trump had said earlier that we wouldn't know who we were talking with, because who to talk to, because we'd killed them all. But now there is the parliament speaker. Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf, who apparently is speaking with the United States, and let's hope that's true. The latest reports on what the demands were by each side sounded absolutely impossible for reaching an agreement, Piers, though they often do in the beginning. The Iranians were demanding a ceasefire, okay. Guarantees that the war will not resume in the future, okay, maybe. And compensation, they use the word reparations for what we've done over there so far. The U.S. is demanding no missile program for 5 years, 0 uranium enrichment. That's what we wanted beforehand, that they wouldn't agree to. Decommissioning the Natanz, Ivshan, and Fordow nuclear facilities. Strict outside observation protocols around the creation and use of centrifuges and related machinery that could advance a nuclear weapons program. Arms control treaties that include a missile cap, no higher than 1,000. No financing.
Is agreeing with Trump once the qualification for being a simp for him? If you're agreeing with him on most of the like major issues that Trump is blatantly wrong on, yes. Yeah.
For proxies, and those are the basics of the deal. International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency. There's a never-ending list of reasons gold has risen over 700% in the last 20 years. And a never-ending list of reasons smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals with Birch Gold Group. Gold.
Nobody cares.
They're only asking the American people to pay more at the gas.
Okay, wait, really quickly, a few things. Trump doesn't take his salary, but he's made $4 billion on cryptocurrency. Also, I'm honestly kind of impressed at Donald Trump's handling of the economy so far. I'm impressed with what he's done with it. He's taken an economy that was steady-handed when Joe Biden was leaving.
Steady-handed? That's why Joe Biden lost.
Wait, what was the inflation rate when Joe Biden left?
I don't know. I just know that
it was 2.9%. We now have predictions that it's going to go up to 5%. We think that unemployment is going to keep skyrocketing due to this. Gas prices are skyrocketing. That means people have less money to spend on other things. I have a good idea too. Why don't we cut taxes for the richest so that we have less revenue coming in, and then we cut Medicaid for the poorest so that we can justify that, and then we go to war in the Middle East, so we increase our debt even further, even though we haven't learned from the fact that we added $8 trillion to our debt from the last Middle Eastern wars, and then we'll continue to pay $1 trillion per year on interest, so it compounds for our generation. That was obviously sarcasm.
They're only asking the American people to pay more at the gas.
Okay, wait, really quickly, through this, Donald Trump claimed that he was going to assemble a group, a coalition, if you will, of powerful countries to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. He then realized, oh wait, the same international community that I have been antagonizing for the past 2 years isn't going to want to go on a suicide mission through the Strait of Hormuz, which at its most narrow navigable shipping lane is 2 miles, right off the coast of Iran. They can just lob missiles over. So it's a suicide mission. He realizes, wait, they're not going to help me with that. And then the countries themselves.
The whole autism is a spectrum is a lie. Oh, okay. So you're not actually saying like what autism is or isn't. You're just making up your own version of autism based on your own feelings, not based on science. When you say that's not autism, you're saying my fifis say that's not autism. Okay.
Themselves say we're not going to join a war we didn't even start. And then when I come on this panel, you guys are like, oh, these countries don't want to help us finish the job. They didn't start the job. They didn't start any of this.
So why are they our allies?
Because we are a coalition.
Do they all get like veto power when President Donald Trump does?
NATO is a defensive coalition meant to defend countries. Article 5 is invoked when one is attacked. Article 5 is not invoked when we attack a country. That is a fundamental axiom of NATO. Donald Trump claimed that he was going to assemble.
ECROC list actions of executive orders Trump's admin has taken to break away from Dems' beloved global equity migration policy and DEI/EV mandates, China's global dominance / African labor minds push, compare the results to taxpayers who struggle with inflation, high interest bills, rent under Biden. Why the fuck are Republicans complaining about taxes? Why are they complaining? Let's see. Okay. Oh, whoops. Between 2018 and 2022, Republicans-led red states were responsible for approximately 40% of federal tax receipts, while Democrats-led blue states contributed nearly 60%. Despite lower contributions, red states often receive more in federal funding per tax dollar, with 76% of states that receive more federal spending than they contribute being red states. So Republicans keep complaining about taxes when they pay less in taxes, contribute less to federal taxes, and then receive way more in federal contributions. They are the ones who do not pay are the ones complaining about it. Then you go look and see that it is Democrats who have been the ones who have been trying to lower taxes and given more tax incentives to people to where they get more rebates and more tax returns. There's been Democrats who have actually been trying to lower it, and it's been Republican politicians who continue to spend more, raise taxes, like obliterate record spending for debt spending. Like Republicans are the ones who are constantly paying more, or spending more, and paying less. That's not true. The left wants to raise taxes. They want to raise taxes for elites. They want to lower taxes for regular people. Why didn't Biden lower taxes when they controlled the House and the Senate? As I said, they gave a bunch of tax rebates. So like the child tax credit plan was one way where they significantly lowered taxes for families. Trump has raised taxes and spent more. By far, he's spent more by leagues.
To ask about something that just happened tonight. The U.S. lifted sanctions on 140 million barrels of Iranian oil.
Oh, we already saw this. Okay.
You're a very privileged man, Mr. Ambassador of the United States. I think you're representing about the only country that could openly threaten the sovereignty of European nations and still receive a red carpet or a blue carpet treatment here. I mean, yes, you've threatened us with tariffs. You've threatened to take over Greenland. You even now repeated that we should change some of our laws. 8 countries, I think, you bombed in a year. You're now preparing to bomb Iran again, apparently. President Trump is saying who should govern Iraq and so on. My question is very simple. Do you consider that the United States are still bound by international law and the UN Charter? You're a very privileged man, Mr. Ambassador of the United States.
So, Trump administration is just drastically ruining our relationships with the rest of the world, bro. It's embarrassing.
Turning to some news that has broken since we've been on the air. Axios reporting that former director of the FBI, Jim Comey, has been subpoenaed in a wide-ranging grand conspiracy case against the ex-officials who investigated and some who would go on to prosecute Donald Trump. That's according to 2 sources with knowledge of that situation.
Bro, how many times? How many times are they going to try this? Holy crap. How many times? They keep doing this. They keep fucking doing this, where they keep trying to, like, come out with these investigations that lead nowhere, do nothing. They get grand jury indictments that get dropped. They've said that they're gonna charge Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden. Like, they keep doing this over and over and over and over and over, and it never goes anywhere. How many times? How many times? How many L's are they gonna take? This is embarrassing, bro. This is embarrassing. They just keep taking L's.
Subpoena for Jim Comey was reportedly issued last week and relates to his alleged role in the drafting of a January 2017 intelligence community assessment concerning Russia's election interference that favored Donald Trump. This so-called grand conspiracy case is based in the Southern District of Florida, and it relies on the belief that officials who worked for President Barack Obama and later Joe Biden broke the law back then, before they knew who would win the 2016 election, to try to undermine Donald Trump from his 2016 election through his federal indictments in 2023. It sounds bat-bleep crazy, but it's really happening. I want to bring in New York Times Justice Department reporter Glenn.
Just like they did with Trump? No, the one court case that Donald Trump went through, the one criminal case, he was convicted. The 2 impeachment hearings that they had on Trump, he was impeached both times. The 2 civil cases that were against Trump, he was found liable in both. Like, all of the cases that were against him were heading to trial. They don't even get that far in their cases. They never even make it that far. What are you talking about? It's nothing like what happened with Trump. This is not even remotely the same. With Trump, he's actually found guilty and they actually go to trial. The other ones were just dropped because a bunch of people in the United States didn't care if he was a fucking piece of shit and a felon, and they have no respect for the rule of law, so they voted for him again. But that's the only reason that the rest of his criminal cases were dropped, was just because he won the presidency. They were going to trial. They made it to fucking court. They were going to trial. So It's lawfare. You know it. Everyone does. I don't actually. And if you'd like to back that up, you can call in right here and we can go over the cases right now, because I'm 99% sure you've never looked at the evidence for a second. You never looked at the evidence at all. I'm positive. I'm positive you have no idea what the evidence was against him. And so, if you're going to keep claiming that it was lawfare, then call in and back it up. I know you can't. I know you won't. I know you've never looked at his cases. I know you've never looked at the evidence. You have no idea what they were charging him with. You have no idea what they were charging him for. You have no idea who pleaded guilty in these cases. You have no idea what was in the grand jury indictments. You have no idea. Of course you know what I know. If you think that it was lawfare, I do know what you don't know. Yeah, and all the evidence, he's still out free. As I said, it's because he won the presidency. That I don't know why the fuck you would keep bragging that you voted for a fucking felon. I don't know why you brag about that. Embarrassing.
He's reported extensively on the Trump administration's retribution efforts, as well as the many years of investigations into Russian interference. Also joining us, former top DOJ official, general counsel, and former general counsel for the FBI, our legal analyst Andrew Weissman, who was many moons ago, many lifetimes ago, on the Mueller investigation, which was the post-2016 investigation into whether Donald Trump's campaign had any ties to Russia. This all sounds like a soap opera, and it sounds crazy, but I just want to put before both of you what we're learning today and what we had as background, and ask you to tell us what this means. Again, this is from Axios. Andrew Weissman, who's reporting former FBI Director Jim Comey has been subpoenaed in the wide-ranging conspiracy case against the ex-officials who investigated and prosecuted Trump. Tell me what this means. And we should make clear, this is totally separate from the Trump administration's efforts to indict him in the Eastern District of Virginia. That was where Lindsey Halligan went in because the career officials wouldn't. This is a different investigation.
They just keep trying, man. They just keep fucking trying. Yeah, the last one. It turned out that the person that he put in place to go after Comey, because the first person, he asked the prosecutor to go after Comey. Okay, this was somebody who was you know, Trump's guy. I think, or like, you know, in a general sense, but a colloquial sense, sorry, not a general sense. This is Trump's guy, tells them, hey, I want you to charge Comey. And they say, okay, we'll go look into it. And then they come back and they're like, there's nothing there, dude. Like, we can't charge him. There's nothing to go on. And Trump's like, okay, cool. You're fired. We're going to bring you guys in. Okay, now I want you to charge Comey. They're like, okay, I got you. They go, they come back. They're like, we're going to charge Comey. And they come out with charges. And then the judge is like, you're not even legally allowed to bring charges. What are you doing here? You can't bring charges. And so they drop the fucking charges. And now they're back again with another one. So, tell us about Eugene Carroll case, Thomas. Well, first off, there is no Eugene Carroll. There is E. Jean Carroll. E is an initial. E. Jean Carroll. She's a dude. You think Trump was sexually assaulting dudes? That's weird. But she brought a civil case against Donald Trump where she accused him of defamation and sexual assault, and he was found liable of both. There you go. I thought you could indict a ham sandwich. Yeah. That story was built on nonsense. She won because the location that grand jury was in pulled from Trump's lawyers. Wait, grand jury. The jury that was there is Trump's lawyers approved of those people. What are you talking about? It will never stand on appeal. Okay. Just like the other ones?
Just last night, we saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sorter was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults. But instead of arresting these violent mob members night after night.
What was he actually charged with, Tom? Those aren't charges, Jamie. It's a civil case. They're not charges. Eugene Carroll case is a civil case, and he was found liable for sexual assault and defamation. As I said, that's what he was found liable for. Defamation and sexual assault. Both things.
Night after night, who are ravaging this community. The police arrested a journalist who was there trying to document the chaos, and everyone in this room should be extremely concerned about that. The Department of Justice spoke with that journalist this morning, and they will be launching a full investigation.
No, he wasn't, you liar. All right, Jamie, here we go. In the E. Jean Carroll civil cases, Donald Trump was found liable for sexual abuse, specifically sexual battery and defamation. A Manhattan jury, federal jury in May 2023 awarded Carroll $5 million in damages, rejecting the rape claim but concluding that Trump sexually abused and defamed her. Are you going to cite your sources now? Well, this one's from CNN. This is the, I believe this is the appeal. It says in 1996, so this is the Justice Opinion summary. 1996, E. Jean Carroll encountered Donald J. Trump at the Bergdorf Goodman department store in Manhattan. Carroll alleged that Trump sexually abused her in a dressing room. In 2022, Trump made public statements denying the allegations and calling Carroll a liar. Carroll sued Trump for defamation and sexual assault, seeking damages. The United States District Court for the Southern District of New York held a 9-day trial. The jury found that Trump sexually abused Carroll and defamed her in his 2022 statements. So, my source is the actual court papers. Oh, sorry. This is the Justia summary of the court papers, but I can go to the actual court papers as well if you'd like. Defamation, yeah, so it was sexual abuse and defamation because he sexually abused her. Then when she accused him of it, he kept saying she was lying and then continued to call her a liar all the time and kept talking about her. And so she sued him for calling her a liar when she accused him of sexual abuse, and then also sued him for sexually abusing her. But it's not criminal, it's civil though, right? Yes, correct. That's why I kept correcting you and you kept saying, what were the charges? And I kept saying, they're not charges because it's civil court. So he was found liable, not, it's totally separate. So you called me a liar, but not lying. That is what he was found liable for.
Into his arrest. This incident is part of a troubling trend in Portland where left-wing mobs believe they get to decide who can visit and live in their city. It is not their city. It is the American people's city, and President Trump is going to restore that. I just spoke with the president about this, and he has directed his team here at the White House to begin reviewing aid that can potentially be cut in Portland. We will not fund state.
So it means nothing then, right? Not really. So the civil courts, So like in criminal court, we have a standard that is like beyond reasonable doubt, okay? This is when the state is charging you with something. And so when it comes to, did they try criminal court first? No. So when the state is coming after you for something, we create a standard to where the American people, this, like, we have a huge advantage over the government, to where you can make it to where it looks like I did this, but that's not good enough. You can't just make it look like I did this. You can't even just make it convincing. It needs to be beyond a reasonable doubt. So it can't just be reasonable that I did this. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Whereas with civil cases, they just use like normal logic, the way that we would normally consider something, where we think, okay, it's more likely that that happened than it is that it didn't happen. So we're going to conclude that it did happen. That's the standard in a civil case, is more likely than not. So when you say, oh, well, it means nothing. Well, it means that he has to pay her $5 million, one. And then two, it means that, like, this is the way we would logically go through things as well. The same type of evidence and everything that we would use, like, this is the same thing. So we would conclude that he likely assaulted her through the same exact format.
States that allow anarchy. There will also be an additional surge of, just last night, we...
Okay, who is this guy? Breaking in response to wrongful arrest in Portland, President Trump has ordered his staff to review federal aid be cut in the city, per Caroline Leavitt. We will not fund states that allow anarchy. This arrest is going to cost Portland leftists dearly.
Saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sorter was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was...
I don't know anything about this. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Wait. That is not what happened. This guy went and stole... So somebody was burning the American flag, and he went and stole the flag from them and tried running off with it. And he got... And then the person who he, like, just robbed came after him and tackled him, and they arrested him for fucking stealing their shit. That's how that works. Yes, you can't just be like, oh, my fifis are hurt because you burned the American flag. I agree. I don't want to burn the American flag. I don't think it's good to burn the American flag. But that's freedom of speech. That's how it works in America. I'm sorry, but we have freedom of speech here. We have the Constitution. So the Trump administration, again, this is another example of them using the weight of the government to try to silence people and to try to scare them from using their freedom of speech. This is the most anti-constitutional administration that has existed in my lifetime, especially since the Russian scare, which at least that had some justification for it, because, during like war times or whatever, like you have more freedom to do more things in those scenarios, but that's not the case here. So
showing all of that, the arrest came. Our next story does take us right here over to Portland, Oregon, where new video shows the arrest of a journalist covering the protest outside of an ICE facility there. Take a look. Nick Sorter, a conservative influencer with more than 1 million followers on X and many more on other platforms, was taken into custody on a charge of disorderly conduct. And this video was filmed showing all of that. The arrest came as fights broke out within the crowd, leading to several people being detained, as Sorter was simply covering the escalation and the protests. He has been doing so on his social media platforms. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem saying the agency will send additional federal agents, and the DOJ is launching an investigation into the circumstances surrounding Sorter's arrest. There's been an increase in activity of demonstrations outside of the ICE facility after President Trump announced that he will send federal troops to the city, describing Portland as, quote, war-ravaged. Portland leaders have said they do not need the National Guard to help handle the protesters that are outside of that facility. Again, we are covering everything related to Nick Sorger's arrest, and he did post this photo saying that he was simply trying to stop someone from burning an American flag, and he says, "I kept this flag and I will bring it home with me." Bill Malugin, who is with Fox News.
Yeah, so he's a fucking criminal. He's a criminal. He's a thief. And if somebody steals something from you, you have the right to protect yourself. You have the right to protect your private property. You are allowed to stop that person. Anybody else who helped in that chase is a good Samaritan. You cannot just go and steal people's shit. Again, I disagree with the people who are burning the American flag. I think that's stupid. I also think that when Trump tries making burning the American flag illegal, at that point, honestly, maybe I agree with burning the American flag, because at that point it is just a stance on freedom of speech. It is just a symbol of using your right to freedom of speech when the government is trying to coerce you out of using it.
News took this photo shortly after my release from jail this morning. We've, of course, reached out to Nick Sorger to get more comment and see if they'll talk to us, but do want to pop up this other video that has come in from outside that ICE facility, and you can see things getting violent out there as Sorger was simply covering all of this that had unfolded. The escalation of federal law enforcement in Portland, which has a population of about 636,000. It's Oregon's largest city, and it follows similar crackdowns to combat crime in other cities like Chicago, Baltimore, and Memphis. President Trump deploying the National Guard to LA over the summer as part of his law enforcement takeover in D.C. Want to send it over to our Fox Portland team as they break down more on all of the protests.
With the flag.
Hey! Mark's a veteran. He's got it.
We've already seen that President Trump successfully made D.C. safe again in only a few weeks. That same crime crackdown will continue to happen in cities across the country and is happening in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, this is coercion. This is coercion. If you're taking away funding from a state just because they're upholding the law and upholding freedom of speech, but you're trying to take away their funding to stop them from allowing freedom of speech to happen in your fucking state, this is just coercion. This is disgusting.
Alert, President Trump just posting this on Truth Social, quote, "If the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before, including the immediate arrest of all illegal immigrants who have come into our country, with heavy emphasis on those from Somalia who have totally destroyed, with the approval of a corrupt governor, attorney general, and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, the once great state of Minnesota. I look forward to seeing ICE in action at our airports, make America great again." And that comes, as we know, ICE is fully funded for a few years.
What up, PS Prime Clips? How's it going? Thanks for the raid. President Sunday's dead? Oh, man. That's so sad. So sad. What a great guy. What a great guy, you know? Real honest chap. They couldn't have taken a better man from us. Yeah, I'm gonna miss him too. You will be missed. I suspect foul play. Oh man. Well, hopefully they catch whoever did that. Hopefully somebody is caught and held accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Years. So he does have the power to do this, and I guess the question.
Can I celebrate? No. No, no, no. We would never celebrate President Sunday's death. Nobody would. What kind of animal would celebrate such a death? Poor guy.
Question remains, does Chuck Schumer continue this and President Trump make good on that promise he just put out on Truth Social? Alert, President Trump just posting this on Truth Social, quote, if the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before.
Like no one has ever seen before, with their entire faces covered and killing random people because they pissed their pants and got scared. It's great.
I have a fun little game for you. Who tweeted?
What the fuck is this? Who cares? Whoa! Get the fuck out of the way. Whoa! What the fuck? Whoa! Interesting. Very interesting.
I have a fun little game for you. Who tweeted this? Nick Fuentes or Zoran Mamdani's wife? I think it was the gay-ass people from Instagram.
Uh-oh, is Zoran's wife based? Is Zoran's wife based? Oh shit.
I have a fun little game for you. Who tweeted this? Nick Fuentes or Zoran Mamdani's wife? I think it was the gay-ass people from Instagram that finally motivated me to get off the internet. And
True. True. The fucking gafers.
it was Rama Mamdani. Sounds like Nick Fuentes, but you would be wrong. It was Rama Mamdani. Then in response to a tweet, talking gangsta with my genius, the reply tweet was, hell yeah, Nick. Super duper genius. Excuse you. That genius was Rama Mamdani. In
Interesting. Interesting stuff.
response to a ton of people following their account, they wrote, why are all these faggots following me? Again, if you guessed Nick Fuentes, you would be wrong. And here, in what appears to be a clarification of an Indian name, the tweet is, it's actually an Indian god. As if it wasn't bad enough, it's a boy's name in India. Like, I just can't. And when they asked Zoran Mamdani for a statement on this, his response was not, no, my wife is not a homophobic, racist, Jew-hating bigot. No. He just said, she's a private citizen.
Wait, Jew hating. Where did Jew hatred come from in there? Was any of that about Jewish people? Did I miss that? I didn't hear anything about Jews in there. Yeah, she said the K word? Wait. Maybe I missed that.
Again, if you guessed Nick Fuentes, you would be wrong. And here are all these faggots following me. Again, if you guessed Nick Fuentes, you would be wrong. And here, in what appears to be the clarification of an Indian name, the tweet is, it's actually an Indian god. As if it wasn't bad enough, it's a boy's name in India. I just can't. And when they asked Zohran Mamdani for a statement on this, his response was not.
I mean, she might have said kike somewhere else, but she didn't say it here. So she didn't even bring that up. And she just says, oh, well, his response to this, well, this didn't have anything to do with Jews. So I don't know why you would respond to that with it. But yeah, she is a private citizen. Nobody voted for her, so.
No, my wife is not a homophobic, racist, Jew-hating bigot. No. He just said she's a private citizen. Oh, it's just always private the people you least expect. I have a fun little game for you. Who tweeted this? Nick.
I just want to understand something clearly. Donald Trump was found liable for sexual abuse in a civil court. He's been accused by many women. You don't believe any of that?
I think the most serious thing I've heard about him has been the E. Jean Carroll allegation that he sexually assaulted her.
Interesting. Very interesting. For those who just got here, we just had a couple of MAGA cucks in the other chat going off about the fact that this was not a serious allegation.
The most serious thing I've heard about him has been the E. Jean Carroll allegation that he sexually assaulted her in a Bergdorf dressing room, and I don't believe one word of that.
There are other women who have said.
I know, I've interviewed some of them.
Okay.
But look, the things I heard.
Pause indeed that one. That's on me.
Were included things like he got handsy on an airplane. Now, I don't know whether that happened or it didn't, but do I find that a deal breaker for a possible politician? Not really. At least I reported on their stories and did them the courtesy of bringing them to air in front of millions of people and let the audience make up its mind. My problem is more with these Democrats who will bury these allegations against their candidates or their candidate spouses and then play holier than thou when they're looking at Donald Trump.
Like who? Oh, their spouses. Okay, their spouses. I was about to say, you're not the only one that covered the E. Jean Carroll story. Everybody covered that. I don't know who she's talking about. That's where they're covering up Democrat stories. It's been Democrats who've gone after Democrats the hardest. Like, when you're talking about somebody like, what was the mayor of New York right before Mamdani? Where... Can we bring back Nancy Grace? No. Where, you know, he got caught in corrupt deals with a bunch of people. The black dude, yes, that's his name. That was it. Mayor Adams, yeah. He's the guy with 2 first names. Rudy Giuliani. Close. The spelling was not close, but yeah, Eric Adams, 2 first names. Yeah, he got caught with a bunch of corrupt deals with other countries and got caught taking cash money and a bunch of different presents and gifts and all sorts of things. And the Democrats went after him and prosecuted him. And then it was Donald Trump who let him go and gave him well, you didn't give him immunity. They still hold it over his head, I believe, just in case they ever want to charge him later on.
Do you see yourself as a journalist still? Or would you not describe yourself like that anymore?
No, I'm still a journalist. I mean, I break news all the time. And when I sit with Trump or anybody else in the administration, I ask tough questions. I mean, as recently as September of 23, I interviewed Trump and he got so mad at me, he didn't talk to me for 6 or 7 months. So it's not, look, it's a tough job to do. You have to be able to hit the people you admire. And I do. You know, I've hit them all. Right before the election, I ripped on Trump's Madison Square Garden rally as too brotastic and got specific about why. You have to understand, like, if you haven't sold your soul, you have to be willing to criticize the people, even you, that you admire on your quote side. And my owning my bias by going out there on stage with Donald Trump and saying, I'm voting for him and you should too, is a bonus when it comes to my credibility. Now, everybody has zero doubt about where I stand, and they can filter everything I say through the appropriate lens. What typically happens in journalism is they say they have no bias, and then they just work it out in the printed word or on their shows without owning it. But the audience knows it, and it creates a distrust and a divide. When it comes to Trump and me, no, my own personal opinion is most of the allegations against him are much more complicated than the mainstream media would have you believe. And I don't think Donald Trump is a rapist or a sexual assaulter. I do think he's taken inappropriate liberties with women and gotten handsy with them in a way he's owned himself. Okay, years ago when he was a celebrity, and it is what
he's owned up to this, guys. He said a while ago that he grabs him by the pussy. So he's owned up to this. All right.
it is. That's the past. But it's just about so much more than that. We are talking about how many people dying at the southern border because of the invasion that we've suffered under Joe Biden. We're talking about Laken Riley, whose killer was let in under Biden. We put him on a taxpayer flight down to Georgia where he murdered her. I don't give a shit about Trump getting handsy with somebody 20 years ago. I want someone who will close the border, which he has. I want someone who will keep boys out of my daughter's sports, which he has. I want someone who will stand up to the insane DEI policies so that white kids will stop hearing in school that they're born with some original sin from which they cannot recover, which he has.
Oh my goodness. These people. These fucking people. They're too fucking dumb. Like, truly, she has to have somebody hold her hand to cross the street. There's no way she's able to do that by herself. She would have to be walking into traffic on a daily basis if she didn't have a caretaker.
Trump asked about the Irish president saying that what Trump is doing in Iran violates international law. Trump couldn't hear it. Trump regularly can't hear it.
What do you think about our president's comments that your actions in Iran is breaking international law?
Say it.
What do you think about our president's comments?
Can you speak? You speak it right into your phone.
All right, so Trump not really able to hear particularly well, but then this is just an amazing moment. Trump corrected and sort of rebutted by the Irish leader on the issue of Europe.
Yes, excuse me.
Just first of all, I would say like Europe is still a very good place to live in.
Good.
A lot of, just to let you know.
I'm glad to hear that.
And our view is you have to have robust and fair rules around migration. But on the other hand, a lot of people, within the European Union, we have free mobility of people. And in Ireland, our population is growing, but in a very positive way. Our economy is going well because we're attracting a lot of people from Europe and beyond into work, legally and validly in our country. In fact, I'd love if we could develop a legal pathway between the US and Ireland into the future because of our history and so on like that, that we could have a legal pathway.
If there's anything Trump doesn't like, it's being corrected in public. Most of the people around Trump who Trump can fire know that you don't correct Trump in public. That's why nobody's gone to him and said, hey, when you say insane asylums, it doesn't make any sense. Hey, when you say you're going to cut prices 1,300%, it doesn't make any sense. The people that work for Trump know that.
They don't know that. They don't know that. We literally have Pam Bondi over here saying that she saved 200 million people from having fentanyl overdoses. She thinks like 2/3 of Americans are doing fentanyl. But she doesn't know how to do math. Like knowing 2/3, that would be too much math for her. I don't think anybody in the Trump administration is smart enough to know that you can't lower drug prices by 1,000%.
But other leaders, some of them, just say what's on their mind. And Trump did not like that.
He really does slop, dude. I'm sorry. I can't stand Pac-Man shit. It's slop.
Moments like this, the president is not tying us together to accomplish the goal he thinks is important.
Wait, hold on. You're mad at Marco Rubio for saying that culture, heritage, whatever ties us together, or ties us together. If not those things, what does tie people?
Bro, what the fuck happened? That is such an interesting face. What the fuck? That is such an interesting looking face. Like, her face is very small. It looks like it's scrunched in here. But then she has like a very strong jawline and then a very strong chin as well. But it doesn't protrude. It still sinks in with a very strong line there. That's interesting. That is an interesting looking face. Because it looks scrunched in, but also stretched out. It looks like it's very flat, but also like not. It is so many contradicting features there. That is interesting.
Moments like this, the president is not tying us together to accomplish the goal he thinks is important.
Wait, hold on. You're mad at Marco Rubio for saying that culture, heritage, whatever ties us together, or ties us together. If not those things, what does tie people together? But put that aside.
Ideology,
I do agree.
A belief in freedom, a belief that we have a country that's not rooted in soil or blood. It's a country that's rooted in the fact that we all have the same values and we want to have a place where we can all prosper and aspire together. That's what ties us together.
I reject the proposition that America is just a propositional nation. But to go back to Abby's entire,
so what is it then?
entire argument.
What is it then if it's not a nation rooted in values and ideas and commitment?
Have you ever read Federalist Paper No. 2 by John Jay?
Tell me what you think it is.
Sure. Federalist Paper No. 2 by John Jay says that we are blessed by providence to be people connected by our culture, our language, our religion.
So
that's
what
not to say
people,
that's
so what
not.
happens to people who don't share your culture, your language,
right,
or your religion?
That's not to say that there aren't other people who could come from a different culture and assimilate to ours. But the thing is that assimilation. But to go back to Abby's entire point
By
now
force?
about media,
Or by,
have we ever done by force?
Sure, slavery.
That's
Indian,
not
Native Americans.
Our slavery was an awful, awful chapter, but that's not a force them to assimilate. That was enslaving them just for.
Well, I think that's kind of the
we
point.
removed religion. We changed our names.
Well, they kind of were forced because then after slavery, they were put into America, and even the enforcement of that assimilation is still happening today. Slavery isn't forced. I don't think that's what she was saying. She wasn't saying. She was saying it's not forced assimilation. Because obviously slaves were separate from everybody else, so they weren't assimilated. And then even during Jim Crow, they weren't assimilated. Today, yes, there is a lot of pressure for Black people to assimilate. Very different sort of example, but it's also the forced assimilation probably is necessary. It is a good thing to have some sort of forced assimilation, but
force them to assimilate. That was enslaving them just for.
Well, I think that's kind of the point.
We removed religion. We changed our names.
There's a whole large portion of Americans who were here from the very beginning, who didn't come from European culture. When they came here, did not speak European language.
Yeah, I was thinking Native Americans probably be the better
European culture,
and so at the very onset of this country, despite what the Federalist Papers, which didn't even consider the fact that Black Americans were Americans, that is
pressure. Tom's all about his feelings. What did I say, J. May, that you think is about my feelings? What do you disagree with? Assimilate to what? They're like 5th or 6th generation Americans. What are they assimilating from? Their African culture? There's people who are alive today who were in Jim Crow. They're growing up with parents and grandparents who were in Jim Crow. I don't know what you're talking about. They were not assimilated during Jim Crow. What the fuck are you talking about?
I think a fact that you have to take into consideration when we think about.
I think this is a conversation that Democrats would much rather have than whether the press is actually covering this war accurately.
But this is an incredibly important point.
Wait, let me go back. I wanted to answer Abby's original question. To go back to that Abby, your point really quickly, just to make it very clear. It was English common culture that built this country. Put that aside. I do think that the press should be able.
You forget about the people, the millions of people who came here under slavery, who
I'm talking about the
land,
entire institutions that we have, our political institutions. Now, wait.
Blacks for free in 1865. What does that even mean? I heard on the grapevine you were going to visit Australia or maybe New Zealand. Yeah, I'm supposed to be moving to New Zealand. Not Australia, but New Zealand. Did anybody in the chat experience Jim Crow? Well, if nobody in the chat did, what do we have? Like 100, 200 people watching? Like what? Well, if out of that sample group, if nobody did, then it just didn't happen. Like when we're talking about somebody's culture, okay, your culture is influenced by your parents, your grandparents, the people that you live around. If you're raised by people who grew up during Jim Crow, who were not assimilated, you're going, a lot of that, like their culture and their experiences and things like that are going to be part of your life and your upbringing. And so obviously that if we say they're not assimilated and they're growing up in a culture that is not assimilated, then they would continue in cultures that are not assimilated. Now, that doesn't mean that Black people aren't assimilated overall, but it is a process. It is a thing that is like happening over time, and it is good for Black people to assimilate. It is something that is necessary, but that, I don't know, you don't have to cope about it and act like they've been free since 1865, as though Jim Crow never fucking happened. Jim Crow is literally like laws against assimilation. That's literally what it is. It's laws against them assimilating. What is this?
Who's the current U.S. president?
Donald Trump.
Who was the U.S. president before Trump?
Barack Obama.
Who is the
Are you literally saying, trying to say, Indians and Black people are assimilated into America? I'm sorry, I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what the fuck you just said. Not true at all. My parents' experiences growing up didn't affect my life. It affected theirs. Passed down trauma is fake. I didn't say anything about passed down trauma. I was talking about culture. Why are you acting like it's going on right now? I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about.
The president before Trump this term?
Wasn't it Bernie?
Okay, for the president from.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders, dude. Yeah, Bernie Sanders. Yeah, that whoever that fucking J-May is, that person did not assimilate yet because they don't know how to speak fucking English. So.
2020 to 2024, who was it? They're not going to help you. Okay.
Wasn't it Trump? When was he not president?
When was there ever a time that Trump wasn't president, dude? Name one time. Come on. Yes, you did. You said that kids of Jim Crow survivors are affected. They aren't because they never experienced it. I said culture. Again, famous actor. Stop being a dumb fuck. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? I never said shit. I never said fucking shit about trauma. The word trauma never came out of my mouth. I said culture. That's what I said. So we're talking about people who grew up during Jim Crow, where there are literally laws that say they cannot assimilate. It is laws that are making it to where they cannot assimilate, right? Then those people, those laws go away over time, and then those people still have that culture that they grew up with that is not assimilated, right? So then they have kids who grow up with parents who have a culture that is not assimilated in neighborhoods that are not assimilated, and then they have kids in a culture that is not assimilated in neighborhoods that are not assimilated. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't say fucking shit about trauma. Trauma never came out of my fucking mouth. The words coming out of your mouth are stupid as hell. That would be fucking brilliant for you to actually demonstrate that in some way. It would be fucking amazing if you engaged with that, the words coming out of my mouth, instead of some shit about trauma. Yes, you did say that. You did say trauma. Yeah, you did.
Last 3 U.S. presidents.
Oh.
Current U.S.
She
president.
got a fucking bra that matches her sweatshirt. That's actually pretty slick.
They're not going to help you. Trump this term.
Wasn't it Obama?
Who was the president before Trump this term?
Wasn't it Bernie?
Okay, for the president from 2020 to 2024, who was it? They're not going to help you. Okay.
Wasn't it Trump? When was he not president?
Name the last 3 U.S. presidents.
Trump, Barack Obama.
How about this? If we were to exclude Donald Trump, who were the 3 last presidents?
Trump, Barack Obama.
No, you can't. No Trump.
No Trump.
Who was after Obama?
Trump.
Well, after Trump.
Definitely was not Hillary. Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton was after Trump and Obama. Name 3 Kardashians.
Kim, Kendall, and Kylie.
Please demonstrate to me how the children of Jim Crow survivors grow up in a culture of Jim Crow minus it being policy. I just did. So earlier, you halfway engaged with it when you said, my parents' trauma doesn't affect me. Well, I didn't say anything about trauma. Your parents' culture affects you. You didn't. You said it was so. Yes. So your parents' culture affects you. I've gone through it 3 or 4 times. It is, unless you're going to disagree that your culture is where you grow up and the morals that you have, the practices that you engage in, the food that you cook, the way that you speak, the dialect, and the all of these, the slang, unless you're going to act as though none of that is culture, and that you don't get it from your parents. Please cite the source of this Jim Crow culture. I didn't say Jim Crow culture. I didn't say that. I'm sorry. This is like I'm on number 4 of saying I didn't say this. You're too stupid to have a conversation. Sorry, but that's where I cut it off. 4 is too many tries to try to get somebody to understand plain language. You need to assimilate into American culture to be able to understand what I'm saying so that you can engage.
President Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, if the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before. Now, when
Black men like Thomas Sowell say your claim of this passed down culture is fake. No, he doesn't. Thomas Sowell is a dumb fuck, but he does not disagree that culture is passed down from generations. He does not disagree with that. You are completely incorrect. Thomas Sowell does not believe that culture is not passed down through families. He doesn't. I've literally heard him talk numerous times about the fact that one of the things that'll make the biggest difference in American families, in American Black families, is if they have two parents who have good morals and have like good standards, and they raise their children right. That is the thing that will make the biggest difference to Black families. I've heard him say this dozens of times. You are fucking lying. Thomas Sowell does not believe that. You are 100% incorrect. You have absolutely no fucking idea what you're talking about. I don't know why the fuck you just made that shit up. You are just lying out of your ass right now. Holy shit. He does. Oh, he does. Oh, shit. Oh, whoa. He's also far more educated than you. He's published so many books. Okay, you're saying he's far more educated than me, and he agrees with me. So shut the fuck up. Why did you just lie and say that he didn't say that? You're the liar. Play the clip of his. All right, let's go down this rabbit hole. Why not?
Now, there's a whole literature on all the bad things that happen to kids who are raised by single parents, whether they are Black or white, American or British. The studies show the same things. One study said that fatherlessness has a bigger effect than even race and poverty. And certainly, I think back in my own life, I realized how fortunate I was, because even though my biological father died before I was born, I was adopted. I was adopted into a family where I was the only child in a family of 4 adults. And these were not people who were out having an active social life someplace. The life was there in the home.
They gave you their time.
Yes, yes. And I remember years later when I became a parent, and like other new parents, I wanted to know, when is a kid supposed to do this? When he's supposed to do that? And I said, how old was I when I started to walk? And this lone surviving member of the family that raised me said, Tommy, nobody knows when you could walk. Somebody was always carrying you. You know, but
so you had 4 adults doting on you.
Yes, 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 and that's what and part of the rise of Blacks before was because of things that were done by Blacks. Example that
Shut the fuck
I think
up,
of a lot was a kid who grew up in Harlem at the same time I did. We were in the same school, lived 2 blocks from me, and we met many years later by accident on a street in San Francisco, and we talked about the old times. And one of the things he mentioned to me, that because he had gone on, he was making more money than I was, and he would become wealthy, and he lived overseas with servants, and he came back and moved out to the wine country and all that stuff.
Hey, Thomas, all right? Not Tom, Thomas.
But one of the things that struck me, he said that he could remember times when he was growing up, when his father would sit at the dinner table watching the children eat and not eat anything himself. Now, it's not, that's what...
And now the father isn't even there.
Yes, that's right, that's right.
How do you measure fatherlessness? By whether or not they have a father? Yeah,
Now, there's a whole literature on all the bad things that happen to kids who are raised by single parents, whether they are Black or white, American or British. The studies show the same things. One study said that fatherlessness has a bigger effect than even race and poverty.
There you go. There you go. Literally could have stopped it in the first 20 seconds and just left it at that. He also talks about how, yes, welfare affects the Black community and Black culture. He also talks about like everything that I said is all shit that Thomas Sowell will 100% agree with. I don't know where the fuck you got the shit that Thomas Sowell is going to disagree with that point. Like, one of the things that he talks about regularly is the fact that he thinks that Black people have not assimilated. And this is just fucking insane to be like, whoa, no, like literally nobody would disagree with the fact that culture is something that you gain from your family and your friends and your community, like that, nobody would disagree with this. Absolutely nobody. How did that combat my point? Okay, I'm done with you, bro. You're too fucking dumb. You are actually too fucking stupid. I cannot. Tom, haven't you been in the big house? You have two parents. Maybe contact Thomas and tell him his theory is flawed. Well, I mean, he is correct. Like he's correct on an aggregate when you're looking at. Yes, I've been to prison. Yes, I had two parents. Yes, I committed a lot of crimes. But statistically, I am like, you're more likely to commit crimes. You're more likely to do drugs. You're more likely to drop out of school. You're less likely to go to college. You're less likely to keep a stable job and a consistent job if you grow up in a single parent household. That is just statistically true, and it makes sense. Like you would, right? So consider somebody who grows up in a single parent household versus a two parent household, where like the two parents, you got double the amount of help. You got somebody who they're more likely to not be working because they have two different jobs. So there's more going to be times where they're off work and they're able to spend time with you. They're able to help you with your homework. They're able to take you to your friends' houses. They're able to take you to basketball practice or baseball practice or football practice. They're able to take you to clubs. They're able to like clubs like chess club or something like that. They're able to teach you how to throw the football or the baseball. Like these are all things that 100% make sense. And having a two-parent household is just objectively going to be better for somebody who grows up in a single-parent household, where instead of where a single parent now has to work twice as much to make the same amount of money that two parents would, which means they're going to be around less, which means the kids have to be more independent, find their own ways of filling their time, entertaining themselves, keeping busy, and it's not going to be through school. It's not going to be them going to football practice or basketball practice. It's not going to be something that teaches them, how to be responsible, or no, it's going to be lots of times selling drugs, or it can be just hanging out with kids who are just getting into mischief, and that's what kids do when they're unsupervised for long periods of time. They'll go and throw rocks through windows and set stuff on fire and shit like that. And so it's just statistically more likely. I feel like the sex of the single parent is overlooked, maybe intentionally. I'm still working on my theory though. Sex, so we have stats on the sex of the parent as well. There is a very slight difference between these stats for a male father or a male parent and a female parent. There is a difference. If you have like a male parent, you do have a slight advantage, but it's not close to what it would be if you had two parents. So it is, yes, there is like, you are less likely to commit crimes, less likely to go to jail, less likely to get drug addicted, less likely to do those things with a single father than a single mother. That is true, but it's such a slight difference that it doesn't actually mean much.
Subsequent post, he said that he instructed ICE agents to be ready by Monday, and now the president is saying that you, sir, are going to be in charge. How is that going to work? Are ICE agents going to move into American airports starting tomorrow, Monday?
Yes, and I'm currently working on the plan now of execution, working with the director of ICE and the administrator at TSA, the acting administrator. So we'll put together a plan today and we'll execute tomorrow.
Okay, so there are a lot of questions here. First of all, are ICE agents...
What if they are non-binary? What if it's a non-binary person? I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll have to get the stats on that. I mean, I guess they're fulfilling the mother and the father role at that point. So yeah, they're probably it's probably the same as having two parents. What about having 4 dads versus 6 moms? Actually, like, so having more parents is important. Like having more parental figures is a good thing. We know that like kids who grow up in houses where they're going to have like a grandma and an uncle and an aunt and parents living with them, that this is beneficial. This is better than just having a mom and a dad, just having 2 parents, that if you have 5 or 6 parents. But we do need like male and female role models. There's like both men and women need like these masculine influences and feminine influences in their life. They need to have the mixture of both. And so only having one or the other is always going to be detrimental to some extent. Like you're going to get the most out of it if you have both, and then having more of both is going to be more and more beneficial.
Agents even remotely trained to handle security at airports?
ICE agents receive high-level training. And, you know, the ICE agents are assigned at many airports across the country already. They do a lot of criminal investigation on smuggling at airports. But, you know, there's got TSA agents covering exits, you know, people that enter through the exits.
Like there are studies that show that kids who grow up in single mother households, that if they have consistent male role models in their houses, there is again a benefit to this. They actually have a slight benefit versus somebody who just grows up in a single mother household and doesn't have any sort of male role model, right? And it would be the same vice versa. Like if you have like teachers who care about you, a female teacher when you grow up in a single father household, but a single mother household, if you have like a basketball coach or a football coach and you have, or a Big Brother program or something like that, like you need the mixtures of both. And it is like a large part of it is obviously because of the way that society's been constructed, that like we have to, you have to be able to assimilate to society. You have to be able to understand society as you're growing up. And so having the role models there so that you can understand these things and learn about it as you're growing up, as you're coming up, these are things that are going to make it easier for you to understand society when it's time for you to go out on your own. And so it is all part of that growing process.
You know, certainly a highly trained ICE law enforcement officer can cover an exit, makes people don't go through those exits, entering the airport through the exits, and that would stuff like that.
So they said on Monday, our ICE officers currently doing TSA work. As of March 23rd, 2026, Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE officers are being deployed to major U.S. airports to assist with, but not directly perform, TSA screening duties. This action is a response to staffing shortages and long lines caused by TSA workers calling out sick during a partial government shutdown. ICE agents are primarily managing non-screening duties, such as monitoring exit lanes and checking identification to free up trained TSA screeners. Okay, so they're currently there doing this now.
Well, developing tonight, ICE agents are heading to major airports across country in an effort to help ease security lines that have spiraled out of control.
I like that outfit. That's sick.
In recent days.
It comes as TSA agents are calling out sick during this partial government shutdown. Fox 8's Jody Goldberg is live at JFK tonight. Jody, are those TSA lines getting any better?
You know what, to be honest, they're not that bad. There's definitely a noticeable presence of ICE agents here, but what exactly they're doing isn't clear. You can take a look at some of this video, see for yourself. The lines not unusually long. Many ICE agents wearing ERO vests, short for Enforcement Removal and Operations. They were not operating any screening equipment, but instead they were standing in small groups near the entrance to TSA checkpoints. Now their presence comes as the Department of Homeland Security, as you mentioned, continues to deal with impacts of this ongoing government shutdown, and the TSA is facing staffing shortages, with some officers going without pay since February. JFK is one of more than a dozen airports nationwide where ICE agents have been deployed. Officials say the purpose is to to assist with airport operations during the partial shutdown, not to screen immigration status. We also had cameras at Newark and LaGuardia airports where other ICE agents were stationed. And White House officials say these agents can help with things like crowd control and checking IDs, but they're not trained to run screening lines.
What is your name? Where's your badge number?
The video has gone viral. A woman who the Department of Homeland Security identified as Guatemalan Angelina Lopez Jimenez being handcuffed by two men. That's when Andre Ivanov started rolling on his cell phone.
The ICE agents, they didn't have any identification on. They didn't have any kind of badge on. They looked just, two guys with little, backpacks.
Although they were not wearing any department insignias, DHS says they were ICE officers transporting a woman and her child to an airplane. The immigrant rights group Siren tells me the family is from Sacramento.
We don't need ICE or Border Patrol.
Wait, what did they say?
Just two guys with little, backpacks.
Although they were not wearing any department insignias, DHS says they were ICE officers transporting a woman and her child to an airplane. The immigrant rights group Siren tells me the family is from Sacramento.
We don't need ICE or Border Patrol or any of these other thugs in our city and our airport.
Today, State Senator Scott.
Tom, single parent is a label placed on unwed mothers. Fathers, black fathers, are more involved with their children than whites. Unemployment poverty is a problem in black community even now. So there's an array of studies. I brought up different studies that just talk about whether or not they even have a father figure in their life. Those studies also do include that, yes, if somebody is living in the house who is even just a father figure, even if it's just an uncle or something like that, this is going to be more beneficial than not having one. But there are studies that, yes, do what is you're talking about. Then there's studies that do just talk about single parent households, meaning that they just look at whether or not they had two parents in the household, not whether or not they were married. So that, like, I understand that there are studies that talk about two-parent households that are just based on whether or not they're married, but there are others that do not look at it that way. So,
Wiener stood outside SFO to denounce the arrests.
It was just horrible with a child there.
and in the one that you're talking about, that is literally the one that I quoted earlier, where they say that black parents are more, black fathers are more involved. They don't say black fathers; they say black father figures, because they're saying that it's not the biological father, and that it's normally going to be like an older brother, an uncle, like a grandfather, or something like that. That is normally going to be the father figure, not that it's just. But yeah, they tend to have like more family members living in the house than white people do, which makes it more likely that they will have some sort of figure there.
It reminds me of what we saw in Minnesota with Liam Cornejo.
For single mothers. Absolutely.
That young kid with the bunny hat on.
But DHS says the family had a 2019 final order of removal, and while they were being escorted at the airport for processing, Jimenez attempted to escape and resisted the federal officers.
She didn't want to go, and she tried to grab onto the seat next to her, and they forcibly put her into that wheelchair.
Video also shows San Francisco police officers observing the arrest.
It appears that SFPD were there to maintain order in the airport, and they are always in a
How do you find single mother's brother? What does that mean?
very, very difficult position when you have ICE doing the things that it does.
We need to see your badge number.
Tonight, tensions remain high at airports across the country.
Illegal arrest. Show the badge number.
That relieves that TSA officer to go to screening and to reduce those lines. So wherever we can provide extra security, I don't see an ICE agent looking at an x-ray machine because they're not trained in that. There are certain parts of security that TSA is doing that we can move them off those jobs and put them into specialized jobs to help move those lines.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. So what you're saying is when you move ICE into airports, they are going to be just around the exits and the exteriors. They're not going to be...
You find them through the census? You think all studies are done through a census? KTC. We've been through this in the past. All studies are not done through a census, dude. What are you talking about? It's not the only way studies are done. There's dozens of studies on this topic. This is a very heavily focused on area. They're not all doing studies through the census, and they're not all done the same way.
Helping people get through the lines and screening people's bags.
Those discussions are going on now. I'm not expert at TSA, so that's why I'm talking to the TSA administrator and the ICE director, find out where we can fit in. We'll have a plan by the end of today where we're sending, what airports we're starting with and where we're sending them, but that's the discussion we're having right now. I ended the discussion to do the show, and I'll be back having the discussions when I finish. So it's a work in progress, but we will be at the airports tomorrow helping TSA move those lines along.
And I know you said it's a work in progress, but at least at the beginning, are there specific airports that you're thinking about starting with? And how many ICE agents are you considering deploying to do this?
Again, that's going based on the discussions we're having today. I think we need to, my opinion is that we concentrate on the airports where the longest waits are. We prioritize those. The large airports where there's a long wait, like 3 hours. I think we got to prioritize what we do like we do everything else. So again, having those discussions, continued discussions after the show with the leadership of those agencies will lead us to some decisions based on prioritization, where we deploy, how quick we deploy, how many agents we deploy. So. Right. Hopefully we'll have all those answers here by this afternoon, but we're working on it. And when we deploy tomorrow, we'll have a well-thought-out plan to execute.
With respect, if you're doing this in 24 hours, how well thought out could it possibly be?
True. As I was thinking, like, if they just gave the directive yesterday, even right now, he said that they're making the plans on how to do it. So if you're currently in the middle of making those plans.
Again, ICE has been at airports across the country for a long time. It's just expanding those things. Look, how much of a plan does it mean to guard an exit to make sure no one comes through that exit? I mean, we're talking about security options, and these officers are well trained in security, and they're well trained in identification. And look, we're going to do what we can to help TSA move those people through the line. And
last question on this, because this is important, and I realize that this is clearly a plane that you're creating while it's in the air here, but this is a question that a lot of people are asking. Is it just going to be crowd control, or will ICE officers also be doing immigration enforcement while they are at the airports?
We do immigration enforcement at airports all the time. So is that going to change? It's not going to change. This is about helping the men and women at TSA. They've lost several hundred employees. The lines are really slow because of the shutdown. This is about helping TSA do their mission and get the American public through that airport as quick as they can while adhering to all the security guidelines and the protocols.
We got 10 minutes left on the clock. We got $20 to go. If you guys want to continue stream, we got to get another $20 in. Otherwise, probably not going to stay on and like play video games and review stuff. I'm probably just going to get off, and I got other stuff to do. So if we want to continue stream, we can add 2 hours to the clock with $20 on the goal. Otherwise, yeah, I'm going to head out.
Simply there to help TSA do their job in areas that don't need their specialized expertise, such as, screening through the X-ray machine. Not training that, we won't do that. But there are roles we can play to release TSA officers from the non-significant roles, such as guarding an exit, so they can get back to the scanning machines and move people quicker. And we're just simply helping our fellow officers at TSA.
I'm going to bring in my panel now to respond to that. Welcome, one and all.
Look at this, dude. They're always copying my shit, bro.
Officers at TSA.
I'm going to bring in my...
Look at this. They copy my background and everything, bro. This is my stuff. This is mine. I made this. I made this. This is me. They copied me.
Panel now to respond to that. Welcome, one and all. Congressman Kiley, I should say the last time you were on the show, you were a Republican. Since then, you've switched your party affiliation to independent as you try to work through the redistricting in your home state of California. What do you think about the idea of sending ICE to airports?
Well, the lines that people are having to deal with are a problem, a big problem. And so, anything we can do to make travel a little more seamless right now, I think is fine. But that is a very temporary and not ideal solution. What we need to do is fund the Department of Homeland Security. That'll get our TSA agents paid. That'll get our Coast Guard paid. That'll get FEMA funded. And we can do this in a way that reaches a bipartisan compromise around this issue related to ICE. I think there are common sense reforms that both sides can support. But having an unfunded Department of Homeland Security at a moment when we have this heightened threat environment in the United States, it is absolutely unacceptable, and it is such a clear example of how Congress is broken in so many ways.
Congresswoman Dingell?
Well, I agree with you that Congress is broken, but here's the fact of the matter. I have a lot of questions about what he said. Are they going to be wearing masks? What are the functions that they're going to be performing? Are they going to make it more complicated? Are people going to be more scared? Are they going to threaten people? Are people going to start to see people not even willing to travel because they're intimidated by them? Here's a reality. We could settle this tomorrow and fund TSA, FEMA, which, by the way, got gutted a year ago, not in this funding of Homeland Security by DOJ, and fund the Coast Guard and deal with the ICE issue, which has to be dealt with front and center.
Yeah, look, I think I associate myself with the gentleman from California's comments, right? I think he's spot on. Look, Congresswoman, Tom Homan was up on the Hill negotiating, trying to get this bill passed in the Senate. You've seen the White House give on lots of things, cameras, identification on ICE. The White House has given and given and given. Fact of the matter is Chuck Schumer is just a chicken shit, I'll say it, because he's concerned that he's not going to be the majority leader, doesn't want to pass anything that doesn't just blow up ICE. And so that's why we're stuck here. It's not anything to do.
What does that have to, wait, what does him not being the majority leader have to do with him blowing up ICE? What are the two, how do the two relate? He's afraid that he's not going to be the majority leader, so he's trying to do anything to blow up ICE. What? How does one relate to the other? What the fuck does that even mean?
Everybody knows what has to be done. Chuck Schumer won't allow it to be done in the Senate, and that's where we are. American people call the Senate, complain to Chuck Schumer, tell him to pass a bill now.
That's not
100% true, 100% accurate.
Well, I like to align myself with the
It made absolutely no sense.
Congresswoman. Surprise, surprise. Look, in what world do you think it's really a good idea for ICE to be at airports? In what world do you think the American public actually want that when they have seen how ICE has behaved in cities, Republican and Democrat? Donald Trump and this administration is underwater with their immigration policy.
You're trying to make sense of CNN? Oh, I'm trying to make sense of the fucking right-winger that they brought on CNN.
Yes, they like how the border is being handled. They do not like how ICE is in their cities, and they sure won't like how ICE will be in their airports, especially when they're still going to have to wait in line with them there and them being fearful. This is not good politically. This is not good policy, and this is not good politically. That's my free advice. But the reality is, the reason what the Congresswoman was saying is, I think Americans are just like, can we just, let's take this piecemeal. TSA, pass it. If you obstruct TSA, I will have a problem with you. I don't think anybody on our side would actually obstruct it. Let's fund FEMA. No, we all have Schumer. I would,
Chuck Schumer would
not fund,
has
not
supported
oppose
bills.
that.
We've got a discharge petition to fund the other three. And are you going to? I want to give you one simple issue: the Constitution. Do you believe in the Constitution?
Of course I do.
And warrants? Do you not?
Oh no, hold on. No, the warrant issue is completely that's a red herring because
no, it's not.
No, yes, it is, ma'am. The Constitution has. I mean, excuse me. These immigration officials, when they're going in these specific things, there are administrative procedures that allow them to go in. They're not going in without authorization. There's administrative. There's law that allows them to do this without a warrant in those instances.
And
listen, ICE agents here.
This is really annoying. This is so fucking annoying. Every single time the liberals do something. Downtown Jay, thank you for the jewels. Appreciate it, homie. 2 jewels. Let's go. Thank you, good sir. Every single time Democrats do something, Republicans go off about how wrong it is, how immoral it is, how they're decaying society, how they're killing the American dream, how they don't care about the Christian moral apparatus that they've created and blah blah blah, right? Every single time they're always making everything about like the norms and the morals and the culture and all of these things. Democrats do something, they will always cry about the norms. But then whenever Donald Trump does something, what do they say? Anytime you say, hey, Donald Trump, he shouldn't do this, what do they say? Every fucking time. They have the same answer every fucking time. It's legal. The law allows him to do this. He's allowed to do it. So, okay, so stop crying every time Biden or Obama do something that they're allowed to do. that you go off all the time about how you think that they're doing something wrong, they're doing something immoral, they're doing something bad. If we just responded every time as well, the law allows them to do it. They're allowed. They're allowed. Sorry. They're allowed to do it. It would be so fucking stupid. It would be so dumb. But they fall back to the law allows Trump to do a thing that we're arguing is bad, we're arguing as a negative outcome. You're just going to keep saying, well, he's allowed to do it. He's legally allowed to do it. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Like they never use the same mode of analysis for Democrats that they do for Republicans. Donald Trump, they treat him like a dumb little baby, like a retarded fucking baby in a wheelchair. That's what it is. It's a retarded baby in a wheelchair that is just so incapable of making good decisions or knowing what the fuck they're doing. And so they always just give him the most charitable excuse in the world, just every fucking way to just water down any sort of responsibility or agency, any sort of moral agency. They'll just really just kind of ignore all of that, and then when it comes to liberals, it is, when it comes to Democrats, they have the highest standard. It's the highest standard. They have to meet the highest standard. They are always the adults in the room. They are always the only adults in the room. They are always the only ones who are capable of making an adult decision. They're the only ones who have a moral standard. They're the only ones who have any agency. But then Donald Trump does something. He can do the same exact thing. They'll complain about it when Democrats do it, and then it's perfectly fine when Republicans do it. Like, imagine this for a second, okay? I think I'm going to test this out. I feel like if Democrats ever said, we're going to pay illegal immigrants to deport themselves, Republicans would have lost their fucking shit. Republicans would have lost their shit if Biden had ever said, hey, we're going to give illegal immigrants money to go back home. Republicans would have fucking lost their shit. But then Donald Trump says he's going to pay all of these immigrants to leave, and they all celebrate it as a genius idea. Oh, it's so good, so genius. What a great idea, right? I'm going to test this. I'm going to go out and I'm going to start speaking to people in the streets. I'm going to go do this. I'm going to test this. I'm going to go talk to people in the streets in Atlanta, and I'm going to go up to them and I'm going to say, hey, so I want to ask you some questions about what's been going on in politics lately, and I want to get your opinion on just kind of the things that have been happening. But first, I want to know, apparently Joe Biden had paid illegal immigrants, people who came into the country illegally. He then gave them money to go back across the border. So they can just come in illegally, and then he'll pay them to go back and see what they say. And then after they answer, it'll be like, oh shit, okay, I'm so sorry. I fucked that up. Can we do that again? I'm so sorry. I messed that up. I read it incorrectly. Let's just cut that. Let's start this over. Okay. Did you hear that Donald Trump decided to pay illegal immigrants to go back across the border in self-deport? I bet you if it's a fucking MAGA person, I will get two radically different fucking answers. I bet you anything. I will get two radically different answers when I ask them the second time. They will give a totally different answer because they grade Trump on a curve. They grade Trump as a retarded baby in a wheelchair. He is just the most incompetent, incapable loser, and they judge him as such. And then they treat Democrats like just the most moral beings of all time. We must hold them to the highest standard. We're gonna test this sometime. I'm gonna give it a shot. Black men choose white women over black women because they are cleaner and prettier. Approximately 8 to 9% of married black men in the U.S. are married to white women, based on the Census Data Bureau. Analysts from Black Demographic White Interracial marriage rates have risen. The vast majority of married black men, roughly 85 to 90%, are married to black women. Huh. Interesting. You're talking about married? Most black men don't get married? What does that have to do with anything? Why is that so interesting? Because he just said that black men choose white women because they're prettier and cleaner. But it seems as though black men are not choosing white women at a high rate. They're choosing them at 8 to 9%. They get money and fuck bitches. So I don't know what that has to do with anything. You're still not rebutting. If we're going to know if people are choosing white women, right? They're wanting to stay with them long term. Seems as though they're doing that at a very low percentage. And that's like, this is surprising to me. I would have thought it was like maybe 20%, because when you're thinking of like a minority, right? Black people are only 12% of the country. White people are about 65% of the country. So you would expect they would have like a pretty high proportion, because white people are the majority of people that they have to choose from. But this is actually much lower than what you would expect. This is very disproportionate. Every one of my black friends is fucking at least 3 white women, and the black women feel abandoned. Well, you know what? Your little anecdotal experience is probably representative of the rest of the world. The 20 to 30 black people that you know is probably representative of the millions that exist. So you stick to that, buddy. All right, I'm gonna head out. You guys, everybody do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, and when we end stream, leave a comment. Really helps push us in the algorithm and makes it to where more people are gonna find the stream in the future. The reason we're ending is because we didn't hit the goals. We're about $20 off from hitting the goal. We only use the donos through Stream Elements, so in the future, if you're here, there's a link on the main page on the main channel. You can just go to the links, scroll down to the bottom one, tip the channel through Stream Elements, and it'll take you to this page right here where you can use PayPal, debit card, credit card, and it'll let you leave a message that'll be read on stream through TTS. Are you shocked the number is low because black men realize it's more of a problem if they do marry white women? I just explained why I was surprised. Is because of proportionalities. I said I'm surprised that it's such a low number because proportionally, white people are just a much larger percentage of the population. So they just, like, when it comes to the people they have to choose from, there's just going to be a lot more white people than there are black people. Now, obviously, most people are going to choose somebody that lives in their neighborhood, that's in the same like socioeconomic demographic as them, and so that's by far the majority of the time who they're going to be with. And so it makes sense that it will still be a majority of the people that somebody who's black, that they'll still by far the majority of the time be with another black person. But I didn't expect it to be 9 to 10%. I expected it to be, like I said, double that, about 20%. So yeah. Lesbian divorces are the highest rates in history. Whoa. Somebody came in just right out of trivia night at the bar. Yeah, do me a favor, leave a comment after stream ends, and that'll help push this in the algo. Till then, I should be back on tomorrow. Stream every day, about 8 to 10 hours a day, and covering the news, having a good old time. And then we're also supposed to have a panel with a bunch of other content creators coming on this Friday to debate. We're going to go over the news and just ask everybody a bunch of different questions, as we have many times in the past. Now, if you're unaware of my content, go to my channel and check it out. We've got an awesome new video here where we got MAGA people defending Epstein. So here, we'll play this one for you guys real quick. This is great.
I think there's a lot of us who voted for Trump who are holding on to dear life. There's a cognitive dissonance going. There's a lot of doubt that Trump supporters feel or acknowledge that the media has lied about Trump many times.
I just gave you a bunch of different types of evidence, okay? These are the same exact types of evidence that we accept for Jeffrey Epstein. These are the same exact things. And we have tons of the people who testified in Epstein cases against Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell saying the same things about Trump as well. This is exactly the same way that we would analyze anything. Yet with Trump, we totally deny all of the things so that we don't have to analyze it in the same way.
I honestly don't think I'm disagreeing with you. Believe it or not.
Wait, but you just said that if you knew that that was true of Trump, you would totally denounce it. What evidence would you need for that to be the case?
Honestly, I think I would need some video.
You would need to watch him have sex with. You would want to watch child. You're saying that you want to watch. You just said you need video of
maybe,
him.
You know what? At this point, I think so. I think so because we.
Where's the video of Jeffrey Epstein? Defend Jeffrey Epstein then. Say Jeffrey Epstein is innocent.
No, I'm not defending Jeffrey
Why
Epstein.
not? Defend Jeffrey Epstein. You don't have video of Jeffrey Epstein. You never saw him do any of these things. Why would you not defend Jeffrey Epstein?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
It's so good, dude.
I think there's...
It's so fucking good, bro. Sheesh. All right. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, hang out for just a second. Leave a comment when the stream is over. Let us know what you thought about the stream or what you thought about certain topics, what you think about Trump, what you think about liberals, what you think about my beautiful bald head. Let us know in the comment section. Just once stream ends, you got to refresh or go to the channel, click on the stream, whatever helps. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.